Hey everybody, it's me, Melody. Welcome to my stream. Make sure on the way in you hit the like button. Also, subscribe if you're new and share to every platform you have. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, today was kind of a, busy day. I was running around. I was taking my father, at first I took him out to breakfast. That was smooth. We all had, well, my dad had his favorite. He had eggs over easy with bacon, sausage, and home fries. That's what he likes to eat in the morning. Me, I had French toast with scrambled eggs and cheese and turkey bacon. Because, I don't do the beef bacon, I don't do the pork bacon. No red meat over here. Everybody knows that. No red meat over here. And my mom had what she had, my brother, my sister had what they had. So breakfast went smooth. We ate, we had a good time talking, laughing about the good times, stuff that we do. That went great. So for lunch, I took him out one on one, just me and him. It was so hard to get into anywhere for lunch. Everything was packed. Like it did not go as smoothly as breakfast did. The wait was like 2 hours, but we gave them our name and everything. And they called us and said we were ready. They were ready for us. So we came back. We had our lunch. It went good. I had fish with greens, with collard greens, and it had turkey meat in it, in a collard green, smoked turkey, and yams. And then he had his meal. I can't even remember what he had, but we really enjoyed that together. Dinner, I'm like, nah, we did breakfast and lunch. That's enough. And then, of course, I gave him a Father's Day gift card so he can go shopping or do whatever he wants. Yes, I do love my dad. I do. And I appreciate all Black dads. Happy Father's Day, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed it. To all the fathers out there, I love you no matter what other people say. I appreciate you. If your baby mama don't appreciate you, I appreciate you, you know? And unfortunately, a lot of Black fathers can't even see their children. These wicked women are holding the kids back from the fathers and making the fathers pay child support, even though the father can't not see the child, which is really, really messed up. But this is what's going on in a Black community, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. But I'm going to get right into it. So I woke up. I woke up around 5:30, 6 o'clock, because that's the time I usually wake up. And I was strolling on my Instagram. And again, for like the 10th year in a row, I see mothers saying, Happy Mother's Day to all the single Black mothers doing it by themselves. Or Happy Mother's Day, or Happy Father's Day to the women who are like fathers to their children. Like, this kills me. I absolutely despise when I see Black women calling themselves fathers because there's already a thing that Black women are aggressive like men. That's not enough. It's people are saying they are aggressive, they are manly, and now they want to be fathers. Like, what? This is crazy. But anyway, yeah. So I had made the show this morning. I think I'm the first one. Because I see a couple of people did the show, but I'm the first one to actually say that I was going to do it this morning because I did it last year with Game Changer and that went good. So this year it's still going on. So I was like, let me do it this year. And then I see other content creators talking about it. That's why I need to really not post um, so far in advance because then other people, will see it and get the idea and do it, which I don't mind because content is content, but as soon as I post that I'm gonna do something, I should jump on it right away. That way I could be the first to cover it. But it's all good. I'm sure everybody had good intentions. But anyway, yeah, so I'm going to say hi to everybody in the chat and then I'm going to get into this topic. Riza Seka, salute to you. Hey, Degenerate Sharigan, salute to you. Madara Uchi, I never can say your name. Uchiha, welcome. Killer Swag 216, hi. What's going on, Chris G? Salute to you. Game Changer, hi, Game Changer. We have Lando Calrissian, salute to you. We have, I think, Shizness, salute to you. LSP, the Red Bone Artist, salute to you. Chowhound, Life on a Budget, is good to see you. Salute to you. We have King Neef, hi. And that is all. I think I said hi to everybody in the chat. Okay, so let's get into the fact that single mothers trying to take all the credit for everything. Like, why? It's like they don't let the men be fathers to their children just so they could get praised for it. It's like they put these men on child support. A lot of these men can't really afford child support, and they know this, and they don't care because they want to ruin these men's lives. So they put these men on child support and they keep the child away from them. And that really disgusts me because I know so many women who do this. I would say over 50% of women in the Black community do this to men. They put them on child support and keep the child away. That's the biggest problem to me. Also, they want to, what else they be doing? It was something I wanted to say that they do that really irked me. Like, it really, really, really make my skin like crawl so bad. But these women put in their child's head. So not only are they going on social media trying to get attention from other single mothers, but they're telling their children they don't have a father. You don't have a father. I'm your father. This is what single Black women are telling their children. And children are growing up fatherless and thinking that their mother is their father. It's just all messed up. It's like, it's confusing to the children. And then it's sad because these children are seeing their friends, their peers celebrate Father's Day with their fathers. But their mother's their father. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they don't have anyone to brag about. They don't have a father to come to football games and baseball games and things like that because the mothers are keeping these men away from them. So that's really what irked me about the whole situation. You know, I'm going to drop the link so you guys can come up and give your opinion on this. So the link is in the chat. Anybody want to come up and speak on it? And any fathers out there who want to come up and talk about being a father and you want to talk about child support and let's talk about how these kids, how these mothers treat children. Let's talk about that. I've seen Black women beat their children so bad because the child reminds them of the father. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever seen that growing up. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever saw a mother or if you experienced a mother who hated you and every chance she get, she want to smack you or beat you because you remind her of the father. So classy young man, I see that 1. Madara, I see that one. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like Lando, I see the one. Yeah, like I literally grew up seeing black mothers do that to their kids, like beating them for no reason. Everything they did was wrong. Everything. Um, they oh you never gonna be nothing. You're not gonna be nothing in life. You remind me of your father. You just a bum. You just this. You just that. They hate the father so much that they'll make the child work at a young age. They don't buy the kids clothes. The only thing that these women do for these children is put a roof over their heads and feed them while they're getting all this money, all this child support that these fathers are giving them. They're only getting them food and putting a roof over their head. And then the rest of the money is going to their hair, their nails, their drinking habits, their weed habits. These women are literally taking this child support money and spending it on themselves. This is what is going on in the black community. Childhound Life on a Budget says, it happened to me, not hated me, but I reminded her of my dad. See? Exactly. Chris G says, my sister treated one of my nephews like that. Okay? This is real, guys. This is really going on. LSP the Redbone artist says, I see my cousin do mistreat her children. That's what I'm saying. All because they look like their dad. Like, modern women hate black fathers, period. I don't care what nobody say. And then they want to blame the man for not being there, but it's really their fault. And it's like this child abuse situation, um, this lying on black men on social media, saying black men ain't shit. I forgot what it was that the person said. I'm trying to remember because it was very important and it really made my stomach turn. She had put a meme. What did she say on there? Um, oh my God. What did she say about the father of her child is dead? There we go. The father of her child is dead to her. And she lied pretty much and told her child that her father is dead. The little girl, that her father is dead when her father is really living. But she wants the little girl to think that she don't have a father because the little girl asks her all the time, well, where's daddy? Where's daddy? Your daddy's dead. This is what she said. And I remember it triggered me a little bit because I'm like, what? Like, why would anybody tell their child that the father of their child is dead? I've heard stories of mothers telling their child their father's locked up in jail for life. I've seen stories where the woman told the child that the father is a rapist and that, she got to keep her away from the dad because he might do something to the child. I mean, I've seen all types of things, all types of stories of women lying on black men just to make them look bad. Like it's really, really ridiculous. But hi, Classy.
Hey, Melanie, what's going on now?
Hey,
Uh,
nothing much. Let me hold on. Let me turn my thing up. I have the same problem I had last time.
can you hear me?
Hold on. Hello?
Yeah.
I hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers all around the world, man. Like, keep doing what y'all doing. I don't know what it's like to be a father, so I can't give too much into what y'all
Aw.
go through. But at the same time, fellas, y'all keep doing what y'all doing because these kids need y'all more than ever. I know these baby mothers out here be putting y'all through the ringer. And I know where it all stems from. A lot of it stems from their own shame. They won't say it, I think personally. And number
Mm.
two, I think they have a problem with the men that they chose that they kicked out from being happy as well. So I'm going to abuse the kid. It's
Yep,
basically more about, because I would think, okay, the two of you didn't get along. Let's just say for a scenario, I don't know everybody's story. I'm just giving that scenario. The two of the people didn't get along, but I would think the two people would come together just to be happy for the child's sake. You don't have to be around each other. Just do what's best for your child. But you have a lot of women out there that don't want to do that because
exactly.
it extends back to the relationship. I get basically what it really boils down to, in my opinion, is I gave you a child and you're not with me no more, so I'm gonna make your life live in hell. That's what I get from it.
Hmm. Yep, that's exactly why they put him on child support.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's exactly why, because they moved on with their lives and they got a new wife and a new family. So now
Yeah.
she want to put them on child support instead of just having joint custody, where she gives the child for this week to the father, and then she get
Mm-hmm.
the child the next week. She rather just make his life a living hell and say, "You can't see my children."
Oh yeah, seen it all the time. Hell, I've seen children in the hospital being abused by their mothers. Had one child get burned by his mother
Oh
because,
my
just
God.
like you said before, hey, you look just, she blamed the fact that he looked like his daddy. It's
Right.
like, what do you expect? Y'all share the same biological gene pool. He's either gonna come out looking like you or him.
Yeah. Facts. Facts. These mothers don't care. They'll abuse their child. They talk about this man like a dog to people. Like, this
Hmm.
can be the best man in the world, the best father in the world. But because he left her, she's going to go and tell everybody rumors. Oh, he's a terrible father. He does this, he does that. Like I said, I've seen situations where women lied and say he raped or touched, molested the children. Like, it's really bad. It's really, really sickening.
Oh yeah, they know this government has a disdain for men, not just for black men, just for men all over the world. And I look
Right.
at the government like, you do know you need men to sustain a country, because if you put them all in jail, who's going to maintain everything that's built in America? Who's going to fight the wars? Who's going to teach the kids? But I think the whole plan is the government wants to sustain power because they don't want any young ones coming up taking anything, being smart, being educated. That's my opinion on a whole grand scale. So they train these women. Hey, if you do this to the man, do this to the man, and we're going to give you small incentives, basically
Mm-hmm.
peanuts, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll
Like
accept the peanuts.
welfare and all of that, right?
Yeah,
Food stamps.
yeah.
I don't know, I don't know if you saw that Kendra G episode not too long ago,
Which
where
one?
the mother was, she was saying she was a single mother and the father ain't no good, he's not around, but she doesn't work or anything like that. And then Kendra was like, well, how do you feed the kids? How do you, if you don't have a job and you're a stay-at-home mother and you don't let the father see the kids? She's like, well, I'm on welfare. I have food stamps. I have Section 8 or whatever she was saying. And I'm
Mhm.
just like, wow, the government really is the daddy to these kids.
Well, see, I think a lot. I mean, now that it was this was made to actually destroy the black family. That was the last plan after all that Jim Crow stuff. But the problem
Hmm.
is now it's starting to affect their communities as well and other communities.
Hmm.
And see, the
Right,
thing is with this whole child support thing, I call it slavery 2.0, because if you get the men in jail, you can get cheap labor. It was just like slavery, but without the beatings. You see what I'm saying? And
right.
also, women spend the most money, so they're keeping the economy going. So, hey, let's take the money from the person that saves it and give it to the person that spends it. That's why people like Lonnie Love made that stupid comment talking about it's nothing wrong with a single mother going out for a lobster steak and dinner on the child support. It's like, no, it's for the
Yes, it
child.
is. Let's talk about that because that's something crazy going on in the black community. These women, these kids are walking around looking terrible, dirty
Hmm.
clothes, hair all over the place and everything. But then you got the mother, like you said, eating steak and lobster. You got the mother with her hair done, nails done, buying nice
Everything
cars.
did.
Everything did off of her baby daddy's money.
Yeah. And she's doing all what she's really doing. Most women that I notice that do stuff like that, they trying to keep up so they can attract another man. And basically, the next man that they choose is a bigger butthole than the man that they had the baby by.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And he's just with her just for whatever reason,
Yeah,
but she,
I've seen it in my own family. I just sit back and I'm like, yeah, you. I look at the guy. Yeah, what's up, Corey? Yeah, he was dating one of mine. I'm looking at him like, yeah, whatever.
yeah,
But
it,
I couldn't. But here's the thing. I don't mean to cut you off, Melody.
yeah,
I couldn't get upset about the situation because that's who she chose.
right.
I'm like, it
And
doesn't affect my life. I'm sorry. I keep going off. Go ahead.
no, no, you're good. You're good. And you
Yeah.
know what's crazy? She uses that new guy to play stepdaddy to this guy's child.
Hmm.
Instead of letting him see his own kid, she got this strange man in this baby's life.
Yeah, and sometimes let you know the truth. Some of these good dudes that come in these children's life, these baby mothers' life, they'll tell them straight out, man, I'm just here to get something free out of your mama. She bought me a few shoes, and she probably let me hit it from time to time. And when I get tired, I'm going on for the next one, or I probably keep her on the side while I get this other baby mama over here.
Exactly. Nobody want to play stepdaddy to chicks like that. Definitely not.
Yeah, but what can you do, man? Like I said, that's our community. So
That's our community. That's our women. And let me ask you this. Do you think it's ever going to get better, like with the new
no,
generation? No?
with the new generation, there is a possibility. I think I'm starting to see a lot of younger women. Some of them saw what their mothers have been through, or they don't believe their mothers, and they decided, when I get older, I don't want to be like you. They may not tell their mothers that, but they
Mhm.
usually become successful out of spite, out of their mother, because all they heard was "Yo, daddy ain't." When they get around their dad is treating them nice. To them, hey baby, I love you so much. You're the most beautiful girl in the world. You know that you are daddy's little girl. Get back to
Yeah.
mama, man. He ain't nothing.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of kids end up hating their mother later when they get older because they're like, really? Like, this is what you've been hiding from me? This is a good man. His family is good. Like, his mom, his family, but it's like the mother just keeps that baby away from all of that. And then the
Yeah.
kid just starts despising the
Mhm.
mother.
Yeah, do you remember like that episode with what's her name, Yana Van Zant, where the mother accused the father of raping all of his daughters, excuse me, raping all of his daughters, and it came out not to be true? Classic example.
Really? I don't remember that. Can you refresh me?
It
What was
was
it
a
called?
it was a Yana. I can't say her name very well. I Ilana Van.
Ayana. Okay.
Yeah,
I
she
know you're
had an
talking.
episode where a man was being confronted by his, I guess, his ex-wife, and she made the accusation that he had touched all of his daughters, and it came out that he didn't do any of that.
Oh, I see that. I see that a lot.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah, and it's like you don't know what to believe because that's very, very serious, those allegations.
Yeah.
But it's like, come on. How do you know?
Yeah.
What's the proof? Oh, my daughter was acting funny. Well, did your daughter tell you he's touching? No, but it's just the way she's acting. I'm like, no. You have to get more proof and more evidence that this is going on.
Well, see, the thing about proof and evidence, I think the court systems and the law just go strictly off of women's feelings. They can just wake up in the morning. I had a bad dream that he did something to my daughter. Take him to jail, and they'll do it.
Right. Yeah, they don't care
Yeah.
at all. And it's like they're falsely accusing the father of their child of doing this nasty thing, but yet bringing strange men in and out of the house.
And you have no idea how many of these young girls that I see at the hospital that has been molested by these guys that they bring in the house. Seen a ton of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, this is a
I
real thing. Go
I
ahead,
can
I'm
give
sorry.
you a story. One time, I was in the emergency room, right,
Mhm,
and I met one of the young ladies. She had to be about 4 years old.
mhm.
And when I saw the man come into the emergency room, she jumped right behind me and grabbed me.
Wait,
He hugged right into my arms like a koala bear.
really? The guy?
When the guy showed up with the baby mother, the baby mother was, get your butt over here, blah 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 blah. And I saw the fear in that little girl's eyes. She looked at me, gave me this look like, do not let me go back to him and her. And I called the
Oh,
cops. I told her, I said, get them out of here.
yeah, that was very, very concerning. I would have done the
Because
same thing.
when another child hugs on another adult like that, and he or she doesn't know that person, if they hug them like a koala bear that tight, that means something's wrong.
Yeah. And was this a child who can speak?
She didn't say very many words. I can tell that was just, I think that had a lot to do with fear, scared to speak up. So she used her body language. Most children use body language, or like they use signs that something is wrong because they're afraid to express themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's chilling. Like that really gives me chills, like just to think of something like that going on.
And the sad part about it is the court system will give those children back to the mother after all of that.
Yeah. Even all right, so even if the father is more fit, like the more fit parent, it seems like the court system would still give it to the mother.
Yeah, because
That's the crazy part.
they're getting an incentive out of it. You have, I think they make about $51 billion a year after
Hmm.
deciphering child support away from the man, because the idea is to take the resources and give it to the woman. They really don't give a crap about the woman and the child. In hindsight, they don't, because all that money that you give to her, some of that is going back to pay for I think all their welfare stuff.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of these fathers are not taking home much money for themselves because of the child support. It's like how
Well,
could he live?
they don't care. That's the thing. I knew a guy that was in the army and the military, fought for this country. He pays almost 50% of his salary. She living in a nice house. He lives in a single apartment.
Yeah, she living good, huh? Off of
Oh,
his money.
living good, eating good. Probably got a new boyfriend too.
Yeah, and the boyfriend living off of his money.
Yeah, and I guarantee you this, Melody. The boyfriends that they choose, man, you think the fathers is bad. You should see these boyfriends. You want to talk about low trash looking dudes? It's like, dude,
Mhm.
when's the last time you bathed?
Ugh.
It's like, nah, baby, go on and get in there, give me that sandwich. And the women will do it. So I'm like, you have a problem with a man that wants to do right, but you'll give some dirty dude a sandwich. Why? Because he giving you what? Dirty D? Wow.
Mhm. Yeah, 'cause that D, I'm telling you, that good D will have a woman doing anything. No matter if
Apparently
he's
so.
dirty, no matter if he's broke, you know. So,
Maybe I'm gonna have to change up my whole flow. Just quit my job and just be a dirty dude, and give it to him. Be like, you know what? On some coming to America type stuff. Be like, bark like a dog. Ow, ow, ow. Hop on one leg. Ooh, 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 ooh,
oh my
ooh.
God, he's stupid. Yeah, but no, like seriously, and a lot of times these new men that come into the family to play stepdaddy, even if he's dirty and he's the wrong man, she still will have kids by him too.
Yep.
Now
Hmm.
she's getting child support from two no good men. And
Not exactly, Melody. Usually that next
no?
guy, if he broke and has nothing, she's not gonna take him to child support because they can't take nothing. He might be getting paid under the table.
Oh, true. That's if he's broke and don't have nothing. But if he got a little job, even if he's like a cashier somewhere, they'll find a way to take all his money.
Not if he's getting paid. I don't think if he's getting paid on the tail. I could be wrong, but like I said, they have to get a paper trail in order to get him. For as far as I've heard from like Mr. Palmer, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't know. I really don't know how that works. But we have well, not easy.
Young
That's what it
East.
says there. But hi, Young East.
What's going on?
Hey,
I'm
nothing
glad.
much.
I'm glad you moved the stream back because I couldn't come on. I was at work. So when you moved the stream back, I was like, oh shit, say
Yeah,
word.
well, I'm glad you made it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, happy baby daddy day to
Yeah.
everybody that got kids. Yeah, I ain't got no kids. I don't have that
Um,
drama. I
well,
don't
do
got
you
no
want?
kids that I know about. Correction.
What do
Mm,
you? Well, let
mm.
me ask both of you guys this: do you want kids one day?
Each,
Care.
you can go first. I'll wait.
I don't care. If it happens, it don't happen. I don't really care.
I think that go.
if
I
it,
think that.
with
Oh,
you,
go ahead,
Melody,
E.
yeah. If it was with you, Melody, yeah. Not
Well,
these
it's not
other
nice.
hoes though, because you know what, Melody, you got wifey material written all over you, if you know it or not.
Oh, I
You know
appreciate
what I'm
that.
saying? Yeah,
Hmm.
it's like I can't believe you not married. To be honest, like how the you got to be in the area where dudes is not really looking for wives because it's kind of impossible that you're not married. To
Yeah,
be honest
I
with you.
wish. Um, yeah, but that's a different stream. The whole marriage
I
thing.
think Melody got her reasons though. I don't think it's bad reasons. I think they're all good.
I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
but I do though. I do want to get married one day and have kids. I do. If that question goes for me. But how about you, Classy? Do you want to get married and have kids one day with a
Um,
right
at
woman?
well, I mean, at this point, I would have to say no. Being is the fact of the matter is, I'm almost hitting a half a century, so it would be for me. I look at it as me being selfish, and the reason why I say that is basically, the average black man age is 65 years old. I would want to be around to see my child be 20 and 30 years old if I'm blessed to live 80 years old. I would be selfish to do that, in my opinion. But if I don't mind getting married, but it would have to be to a woman who doesn't want children, sadly to say. That's,
Really?
yeah.
Aw.
Now,
Well, let me,
however,
You
though, now
you
let
can
me,
have kids.
no,
Kids
no,
care about
no,
the
hold up.
kids care more
I'm
about,
just
huh?
telling you where I'm coming from. That's all.
I know.
I,
I'm trying to give you a different
well,
perspective though.
however, I get that ease, but I was going to say, if I was to have a kid, I'll do everything to take care of my children. Absolutely.
Uh huh.
But that's where
Yeah,
I
but
was
I
going.
think like okay. I just think that kids care more about early childhood development. Like once you turn like 20s, like you don't need your parents like that. You feel me? Like okay, you raised me, I'm out on my own.
Well,
So I
that's
don't
not the
think you have
point
to.
where I was getting at, though. I want to be around to see them get older. That's what I was saying.
well, you
Oh, okay.
will. I mean, you can live to be 100. There's people out there who's 110. I mean,
Agree, but that's not the maximum majority of the population. But I'm
no, but
just
just
saying,
have some faith and hope. And I think you should have a legacy. I really do. You're only in your early 40s. I mean, there's no reason why, especially as a man. I can see if you were a woman, but even,
Yeah, if you was a chick, yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay, it's over. But even women now are having kids later and later. So,
yeah, but the probability there is still low because they have a high risk pregnancy rate.
of women, right? But you're a man, so you're very lucky. You can have kids. I think
That's
you
a
should go
fact.
for it. Yeah, just have a legacy, somebody to, to hold
I
on to the legacy of classy young man.
I guess
Yeah.
I forgive me. I'm very responsible with my vernacular. I would like to say I just don't want to spread that around. So, but I'm very close knit with it. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm giving too much information.
No, no, that's what we're here to converse,
you
have this
you too
conversation.
responsible.
Man, I'm too responsible to a T, my dude. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys didn't just shoot up the club and anybody. That's very responsible, both of you.
Uh,
I
You know,
shot up the club,
I shot up
okay,
the
but it was
backside.
the best. What?
it's just the no like birth control and all of that. Like I said, I haven't got no notice that I have any kids. You feel me? But that's a good thing. I wasn't married. You feel me? So you want to do it right. If you're gonna do it, you want to do it right. You want to get married and then shoot up the club. that
Yeah,
term.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting
Yeah.
for. The man that's gonna shoot my club up is the man that's gonna marry me. Period. You know.
Yeah. Better you get in club shot up.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I'm sure it's exciting, but I'm not trying to see yet until I have a ring on my finger, you know?
I appreciate
Mm-hmm.
that, Lee. You know what you want. You gotta appreciate that for sure.
Right.
So nobody did that to you yet? Like you never caught that feeling? Like
Nah,
that's like
nah.
it's like the best part though. Like you
Yeah,
shoot the club up, like you get that high feeling. Like you ain't never. Well, you're gonna experience it one day.
yeah. I mean, sex is great and all that good stuff, but the shooting up the club part is different.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking
she's
of
trying to.
speaking of dad, speaking of dads though, the last time I seen my father, my biological father, was in the '90s.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm dead ass. The last time I seen him was '99
Oh
in
boy,
jail.
In
I seen him in
jail.
jail.
sorry
So,
to
I
hear
was
that.
like 10, 11, mm-hmm, 9. I
okay.
think I was 10, 11, 9.
So let me ask you
Yep.
this real quick. Sorry to cut you off, but let me ask you this. So is he still in jail now? Like, was he doing
No,
life
he
or?
no, he's dead.
Oh,
He died.
Okay.
He died when I turned 17.
sorry to hear
I
that,
think
man.
it was.
Sorry about that.
Don't be too sorry because I got over it like the next day.
Oh, damn.
It didn't matter to me for shit. As a matter of fact, when I was 16, I cussed his ass out for not participating in my life because
Mm-hmm.
he was calling me from some other place, and I'm like, bro, you're not even in jail no more. Where you at? And he was like, circumstances and shit. I was like, all right, all right, nigga.
Oh,
It was like
man.
that. Yeah. I
I
cussed his
think,
ass out.
and this is not to take a shot at Young East. I think for children, as we become adults, for a lot, from what I've seen psychologically, if there's no bonding period, then I think a person like a parent that dies, you kind of can brush it off real easy because y'all never bond.
Yeah.
Exactly. I never bonded with him, so it didn't
Right.
matter to me. And my little brother, like, we like, oh shit, for real? Like, he died from like cardiac arrest. I guess he was
Oh
smoking too much.
boy.
I don't know how. Yeah, he was only in his 50s, I think.
Right.
I
It was
think he was. Yeah.
young.
Well, yeah. But this dude wasn't like he wasn't. Put it like this: he went to jail for murder, and it was murder, but it wasn't like premeditated the long way. So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't like capital murder. It wasn't like that. Like he
Right.
used to sell drugs. He used to sell drugs, and my mother sold drugs with him. My mother was a real trap queen. Now I got a
Mm-hmm.
fucked up story. When I look at other people's lives, like when I was growing up, I thought this shit was normal. But when I when I started listening to other people, I was like, damn, I really got a hood ass story. Like I used to see the nigga in jail. I remember when I last time I seen him in jail, I was crying. The nigga asked me, he was like, "Why you crying?" I'm
What?
like, "You don't see why I'm crying?" Like it was like that. Like I was young, bro. I was like 9 or some shit, like 10, 9. And my mother and my father used to sell coke. They used to sell coke. My mother used to rap it. You feel me? I remember it vaguely. I was so young. I remember it vaguely, but my grandmother told me everything anyway. And and my father sold coke with my uncle, which is his brother, and my uncle got killed in a drug deal. And
Oh
then
my God.
my father went back and killed the nigga that killed my uncle, and they put my father in jail for 11 years.
This is
That's how it
too
happened.
much.
Young East, I have a
Yeah, that's
question.
that
Are
was
you from New
that's my
York?
early childhood development story. Nigga.
Are you
Real
from
pookie shit.
Are
Huh?
you from New
Um,
York, Young East?
Yeah.
Is this during
It's fucked up.
the 80s, during the cocaine era?
Oh no.
I mean
I'm more
crack
of a
era? Okay.
'90s baby. Yeah,
No,
I'm more of a
not
'90s
you.
baby.
Not you. I'm talking
Oh yeah,
about your
him.
parents. Was
Yeah,
that during
him.
the crack
Yeah,
era?
yeah. It
That
was.
was a horrible time. I remember that so
I mean,
well.
my niggas used to tell me your father used to have racks. He used to have bags. I was like, nigga, I ain't never seen none of that money though. Like they blew all that shit because I guess there was, every drug dealer has their moment when they coming up. He used to have like racks. He used to be loaded, but I
mhm.
ain't getting no parts of this shit. Like I'm tight. Oh, and you brought up single mothers keeping their children away from the fathers sometimes.
Right.
My mother did that to my father. She, cause you know what my father did? My father kidnapped me when I was like 5, and it's not really kidnapping, but he just took me, and they call
Oh,
a
the
cop.
Amber Alert.
Yeah, it was an Amber Alert. It was an Amber Alert. They call a
Mm.
cops. There was like a this search for me, and I felt like it was my birthday again when I was that little. I was like, damn, everybody cares about me. Like when I was that, I
That's
felt
good
like
that
it
she
was
got
my
a
Funny.
sense of
birthday.
humor about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. It was, I remember when he took me because he took me. I didn't have no shoes on. I was like 5 years old. I know when I was 5, I was like, when I go outside, I'm supposed to have my shoes. Like he just took me and like basically ran out the house with me, and he put me in the front seat of the car, which I never drove in when I was always in the back when you 5, and we went to his side bitch's house.
Oh
Now
my
the thing
God.
is, yeah, the thing is his side bitch is the reason why my mother kept me from him because she was mad that he had a side bitch. And the crazy shit is, his side bitch was a white woman.
Oh, that was a no back in those days.
She was a
What?
white woman, right? And
Mm.
listen, he had 2 daughters with the side bitch, which are my half sisters. They're biracial, and they're, I hate to say it, but no, I don't hate to say it. They baddies. They're very cute. Like I gotta be protective of them when I see them. But they like dudes be trying to get at them, and he took me there, and I stayed there for like I guess a couple days. But eventually, the cops found me. They found me. They didn't press charges because they couldn't. But I knew that like everybody was worried when I got back. Like I was like, I'm good. So I relate to that story where the Amber Alert, the father takes the child. I relate to it personally.
Yeah, that's
So that
really hood tales, like Rashad Lewis said. That's definitely
yeah, that's
hood.
some hood shit. This hood
Yeah.
shit, man. Hood shit.
So
Um, I
let
only
me ask
have
you a question.
one.
Okay.
Huh?
No, I was gonna ask you, did your grandmother raise you?
No, my mother. You could say she raised us, but she ignored the shit out of us. We like I'm. You could almost argue that I could have been almost orphaned the way my mother was emotionally not there for shit. After she stopped dealing with men, actually, no, fucking before that, my mother just was like totally like emotionless with us. Like my mother never told us she loved us. My mother
Oh,
never gave me a mother. My mother never gave me a hug. My mother ain't never. I sit you not. Nothing. Nothing. And I
sounds like
realized
most
that shit.
black women, even today.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's hood shit.
Mm.
Like. So I was really raised by like the fucking wolves. I was raised by the streets and shit. Cause I was outside all the time. I was a real block boy. I was outside. I was a juvenile delinquent, but I never went full blown gangster because I always kept a open mind to other things. I was never like fully like the streets is where I'm a live and die. I was never just that guy. I got
Right.
all my friends is like that though. All my friends like none of them made it, nigga. I damn near I got survivor's guilt almost. After like the age of like the average hood nigga, if you ain't fucked up by 20, you're lucky. If you
Mm.
if
He's
your life
actually
is
telling the
not
truth.
yeah, it's real shit. If your life is not like shit by 20, like 25 max, but it's earlier than that. I by like 20, if your life ain't fucked up, you was lucky. So I was lucky to be honest with you. But none of the dudes I was with, we all had the same story almost. None of the dudes I was with, they all fucked up. They all one of them smoked some bad weed, lost his goddamn mind. But that
Oh,
nigga got like 4 or 5 kids. They don't
Mm.
know they daddy no more. Like it's fucked up.
Oh my
All
God.
yo, believe it or not, in the group, all the niggas I ever chilled with, I was always the one with a little bit more sense. Like I was
Mm.
always the dude that was like, let's think about how we go about how we move before we just move. Like I was always like my friends were like way worse than me, like way better than me. Like these niggas was robbing old ladies when we was like fucking 14, 15, nigga. You see what I'm
Mm,
saying? Yeah, I got it's fucked up. It's fucked up. That's
it's
all I'm
really
saying, man.
so. So did you, let me ask you this. So were you into illegal activities growing up because of
Yeah,
what went on?
yeah,
Wow.
And
yeah.
God
I was
bless
into
you.
mad illegals. I sold drugs. I started smoking weed at like 13. Uh, sold drugs. I stole shit. I used to get in street fights. I've been in gang fights. I've been behind. I ran from the cops like two, three times. I've been in cop cars like two, three times. I remember this fucking white cop, man. I was like 13. This nigga put me in the back of the car. He's like, "How old are you? How old are you?" Like some white motherfucker.
Wow.
I was like, "I'm 13." He was like, "My boot size is bigger than your age." Like type
Oh,
shit. One of my friends got his ass beat by the cops so bad. This nigga was 14. Like this Black Lives Matter shit, everybody talking about it now. When you in the streets, the cops been beating niggas' asses. Even kids,
Yep.
nigga.
mm-hmm.
Even kids, nigga.
Uh-huh.
Like they beat this nigga's ass. Like they beat it though. They beat you know that New Jersey Drive. You ever seen New Jersey Drive?
Yep. And one of a
Yeah.
classic movie. Yep.
Yeah, it's a
Mm-hmm.
class movie. Yo, them was like high school kids
That was during
beating
my
they fucking
era. Yeah.
ass. Yeah, yeah, beating their ass. That shit. Hey, I got jacked up, but I never got like stomped out by the police, nigga. My one of my friends got stomped the fuck out. The whole block. They man, listen. When we was in the cop car, when you see like fucking 13-year-old kids in the back of a cop car, everybody on the block come out to see what happened because this shit is crazy. You feel
Yeah.
me? But
Yeah.
yeah, I was involved in shit.
That's crazy.
I
Now,
done.
oh, go ahead.
Mhm. No, no, go ahead. What you gonna say?
No, I was gonna
I like
ask.
this, by the way. I like this story of my life, by the way. It's kind of
No,
entertaining when I.
and thank
It's
you. And
pretty
you know
cool
what?
that you can
I
tell it,
appreciate,
you know.
right. We appreciate that because
Yeah.
a lot of people don't want to put that out there, but we do appreciate you. But we do appreciate you for keeping it real. I don't know why I just choked on my words, but yeah, we really appreciate you for that.
Real talk, man, because I
Yeah,
can tell you, and I'm a Gen Xer. When I was growing up, the gangsters and the fellas back then, it was like a rule. Like, if the young guys back then tried to get involved in any illegal activity with them, it was like, take your little butt home, get your butt back at school. That's just how they got down back then. It was just all knuckles back then. But
Hmm.
nowadays, as we got older, I mean, as I got older, it got a lot more brutal going from 85 into the 90s. That's for sure.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah. The
So,
fights get vicious after and like when you high school, y'all we just bang out, right? You scrap, but the fights get bad after
Yeah.
about like maybe like junior senior year. That's when motherfuckers start pulling out knives. I had a nigga pull a knife out on me because
mm,
my friend was gonna fight him, but he my friend was gonna fight him, and he was popping mad shit, and I just started laughing. I was like, nigga, you ain't about to do shit. So when I was walking on the same block. My friend went in the house for some reason. The nigga seen me, and he's like, nigga, you was laughing, da da da. That nigga whipped out a fucking. He whipped out a little blade and shit. I was
wow.
like, come on, hey
So
nigga,
would you?
pull life on, huh?
Sorry, go ahead. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, no, no. It's straight. No, I'm just saying, like, all that. We was a little older. That's what I'm trying to. That's the point I'm trying to make. You get a little older, and niggas bring knives. They start bringing weapons and shit. You feel me? So it get bad after. I say after like 16, 15, 16. It get bad. That's when niggas start really dying and shit.
Yeah,
I
Mm,
seen a
I
nigga get. I seen a dude get pistol whipped by one pistol. Like this nigga pulled out a gun and pistol whipped him, pointed the gun in his face. This nigga started crying.
mm.
And he's supposed to be gangsters, nigga. Like, yo, for real. I was like, oh shit. Niggas start crying. I seen, man.
So let me ask you
It's
this, Lee.
huh?
Do you think all
God.
of this Do you think all of this is a result of not having fathers in these men's life? All of this gangster stuff, people shooting and robbing and selling drugs. Do you think that's because they didn't have fathers in their lives?
To be honest with you, I don't think so.
No?
A father to me, a father that's just non-active or like a weak father is really not gonna have much of a influence. Like it gotta be a father that's active. You get me? Like, cause I seen dudes like some of these dudes, they sort of had fathers. Their fathers was drunks and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It depends on the father. To be honest with you, in my opinion, but I'll just agree. Like, yeah, you need a good father. You need a father that's active. That's what you need.
Right.
If yeah. So
Well, well,
that's what I was like. I don't know.
let me ask Classy this before we go to Ruby. Did you have both parents in your life?
Yes, actually, and I had a very strong-armed grandfather. He died at 104. He was
Oh wow.
always yeah, growing up, I'm not from really originally from a big city. I'm from Oklahoma City, so he always had me like milking cows and pulling out pregnated horses and stuff like that. He
Oh
always had
God.
me busy, and he always, he was always around. Like my mother was at work, I was always around him. She would drop me off at my grandparents' house, and I had my grandmother and my grandfather, and they were, he had horses, chickens, and cows. He taught me all that stuff. He taught me how to fix an engine on a tractor. I was
Mhm.
always doing some stuff. He did that to keep me out of trouble. So yeah, I had them around.
Yeah. So you grew up differently. You weren't out there hustling on a block and
No,
robbing
I
people.
seen it. I seen it growing up, but most of the time it's funny because my mother used to work in the upper class communities in Oklahoma City. So I was
Mhm.
always around those kids and then around like kids my age and around my own peers. And then I did see some of the kids getting into some wild stuff too. It just wasn't my thing, like consciously I couldn't deal with it. I was like, I was all, you a punk, you a virgin, you ain't nothing. And I just like, okay, whatever. It
But
just
you,
wasn't my thing.
yeah, but you know what else I see from people without fathers, children without fathers?
What's that?
Gang. A lot of them look for fathers in gangs.
True. That's true.
That's like one of the biggest problems I see. They want to be Crips and Bloods and all types of things because they don't
Well,
have
let,
dads in their lives.
let me give you an example. If you take a grown man and you take him to like a nursery, right? You have like baby boys around. What do they usually do? They'll stare at the grown man. They kind of look at him. They won't even blink. They'll just look and dribble
Yeah,
because they're like, wow. I'm thinking in their head, like, wow, is that going what I'm gonna look like when I get older?
exactly, because they don't have a figure.
Yeah.
So,
Uh-huh.
Ruby, hi.
Hey girl. Hey y'all. Hey Classy. Hey youngies.
Hello.
Y- Going on? It's funny because you're just talking about the kids thing. I always think it's interesting to watch the way that kids behave. It tells you a lot about their upbringing, and it's so bad. And it's not always true that the kid doesn't necessarily have a dad, but kids who don't have fathers tend to do this thing where they'll walk up to random men once they start learning the words mommy and daddy and stuff. Then they'll
Mhm.
start like calling random men daddy.
I saw.
Yeah.
I actually see that all the time.
Yep. But they'll call like it's not like they're getting attached to a particular man. It's just, oh, I know a daddy's male, a mommy is the woman next to me. So, oh, you're male daddy? It's like, oh God. And you're like just walking up to random men in the grocery store and you're like, ooh, it makes the mom look so bad when that happens. It's
Yeah.
It
just,
I've seen
does.
that.
but
I never done that, but I think I seen it. Well, a little girl called me daddy one time, but I could
oh,
have
really?
sworn she. Yeah, I could have
Oh,
sworn. No, I think she really thought I was her father. I don't think he wasn't there. I think she thought that I was. She like, daddy. She was real little.
maybe.
Oh,
I don't
damn.
know. It could happen, I guess.
It happens, right? I mean, because I don't really see it like my godson did it. Now, his father was not around because his father wasn't shit. That it wasn't my best friend's fault or whatever. But he just had a problem. He called. all women mommy and all men daddy for a good while. Like he was a preemie, and so he had some processing issues. But it just made my best friend look so bad, right? Because like people figured the mommy thing was like an accident, but
You
everyone
think the
every time she
preemie
was
shit?
daddy, yeah, no, because he was so like I don't know because he called everyone. I was auntie. His mom was mommy, but every woman was mommy except for me. I was auntie. He figured that out, and then every man was daddy. But no one like looks at the mom funny when he starts calling everyone mommy. They're like, oh, that's so cute. But when he starts calling every man daddy, man, you get the dirtiest looks in church everywhere. They'd be like,
Oh
yo,
yeah.
how much men are you bringing around your son? And like,
Exactly. That's what everybody gonna think.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, you know what's crazy? I found a child once. And when I say I found a child, I literally found a child. It was a little girl. She had to be like 3, or 4. And you guys know Coney Island in New York,
I
the
heard of it.
Yeah.
beach?
Yeah, I know
Yeah, so
about it.
I was walking out and I was with a guy friend. And the little girl was just looking around and she grabbed him and she was like, Daddy. And we was like, no. And I grabbed the little girl and I went back into, because I'm like, where's her parents? And I said, you see your mommy? You see your daddy? And she's like about to cry. And I'm like, anybody? Like, I'm just asking people. And they're like, no. So we keep walking. We walked all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way down looking for this little girl's parents. And I found a woman there. She looked like she was a single mother, no men around, but she was like, she didn't even care that I had her daughter. I was like, is this? She was like, Mommy. And she was like, oh, there she is. Thank you. Like,
Wow.
she
Oh
wasn't
my
even
god.
looking. Yeah, she wasn't even looking for this little girl. She wasn't even looking for her. She was just
Wow.
standing there talking to her friends. And she's like, there
I've
she
seen
is.
that
Like,
before.
oh, you seen it too?
Oh yeah, I see. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I seen that before. Especially
Yeah.
when I was little, a lot of single moms they just give their daughter to like the neighborhood like girl group, and I guess they babysit her for the day, and it'd be like little girls babysitting a littler girl, and
Hmm.
Wow.
one little girl, she was a toddler. I remember her name. Her name was Janira. That was her name. It was
Mhm.
little Janira. We didn't know where her mother was. She was up in people's houses. She was
Wow.
at. I'm telling you, this little girl, like, why is she everywhere but her mother is nowhere? I've seen that shit before, so it's. I'm not saying it's common, but I've seen it.
No, I've
It's
seen it. I've seen it
crazy.
where I've known a little kid so well. So well. I know everything about their life for years and I don't know who their mother is. But I see this kid everywhere. This kid, they're at the pool, they're at the grocery store, they're in people's houses, they're at party. I've
That shit
never
is
seen this
dangerous.
kid's mom ever. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
It's super dangerous. And I remember like one of them in the building I was living in. Now, to be fair, this was a little white girl. Um, and I'm like, I thought for a minute she was just grown, but maybe she was like a little person or something. Because it seemed like she was the person responsible for all of the adult type things. Then I found out she was like 9 or 10, and I'm like, where's
Aw.
your mother? And she's like, oh, she tried to lie. Eventually I figured out her mom was on drugs, pretty much. So if this little girl didn't go and get the welfare checks and deposit them and go grocery shopping and take her little siblings to school and stuff, nothing was gonna get done, right? But like I watched that kid like almost her whole life, and I'm like, I didn't know she had a mother. I'm like, I always thought she was someone's, like, there's all these people around, she must be one of their kids, right? No, her mom was just
Mhm.
never there. She was this little 7-year old, 6-year old, 5-year old wandering around with a bunch of grown ass people. She would be at parties sometimes, like at 2 o'clock
Yeah.
in the morning, where big
Yep.
things are wanting, grown folk things, and she's just there chilling on the couch, playing video games with people. You're like,
That's
yeah,
so
I guess she lives here.
scary.
Nope.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
so like I even when I found the little girl, I'm happy I found her. Because
Yeah,
imagine
I'm
a
happy you
predator.
found her.
Yeah, because imagine a predator or a pervert would have found this baby. You know
Yep.
how far I had to
Mm-hmm.
walk to find this baby's mom? Like
Mm-hmm.
way, 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 way down. So I'm just like, I kind of wanted to take the little girl with me. Like I don't think her mom deserves her.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
She doesn't.
Everybody can't have a child. Like they need to put laws in place. Like You got to get pre-qualified to have a child. That's honestly to be honest, like most, like the shit I went through, if there were checks and balances, no, I would never went through none of that shit. Like
Real
you don't
talk.
have to be married, you don't have to bring home a steady income. Like you could just have a baby. You don't have to even get blood work done. Like a lot of people wouldn't even have certain birth defects if you were required to get your blood checked before you have a child. Like there's no requirements.
Yeah,
That's the
Yeah,
fucking
that's
problem.
true. That is true.
Hmm.
back. And you know what's crazy? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ruby, and then I'll
No, no,
go.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, because I was gonna change the subject a little bit. So if you had
Oh, so
something
was
to say,
I. So
okay.
go ahead.
So
Go
all
ahead.
right, I'll say this. You know what's crazy? I think that um you should have a DNA test when the woman, as soon as she gives birth, because there's a lot of fathers being bamboozled into being a father and they're not even the father.
They
Yeah.
I
tried.
agree.
They tried to do that, and they were trying to come up with laws where DNA tests were mandatory, but unfortunately, politics, Congress, they wouldn't allow that stuff to happen because they're getting money from this.
Yeah,
Oh,
but if they even see, the thing is, I hear that argument a lot, but it doesn't actually really matter which man they're screwing over for child support, right? It doesn't.
No, you're
Um,
right. You're right.
right? So
Why doesn't it matter?
because they would still be
Why
getting the money.
Mm-hmm.
So what the
it
necessity is
do
that the
matter?
mother, the necessity is that the mother requires welfare from the state. That's the necessity, because if she goes for welfare, then she has to claim the father, and then they are going to go after the father for child support to recoup some of their losses. So the biggest necessity is that the mother requires welfare, because if the mother doesn't require welfare, then child support might not ever be put in place, period. Right? So it doesn't even matter. That's all that really matters. That's the only thing they really care about, is that the mothers
I,
require government assistance.
She's right.
I thought it mattered though, because if you have one man bringing in more income versus another man, I thought it mattered who they could pin the baby on.
Barely.
No, no,
Mm-mm.
young Yeats. It's just
You could
about
you could
getting the money. Period.
No,
Mm-hmm.
but how much money? Like you could siphon way more resources from a nigga that got it
Well, it's
versus some.
$51 billion a year.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I'm saying? That's the overall. I'm talking about specifically going after a man of means is like way more profitable for the government. That's what I
Well,
would think.
young Yeats, you don't want to discard them because it is happening to them. It's just not happening to them in the
In mass.
masses. I would say
Yeah.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
But a dollar
Okay.
is a dollar to these people. They don't care if it's coming from a rich person or you are a homeless person off the street with a penny in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. They don't care at
uh,
all. In fact, if anything, they would rather it be affecting people who are middle class and lower. And the reason why is because most people who are middle class and lower, they're living paycheck to paycheck at best. And they
Mhm.
don't have the finances to do things like go to court, and make a problem for the state, which is going to cost the state money. And then they're losing some money, by trying to fight these things. So they would much rather just some broke dude who's barely making ends meet suddenly get slapped with this back child support of $10,000, and now going forward $200 a month. They would rather that, because they understand inherently that that group of men has a much smaller likelihood of having the financial resources to fight back. Right? Whereas in
That's
a
true.
guy who has a lot more money, sure, your initial, oh, well, now we can claim more. But the problem is that he's got high paid lawyers and he's got time. So
Right.
he can
Good
come and
point.
show up.
yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point.
that's a great point. I didn't think of it that way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But see, I mean, and I know, I'm not trying to have this whole discussion. I'm really not, but just kind of, in this realm, right? So with them repealing Roe v. Wade, and I know there's some people who are obviously not pro-choice, they're pro-life and whatever. But one of the many reasons I'm pro-choice actually does have specifically to do with this issue, because when you have ain't shit no count people bringing human beings into the world, and now you take away any of those ain't shit no count people's options to not bring a human into the world that they know they can't provide for. They are never going to take care of properly. They're not going to stop drinking. They're not going to stop doing drugs. They're not going to stop all of their dysfunctional lifestyle. They're not going to start taking folic acid, and just all of the damage that you see as it is this bottom barrel of. And let's be real, it's the bottom of society that is reproducing at a much faster rate anyway.
Of course.
Right?
Yep.
Of course.
Now, more of those people, if you take away the right to choose, do you know how many extra guys the very next year are going to be on child support?
I
You know how
thought
many
about
extra?
that.
Oh my
Right?
God, I
Like,
thought about that.
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, this is why I tell people, like, pick a struggle, right? Either you are anti what they're doing with child support now, or you are anti-abortion, but you can't be both. Because if you don't like what
You
they're
know
doing
what?
against men and
You're
child support,
right. You're right in theory, but you could make it pro-choice or pro-life. A lot of girls, especially in the hood, they'll get pregnant and they'll have the laws on the books to go through with terminating the pregnancy, and they don't. My ex-girlfriend, her sister got pregnant with her best friend's man when she was like 17 or something like that, right? And the dude was like, abort it. The dude was saying it, and she don't want to abort it. So in theory, of course, pro-choice, right? But a lot of these hood hoes, they don't want to abort. They
That's what
want
I'm
to have those
saying.
babies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They
they're
don't.
the
It doesn't
they
blueprint.
want
matter.
that
That's what I'm
money.
trying to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
It
Though.
ain't.
They're
It
the
ain't. No, the
blueprint.
nigga was broke. The nigga was broke. It wasn't about the money. I don't know
Oh,
what it's about. He
it's
was
about
broke as
money. It's
hell.
about attention. It's about a lot of things. But that's what I'm saying. They are the blueprint. Those women who don't even want better for themselves, who don't even have an inkling of caring about what bringing this life forward is going to mean, or about the consequences. Those women, okay, those women are the blueprint of what will happen when you take away the option. Because then millions more women are going to join them. Because once they're forced into the option, the problem is people say, oh, there's adoption's an option. That is absolutely true. And if only we did not have a bunch of Black children who from birth until literally they age out of the system, stay in the system, then I might actually care about that as like a valuable option for Black babies. But the fact of the matter is the majority of Black babies, even if there's nothing wrong with them and whatever, and they go into the system almost immediately, stay in the foster system, which is not really very great for the majority of kids anyway. And there's a lot of horror
Oh
there as
no, I
well.
honestly, the foster care system is a better option than single motherhood for a lot of people. And I know that
Mm,
sounds terrible. No, I know it
Yeah.
sounds terrible, but they're doing such a bad job at raising their children. It's better that they're given over to a government agency like that. And for one of the biggest reasons is foster care, they pay for your college tuition. They sometimes do. Like if you make it
no,
into college, they're way more inclined to pay for you than your mother.
no,
They do
no.
this in
Okay,
New
you
York.
don't
The
want to
government
hear me.
does not. No,
I know a dude. I know a dude that got his college tuition paid for because
it,
he was in the foster system.
no. Maybe he
Some
got a
dudes join the
scholarship
army, huh?
or a grant. Maybe he got a scholarship or a
No,
grant.
he didn't. He wasn't
Yeah.
that smart. No. He didn't. He would have told me that. He would have told me
Yeah,
that.
but
He
scholarships and grants are not just for smart people. So there are
No,
grants and
I know that, but
scholarships.
he would have told me that. He would have told me that. Okay, he got his tuition covered because he was in like an orphan or something like that. They'll cover you because the state is really your parents. Versus if
No,
you have biological parents
okay, so if
that
he's
don't.
actually an orphan, that's different. So if you're an
That's what I'm
orphan,
talking about, though.
no, but that actually has nothing to do with you being a ward of the state. That actually had to do with his parents dying and whatever when they were working and they
Uh huh.
had they had their policies through work, they had their 401ks or their life insurance or their old age pension or whatever, right?
Uh
And
huh.
so because my sister had the same thing when her mom died, right? When my sister became of age, suddenly she was eligible for a bunch of money from the not just from her mom's payoff or whatever, but actually from the government for her because her mom died. Right. So that's different than just being a ward of the state, your parents saying shit and you were put in foster care or you were
Yeah,
abandoned, but your parents are alive. It's very different.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
makes sense.
I
Yeah.
maybe for that, but in this instance, this guy got hooked up. Granted, he never had parents So, it's a trade-off. It's just a trade-off. But a lot of times, some of these single parents, these single mothers do such a bad job, that these kids will be better off being properties of the state. It's messed up, but it's true.
Well,
Yeah, because
honestly,
some
most
of them,
foster parents do too, and that's, I mean, the amount of horrific abuse, death. I mean, the foster system is no picnic, and yeah, I'm gonna obviously talk about the worst cases and the horror stories and whatever, but the system, most people who've gone through it would never wish that on like their worst enemy. Like it's
hmm
not a great
Yeah.
system
like
at all.
exactly, and they've been touched, graped, all types of stuff. I've heard horror stories too. Will be it's
Yep.
I've seen
Because
yeah.
it.
most
Oh
of the
my
foster
goodness.
most of the foster parents are just like an Asian no count single mother. They're in the
Mhm.
system because they want the free money from the government. They don't
Yeah.
Yep.
even use the money for the kids or for the benefit of the kids, and they'll have like 7 8 kids in their house and then have those kids eating like expired cereal 3 times a
hmm
day. What Meanwhile they're going on vacations and eating lobster shit. No, I'm serious.
You're
They
telling the
cover these
truth.
stories all the time. It's horrific.
It's just hood
um
shit.
right? You have to remember, like, unfortunately, if we actually really had great foster parents, right? If those weren't like 1 in a million, then I would agree. But the problem is, and this is the thing, people talk about these things like the guy in the chat saying, "Oh, well, come on, adoption," and like, do you know the statistics? Because a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't actually know what really happens. And what a lot of people also don't realize is this: no matter how ancient no count the woman is, no matter how firmly she thinks she's going to give a baby up for adoption, it's really hard. You get flooded with all these hormones when you're pushing this baby out, and then you look at that baby and you knew keeping that baby was a horrible idea in every way, and then you keep it anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
Right? And
I
Yup,
then
agree
what's the
with
yup,
that.
fallout to the kid, to the
yup.
father who didn't even know she was going to have a baby, to everybody? Like, there's a lot more to it than people realize.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Oh yes.
so much to it. Yeah, Classy, you sound like you have something on your mind.
No,
That
no,
you
I was just agreeing because I've seen it. That's why I said
Yeah.
I can't. There's nothing to
Mhm.
rebuttal because I've seen this.
That's what I
That's
said.
the
They keep the
point.
baby. They keep the baby. It doesn't matter. There could be the dustiest nigga in the planet. They gonna keep that baby. So the
But it goes
pro-choice,
back to what
pro-life
she
joint, it don't.
said, though. It goes back to what she said with all the emotions and stuff that comes with it. It is a
Mm-hmm.
lot.
Yeah.
I've seen this, and that's why I was like, she's right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the worst part is, right, for a lot of these people, I mean, I know a few that, you know what, that mother hated them or that father hated them their whole lives. And yet, you know what, they couldn't, they didn't give them away. Like, give them away at least. They have a better
Thank
chance
you.
of being in a house with people who
Right.
don't hate them. But it's
Yep.
like the parents can't. It's like, I'm going to keep you and punish you for living because you
It's
remind me
abuse.
of,
Of your
Yeah.
yeah,
father.
you
You
remind me of
look
your
like
father. You
your
remind me of the time
daddy.
your mom, my wife cheated on me, and you look like that man she was screwing, or whatever it is, right? Like
Mhm.
there's so much punishment going to this poor innocent child, and rather
Yep.
than just give the kid away, you know what? Let me tell y'all how far these ain't shit no count parents will go, because this, I have a story time. Yes, that's right.
Uh
Um,
oh.
so my cousin, and this is an American story because I know y'all like to say all the time, "Oh, Canada." No, this is in okay. So because I told y'all I have family in America, and I spent a lot of time with my family in America. So in Charlotte, North Carolina, I have family, first cousins and stuff. And at one point, we went down there. I was probably about 14 or 15, I think, the first time I went down there. And my cousin had this kid. Well, my mom's first cousin, so my second cousin had this kid. She's like 3 years old, and she's a little Southern belle. She was cracking me up because
Oh,
she was so advanced for her age. The way she was speaking, you would swear to God she was older. And she's like, "A lady sits with her legs crossed. A lady does not splay her knees." That's the first thing she said. They picked us up from the airport. We tired. And so this little girl's telling me, "But I need to cross my legs." I was like, "Who is this?" And she was gorgeous. I loved her. She was like my favorite. So we went
oh.
back we went back like a year later. And so my cousin had bought this unfinished mansion. It was very unfinished, and we were staying in the unfinished mansion. And then we got to see the way my then 4-year-old cousin was living. This little girl, her father was not taking care of her in any significant way. And we found out basically what happened was he was with the mother. Him and the mother broke up. She took the kid when the kid was like a toddler and moved to New York. But then she found a man who is going to give her the lavish lifestyle and everything she wanted and proposed to her. And the only way he would marry her, though, is if she didn't have the kid anymore. So the mother drove her kid from New York to North Carolina, knocked on the father's door and said, she's your problem now, and left her there.
Oh
Right?
no.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
And he didn't want this kid either, obviously. So this little girl, there was this dirty, blackened, I swear to God, blackened, dirty tub. And this little girl would fill that tub with water and bathe herself in it, but she also washed her clothes by hand in that same filthy ass tub. She would use the moldy cheese and bread from the fridge and make herself her little lunch to go to school. We were just watching this horror show. So I was there for the whole summer. I took care of her. And towards the end of the summer, I got to go back now. It's, school time for me. And I'm like, Mom, can we take her? Like, I'll take care of her. She's the same age as my baby sister. I already, take care of my sister after school. Like, we can take care of her. We got a room for her, whatever. So we talked it over. We talked to her father. He said, yeah. So we brought her with us to Canada. And oh my God, we bought her a whole new wardrobe and stuff. She had her own bed. She loved my grandmother. She loved my little sister. She was really happy and flourishing. She actually got some color in her cheeks, a little bit of weight on her. Everything was great. Now her father comes down for Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, right? And he said he was here for like 3 days. And on the third day, we were going to go to church because we used to go to church regularly. And he said he didn't want to go. He just wanted to hang out with his daughter for the day because they were going to leave soon. All right, cool. We came back to a note and he's like, I just couldn't leave her. And he had taken her back to America. So we're hoping at the very least, I mean, we cried for days, but we're hoping maybe he learned something. Maybe he really did miss her. Maybe he'll really take care of her. He did
Did you
not.
ever see her again? Did you?
I'll tell you what happened from then.
Okay.
So what happened from then, he got married to this next woman. That next woman used to physically and verbally abuse her all the time. They had a bunch of more kids, like maybe 4 or 5 kids, and he bought them a house and then left his daughter, my cousin, in the unfinished mansion. But obviously she can't be there by herself, especially when she told the school she was there by herself. So he had his friend move into the unfinished mansion to watch his daughter that he never saw. And so when the friend started sexually assaulting her at 7 years old, and this went on for 5 years, and she kept trying to tell the school system whatever, and no one would really listen to her. They finally decided to listen and spoke to the father. The father said she's a liar and she's a this and she's a that, and they just left her there. And so finally, when she was about 13 is when the assault became very violent. At that point, they started noticing bruising on her, abnormal bleeding, whatever. So they started believing her, and they said, okay, well, is there somewhere you can go? And she said, well, my auntie, my cousin in Canada, they called us and they asked us, would we take her? We said yes. We said, yeah, no question. Yes, we'll take her.
Wow.
Her father refused. Her father refused, would not let her cross the border, would not let us come and take her. So he would rather her stay there and being abused. So within a year from then, because now she's starving all the time, her father won't even buy her tampons, clothes, nothing. So her and her little friends get into little petty crime, really, in essence, to eat and whatnot. She ends up going to prison more than once. And then she was in prison when we were looking for her, but her father kept lying and saying she was with her mother in New York. And then the reason why I know she was in prison is because it hit the news that her and her cellmate decided to plot they robbed a pizza delivery man, and then, they didn't want to go to jail for extra time. So like, oh, maybe we should kill him. And that hit the news, that they made this stupid little plot. And that's how I found out she was really in prison. And yeah, so that's what happened. That's what happened to my little cousin, because the system doesn't work at all. They don't care. People get overlooked all the time, unfortunately. And then even when you do have family that cares and whatever that's out there, if the parents don't care, and the parents are, he had money. He had a key to his $1 million safe around his neck. He had 2 flourishing businesses, including a restaurant, but his daughter wasn't allowed to eat any of the food from the restaurant, right? They don't care.
That's
You got a little
amazing.
hush hush money, they don't care.
Yeah, I wouldn't even, if I didn't know you, I wouldn't even believe that story. But I know you're
Right.
truthful. But that story was just sick.
Yeah.
Like, I literally almost threw up as you were telling that story.
It's I mean, she found a man. So basically, now update to her life. She's married to a good guy. So good guy, good looking guy too. I was happy. And you know, they
Oh,
have a couple kids, and you know, it's a beautiful house they live in. Like she really turned her life around. And thank God, because she was a brilliant young little lady there, and she was a little lady. You know what I mean? She was more of a lady than I'll ever be. At 3, she was already a lady. So I'm happy she did the hard work. She, you know, sought therapy. She did a lot of work on herself, both when she was in prison and out. You know, she had to do a lot of work to forgive her parents, even though I don't forgive her parents, but whatever. And you know, for her to be now an amazing mother, and I see her posting stuff, and you know, and I'm like, wow, like she did it, because most people can't. Most people who went through what she went through, they would be whores on the street. You know what I mean? They'd be drug addicts. They would probably just be repeating the cycle, abusing their own kids if they had any. You know what I mean? And
you
it's like
know it.
she
Yeah.
fixed it. She managed, and I'm like, she's one in a million who get themselves out of that cycle before it goes too far. But it's just wow, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
so like I told you guys, I just had to tell you guys really quickly without getting into the details. I love that kid, like she is my sister, like she was, you know, a little low key, like she was my daughter. I was taking care of her almost full time, right? And to know that we couldn't save her, there was nothing we could do, and her father took her back into hell, and not even to have her. It's not like he wanted to take her back into his house and then abuse her there. No, he abandoned her in some unfinished,
That's
unclean
them hood
mansion.
ass parents, man. That's they want you, but they don't want you. That's a lot
That's
of hood
that,
parents.
Yeah.
that's that spiteful stuff. When they see they're doing well, then all of a sudden they want them back. I've seen that story millions of
Uh, uh,
times,
uh,
and they
my
Mm-hmm.
don't do
family,
they don't do
my
nothing
oh
for
my
them.
god,
Yep.
god.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
my
Mm-hmm.
family, my family is interesting. None of us, we only got one baby mama. Actually, we got two now, but the second one, she's well in her 30s and she became a baby mama. But we have only one baby mama out of every. You know why? Because our parents, they blamed us for their poverty. So they blamed us for all of their mistakes. Now all of us, like my generation, we don't
Mm-hmm.
want to have kids for shit until we got mad fucking money. Like
Mm-hmm.
nobody, the dudes and the women, like we only have one
Mm-hmm.
legit. She a baby mom and she got pregnant. Like 19 or some shit like that. And then she just had a second kid, but that's it. That's it. Out of everybody else, and I know why. It's because they put the blame on us for their failures. This is what
Yeah.
I think, and
Mm-hmm.
so we internalize that shit, and we're like, nah, I ain't doing kids until I'm fucking 50, nigga. Like, and I
Yeah.
get it for like the men of our family because the men in my family, like, all they do is work. They don't do shit but work.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the women, I don't know what the fuck they do, but the point is, they're not they're like I'm not. I gotta take care of it. I gotta raise it. I gotta do all that shit. I'm only doing it when I get like real bread. That's the mentality. So there's
Mm-hmm.
that.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, and you see a lot of like our generation kind of making these decisions. I'll say the millennial generation very specifically is all of their decisions on marriage and family are so predicated on what they experienced and what the last generation they did and the mistakes they made and not wanting to make those mistakes. Like all I ever wanted to do was to have a family. I wanted to get married. I wanted to be married at like 16 and I wanted to start my
Mhm.
own family. And, you know, I was never going to be a divorced parent. I was never going to have a broken home. I was going to show my kids, you know, unconditional positive regard and support and love. And I was never going to make them feel like, you know, there was some battle for love or acceptance, or I was never going to abandon them. I was basically just not going to be my parents, right? Like that was my
Mhm.
whole goal in life. But then because of my fear of being my parents, right, I was so hyper aware or critical of like the littlest fault or problem between me and a guy I was dating or whatever, like because I didn't, if I could possibly see divorce in our future, there's no way I'm gonna have a kid with you. Are you crazy? No, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna ruin this
Yeah.
kid's life just like my parents ruined my life, right? And I've always kind of blamed the divorce and their inability to get along with
Yeah.
how my life turned out. I mean, I could blame that they were teen parents, but in a way, I feel like if they had stayed together, if they had loved each other, if they had continued building a family, that wouldn't have been the problem. It's just like one day they were both finally ready to settle down and have a family, and they were in their 30s, and I was already 15, 16. And they didn't want a 15, 16-year-old, right? They wanted a 2-year-old. And, you know, I wasn't 2. So
Right.
they couldn't reverse back the hands of time. So it's almost like they just wanted me to kind of disappear. Well, you're old enough to take care of yourself at 15. And suddenly I had no parents. Like, just very suddenly I had no parents one day. And it's like, you know, I can't say it's the most traumatic story versus a lot of other people's, right? But I
Mhm.
just didn't, when you go to the school with the rich white kids, or even just the normal middle class kids, and no one's parents are divorced but yours, and you're one of like 3 black kids, and all the black kids are either in divorced homes or single parent homes, and all of the
Mhm.
white kids are in 2-parent homes, and it seems like they're just thriving, and they have opportunities you don't have, and they just have
Mhm.
understandings about life you don't have, and they have a future built you don't have, you know, and freedoms you
Yeah.
don't have, and you're just like, man, I
That
want to be them. Right?
yeah,
It seeps
that's
Exactly.
into a
not no hood
child.
school.
Well, it seeps into a child's brain when they see that. It's like, well, why come I can't have that? What was it
Mm-hmm.
about me or
Me.
my parents why I couldn't have the same thing the white kids had or the Asian kids had?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
The white kids had a married mother and father. The black kids
It,
didn't. So
it
But you
ain't
know what
just
though?
that. It ain't just that.
It's not just
It
that,
ain't just
because my sister's
yeah.
white. I mean, for all intents and purposes, she's white. If you look at me, I'm the black one, she's the white one. And my sister's parents didn't stay together very long. But you know what my sister has? My sister has a kind of love and support from our shared parent that I've never had, and I don't think I ever will. Or type of like love and understanding, compassion, just parenting that I still
Yes.
don't have, and I
Mhm.
didn't have. I never will have, and she will always have, no matter what she does, no matter how she treats anybody, no matter how much she screws up, no matter how selfish she is, she will always have a parent that I never had access to.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of white parents, they help their children more. That's all it is. They help
mhm.
them. Like there's a lot of shit that you could just tell a child or tell your young person, like just knowledge. They like my mother. I don't even know my mother. Like we like don't talk like in depth about
Mm-hmm.
shit, about women, men. I remember I asked my mother, I asked her about my father. She gets like almost offended, like
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
almost like I said, Mom, why you have so many goddamn kids? I should have been the only child. I be saying shit like that to her, and
You did
you know what I'm
like that
saying?
too, don't you?
Yeah, and of course she'll be offended by that, but that's just me being a
Yeah.
dick. The point is, we don't really have in-depth conversations about nothing regarding anything with my future. I'm gonna say that.
Mhm.
Like, let me be frank. Let me be frank. I don't think my mother. Okay, I know my father didn't, but I don't think my mother gave a flying. I don't think she gave a fuck if I went to college. She wasn't gonna pay shit. Like that was one, and she got money too. Like my mother's a workaholic. She ain't paying shit. I said, damn, you's a badass parent. Like you a
Mm-hmm.
real bad parent when you don't want to pay for your kids' college. That's real fucking bad.
That's
Like
real
you're
bad.
fucked up.
That's like the worst. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's my mother. She don't. She just never. She had children. My mother had children, so it could benefit her
Her. Mm.
only. Only. It wasn't for the children and their life. She had children for selfish ass reasons, like real selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the only reason why she had children.
You
That's
gotta
the only
I think
reason.
remember
my
She had
that.
grandmother
4
only
children.
had children by accident. I'm almost positive that every single one of my grandmother's children were just had by accident. When she had the last one, she said, well, you know what? I probably need a man to take care of all of these kids, because all 3 of her kids were by different men. This is in
Wow.
Jamaica. And my
Yeah.
mom was born in 65, and she's the middle one. Right. And so this is in Jamaica. She needed someone to take care of them kids. So she's like, all right, cool. I'll marry you, I guess. And then he went to Canada in 1970, bought a house, started working, and slowly for her and for all of her kids to come to Canada, right? Including the eldest kid, who by then was like 14, 15, 16, and, you know, knew his father and definitely didn't give respect to, you know, this new man in the house or whatever, right? But here's the thing: my
Hmm.
grandmother clearly had no interest in being a mother. In fact, she died with most of her kids very bitter and screwed up. Um, and the thing is, my mom remembers the day she stopped mothering. My youngest uncle didn't even ever have a mother. My mom was 12 years old. She says she remembers. It was like maybe 2 months after my youngest uncle had been brought to Canada, And she said she remembers looking at her mom and knowing there was something weird about her face when she walked out the door. And she said the woman who came back had no mother in her eyes anymore. She just wasn't a mother. And that was it. She was done.
Yeah.
Right? All
Yeah.
of the woman detail and duties and mothering fell on my
Yeah.
mom and my grandfather going forward. And that was it. My grandmother was just done. She was done with parenting. That was it. So if you didn't have enough by then, oh well.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's real shit.
Yeah.
That's real shit. I don't know how a woman detaches. Like it's your
Right.
freaking nature to be nurturing. It's your nature, and they'll detach. Like just detach. Like damn, nigga, you was cold,
Mm-hmm.
cold as hell. Like I get the fathers a little bit, but the mothers just like I don't feel like doing this shit no more. Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially with their daughters. The mothers and
Yeah.
daughters
Mm-hmm.
are bad, right, Ruby?
Oh my
Like,
God. Yeah.
right. Like they treat us like my mom, she was always a good mom, but it seems like my brother got better treatment than me because he was a boy. Like my
Mm-hmm.
brother can literally say the same thing I said, but she'll get so annoyed at me for saying it. And she won't,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Mm-hmm. That's
like,
how I can't tell my mom nothing about even my own life that has nothing to do with her. To this day, I'm 37 years old. I'm a grown ass woman. I should be able to
right?
tell my mother something about my life, my health condition, or whatever. But no, but her random assumption or fleeting thought, I'm supposed to be like, oh my God, you're so brilliant. I never thought of that before. Oh my God, mom, you're the greatest ever. If I don't treat my mom like that, every time she opens her mouth, it's a problem. You can hear it. She starts getting snappy
yeah,
and angry and frustrated that she's gotta go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why you mom? But why are you talking like that, mom?
Yeah.
Why are you so upset for, mom? Like she
Yeah.
can't handle it.
She always talks to me like that, and I don't understand why. But I don't know. It's just annoying. Like,
A mother and
it-
daughter's dynamic is kind of weird. I mean, I'm just kind of like, they seem like y'all don't get along very well.
At all.
at
No.
all. And it's probably because they're looking at the younger version of them, the hotter, sexier, younger, and it kind of annoys them.
Could be a good point.
I know
Yeah.
it
Well,
sounds
yeah.
weird, but
no,
that's what I think it
that's
is,
true. I think that's
right?
true for most, but you know what? It doesn't explain everything because my mother's favorite thing is how beautiful I am. It's my mom. When people go, "Oh my God, your daughter's so beautiful," she'll go, "Thanks, she looks just like me." Right? Like it's my mom's favorite thing about me is how beautiful and talented and intelligent I am. As soon as you have something to praise about me, my mom is there for it all day. Apparently, when I'm not there, all she does is talk about how wonderful and amazing and beautiful and precious I am. So that's not my mom's problem. It's almost like I think what my mom's issue has always been because I was so like I mean if I told y'all my IQ you'd be like yeah right like it's that crazy high. I was very advanced from a very young age as far as like intelligence and as far as my abilities, and I was very old looking before my time. Like by the time I was like 5 I was almost as tall as she was, and I was whatever. So I think what happened
Damn, your
is
mother must be shorter.
my mom is short. She's 5'2.5". She says she's 5'2.5". I was just also a very tall
She's
kid.
my height.
Yeah. So what happened though is that in a lot of ways, when you think about what a 5-year-old is and what a 5-year-old needs from their parents, I stopped needing that from my parents at maybe 3, 2, and so there wasn't as much maybe she could teach me and guide me and as hands-on in a way as she would want. And then I was also a tomboy, so there were just things I wasn't interested in her teaching me, like all of the little frilly womanly stuff that women like to do. I just wasn't into a lot of that. So I think it's just like for my mom it's almost frustrating she never got to hands-on rear me in some ways, or I didn't look up to her like, oh my God, I can't believe you know how to do that. How do you do that? Teach me, mommy, because I just figured it out really fast. And then it's like,
Yeah.
maybe that like on some
That's it.
insecurities, like how did I figure that out at 8 when she couldn't figure that out until she was like 25. So I
Right.
don't I
That
think
is
it's an
that.
insecurity. So I think it's an insecurity thing. The insecurity might be about age and beauty, or it might be about other things. But I do think it's an insecurity thing from one woman to the other.
Definitely. And you know what else? Do anybody on here's mom think that you should take care of her just because she had you?
Yeah.
Is that a big
No.
problem in the Black
No,
community?
not
Like,
mine.
these mothers are like, well, you should do this for me and you should do that for me and come do this. Like, they want to use you. You're already grown. So why are they like trying to use you to do things for them? if that make any sense.
That's true. I mean, my mom's not like that. My mom is very much the opposite way. She thinks everyone in the world should care about me and help me. And then if she'll offer to help me, like, oh, should I carry that for you? You're back. But then she'll just hand it to anyone else in the group, even if that other person's already like laden down with children and stuff. Like, she don't care about anyone but me. So my mom's not like that, but I think she's extra not like that because her mother was very much like that. Like, my grandmother was very much like that whole guilt thing. And, I'm your mother, and how are you gonna say such mean things about me? How are you not gonna help me? I'm your mother. I was in labor with you for this amount of time, and how dare you? And I brought you into this world. You wouldn't even have life without. You wouldn't have that job without me. You can't even give your mother one little $100. What's wrong with you, man?
Oh
the
my
crying
God,
and the noise.
Oscar goes
Yeah.
to.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's how these mothers are. And I'm just like, why? My mom is like that low key a little bit. Like, she's not like as dramatic as your grandmother, but she's kind of like that. She thinks I owe her something because she gave birth.
Yeah, that's a
So,
lot of them.
My mother's the total opposite, though. My mother, I would try to help my mother, and she would be like, no, 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 no. I just want to see you. Just come back home from time to time. That's just how she was. Now, on the other hand, my aunt, she treats her kids like that. Oh, you always with your wife. You don't never come and see me and all that. I'm like, he's married. And you married. You got a husband, too.
Oh, is she married?
Yeah, she's married too. She's been married to a man for about 30 years. It's like, well, you don't come and see me. It's like, well, he has a wife as well. How do you want that? My mother would step in and be like, woman, STFU.
You know what? I have a question about the marriage though, because I noticed so with my ex, his mom was very much like that, and his parents were married since before he was born, right? But what I realized is her husband was not a very invested husband. Like, he wasn't the type of husband to like be there, or even spend time with his wife really, or acknowledge her existence or whatever she wanted to do. He didn't want to do, and that's like anything literally, right? So she was very lonely. So even though she wasn't a single mother, she might as well have been. And even though he wasn't exactly a husband, he kind of was, because if his mom wanted someone to escort her to anything for what she needed to bring her son, because her husband wasn't about that life. He just wasn't going to bother. So, I think sometimes, I don't know about your aunt, that's what I'm asking, right? But I'm like, I'm guessing your parents, they were active participants in their marriage as well as in their household. So then you have like a teammate,
Well, it was weird because everything you said about now those dynamics do exist, where you have women have husbands that don't pay no attention to them. But he did. He used to take her traveling. They would go to the bingo hall, the tavern, and get something to drink. He was always dancing with her in the living room. But every time the son and the the wife came over, when we have like these gatherings for family, Mama, how you doing? You don't call me, you don't visit. I'm looking at this dynamic. I'm like, you got a husband that's always in your face 24/7 talking about he love you. He give her like 30,000 kisses. Baby, I love more smooches and stuff. And I'm like, but you're still hung up on your son.
Wow.
It's an odd dynamic.
Yeah, that's weird. Everything I could think of psychology-wise to explain that, you're saying like, no, it doesn't apply in this case. So maybe she just independently has like attachment disorder issues. Like she developed attachment disorders. I don't know. That's weird.
You know what? I think. Well, let me say this: the husband that she's married to is not the biological father to him. Okay, that could be the reason, because she met her husband. She married her husband when they were like, when she was in her 50s. Like, he's an older gentleman. Okay, so the father, their father, died like I think about 10 years ago. So I think that's probably where that attachment still inherited inside of her, because even with all the loving he's getting, he's dancing with her. You're the sweetest woman in the world. When that son come around, you don't never come and visit me. You don't never say hi to me. You don't pick up the phone 30 seconds a day. I'm like, I look at my mother.
Well,
I'm like,
at least
God
it
bless
came
that
from
you are not
somewhere.
like that.
At least it came from somewhere.
I look at my mother like, I'm glad that you're not like this.
You got a good mom. You got a good mom. Period. You got a good mom, because at least, man, listen, my mother, like I said, when she birthed us, my mother been had like this, for lack of a better word, she been had this like fuck you energy. Like she was been like that, and I
What?
didn't notice it. I didn't notice it when I was young because I didn't know what to expect from a parent. But as I got older, oh, I seen it from it was like that from day one. Like when she birthed, when she birthed us, it was almost a form of human trafficking. Like Melody, she
Yeah,
expects us to do for her, period. And anything she does for us is she want returns, like real returns. You
yeah.
feel me? Like
Yeah. Hmm.
that. So you had a good one, I would think,
Oh no,
because
I mean I'm not complaining at all. I mean the only problem that I have with my mother is she's very stubborn. She smokes cigarettes. I try to get her to stop. She'll shun me off. So that's about it. So I will say I had a pretty good mother.
yeah, my mother, she don't even smoke cigarettes. That's the crazy.
My mother
My mother don't
kills
even
them,
do.
dude. Jesus,
She
she
didn't do
kills
drugs
cigarettes.
or anything?
Nah, my mother ain't do drugs or nothing. She's just her heart is like cold as ice. She's
Mm,
cold, like real cold. Like she's
Mhm.
selfish as shit. Real, it's
Mm.
real bad.
Yep,
Yeah. You got
that's my
if you want
grandmother.
something if you want something from her, you have to manipulate her. Like you have to manipulate her. You gotta
you got to finesse
almost
her.
you could say that. You could bribe her, finesse
Okay.
her, like you could kiss her ass if you want. You have to manipulate her. She's just really not gonna give you nothing. Like my
No,
mother,
I got aunts like that.
Mm.
Trust me, I know where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Me
like
too.
she shit. Like I went to live with my aunt when I was in like my senior year of high school, and my mother didn't even want to buy me a winter coat. Like that's when,
Damn.
huh?
I'm sorry. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, yeah,
New
yeah.
York.
Listen, I used to catch all kind of bronchitis and shit because I used to walk to school, and I used to catch all kind of. I used to get the worst flus and the
Mm.
worst shit. My mother didn't even want to buy us like real winter gear. We get like a cheap ass coat, and this is up north. This was up north. This is in New York. Like,
It
like,
is
dude,
cold here.
God
Yeah.
bless
fucking
you.
cold as hell. Like everybody went to Florida when I was here, like senior year. I stayed up here. I stayed up because I wanted to finish high school with everybody I knew. I didn't want to go to Florida and start with these Florida kids at senior year. I wanted to go, prom and everything with everybody I knew. So I stayed up
Mhm.
here. She didn't want to send me no money for nothing. For nothing. I was like 16, 17, nothing. Like and she had it. It ain't like she ain't have it. Okay, she bought a house down here. Okay, she has it, but she didn't want to give it. So it's like I'm telling you, and it's not like she a crackhead. It ain't like she on drugs. I'm just telling you, like how she is as a person, and I don't know if it's everybody that's came from my circumstances could relate, but she was cold as hell, cold as fuck, cold as fuck. That's how she is. I don't know. It's messed up, and it's on purpose too. It's like child neglect. It's child neglect. It's on purpose. She knows what she's
Mhm.
doing.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's child
Yeah.
neglect. Yeah. Mhm.
My grandmother was exactly like that to everyone except for me. And so there was all kinds of, I mean, my uncles to this day, my uncles have even set up a plot to kill me apparently because they thought that my grandmother had left me some crazy amount of money that she never owned when she died, which is not true. She literally split whatever money she had between her three kids, but whatever. But the reason why I was treated differently, I figured this out finally, is because I was the only person who was not even not trying to get her love, but I wasn't interested in having it. Because as long as she was going to treat my mother poorly, I wanted no part of her. And I would tell her off for the way she would speak to my mom and whatever, because my mom was just trying so hard, anything to get this woman to just like not even to love her, but she was just trying to like get her mom to be proud of her or just appreciative or something. And my grandmother wouldn't give her nothing, not even an inkling. And she'd be so mean to her and just break her down. I see my little teeny tiny 5'2" mom driving with little tears in her eyes, trying to like suck it up. And oh my, I would just get livid. I'm very protective of my mother. I'm very protective of my parents, regardless of whatever they've done or not. That's just how I am.
Mhm.
And I would flip out. I put her in her place all the time. And I think because I was the only person who wanted no part of whatever she had to give, she was very, it's almost like it flipped the script. And so she was very interested in trying to make me invest in wanting her love. So I was the one who, like, everyone else only gets stuff from her. She wanted to buy it for you and give it to you, even if it's the wrong color, the wrong thing, you definitely don't need it, can't use it, whatever it is, and she should know these things. It doesn't matter. That's all she's getting you. I was the only person who got everything by design. And if I said, I don't like this, okay, let's go exchange it and stuff like that. Like, people would get so mad, but it's like, no, because I didn't care. I would be like, I don't care, give it to someone else. I don't want it.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's
Well,
how I
because you know I hate orange, so no, I don't want it.
that's
It's
how
fine.
I am.
Thanks.
That's how I am with my mother. Like I wrote her off like a while ago now. Like I wrote
Mm-hmm.
her off. Like I don't even talk to her or nothing. Now all of a sudden she be acting like real friendly. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
there is shit you could do or say or even give me that's ever gonna make me treat you like I did previously. I'm never gonna treat you good. Like never.
Right.
So yeah, I wrote her off a long ass time ago. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so you're right about the flip the script shit. Like,
Yep.
I guess everybody else didn't, but that's when you're dealing with a narcissist. That's what
Mhm.
happens sometimes.
Yep.
You fucking narc, and you when you start treating them like how they deserve to be treated,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? Things start looking a little bit differently. That's all it is.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is. And I wish my uncles did the same thing. Unlike, okay, my mom was the only one who, no matter what my grandmother did, no matter how horribly she treated her, no matter how many special occasions she ruined, including my mom's wedding, whatever my grandmother did, my mother was determined to love her mother and to honor her mother and a blah blah blah. And when my grandma got sick and had cancer, and my mom ran around for years running herself into the ground to help her mother, right? My mom's brothers didn't, because they were so angry and bitter for all the ways she had manipulated them into doing sometimes criminal things, even, amongst other things my grandmother has done to her children. And at one point, my uncle wrote a letter. It was probably about 30 pages long, and he just literally listed all of her sins of all of their lives against all of her children and grandchildren, right? And my grandmother wouldn't read it at first. And then she made my mom read it to her, and she cried. She's like, "Why would my son say such horrible things about me?" Like, no, he didn't say you're a B, you're a this, you're that. He just listed all of the things she had ever done to everybody, right? And like, she was devastated for like a year and whatever. But what happened is they never made their peace with her. So they stayed like in this active state of, instead of they made their peace, she just is who she is, and I want no part of that. So I'm removing myself, but I'm cool with it. They were mad at her, so they were still like actively like, I'm going to give you the cold shoulder till you realize, until you want to come and make it right with me. Like, they were in that position when she died. So unfortunately, since then, both of her sons have pretty much lost their minds in totally different ways, but pretty much have lost their minds, right? And it all comes down to that relationship with that woman that is left so
Yeah.
unfinished, and they can't do anything about it now, right? Like, it's not like they can fix it.
Can I tell you this, Ruby? I keep it a band with you. This gonna sound messed up, but I'm not even gonna go to my mother's funeral. So
Are you
yeah,
kidding?
whoever that, I'm dead serious. Like, I wrote her off. I don't give a fuck. Like, I disown her.
Mm.
It's like that, nigga. Like, I'm done.
East,
She's
you
that.
didn't
She was
bond. East, you've never bond with your mother, have you?
never.
That's
I didn't
why he
bond with
said
any.
that. And I'm not trying to
Yeah,
be
I
rude. I'm
didn't
just
bond with
saying.
any of my
Mm-hmm.
parents. I ain't bond with any of my parents, and I can't. I almost can't
Mm-hmm.
wait. Like, my mother ain't gonna die for a whole good while, but I almost can't wait to see everybody reaction when I don't show up.
Oh
I
my
You
almost
God.
can't wait for that shit, huh?
you better be
Like,
careful. She might live another 100 years. You saying that?
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't she doesn't she doesn't take care of herself. She don't take care of herself. She won't. It ain't like she's a fitness guru. Like, she just works. She don't take care of her health like that. I'm not saying she's gonna die soon or nothing like that. I'm just saying, if I live longer than her, which is, if we just go by regular father time, she's gonna pass, and I'm not gonna go straight up.
Are you
And I'm
sure
not.
she's not on drugs?
No, she's not on no drugs. No, she's not. I would have told you. Of course, if I'm telling you I won't go to her funeral, I would have told you if she was on drugs.
Yeah.
Generally,
Like,
cluster B personality disorders make for very horrible family members, and especially mothers, grandmothers, aunties, stuff like that. And I know just because like most of the serious mean dysfunction I have in my family are people who have cluster B personality disorders, especially borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder. I think some of them really are, antisocial personality disorder, but I know for sure the borderline personality disorder. What people don't realize with like personality disorders and stuff like that, right, is that manipulation arc that they get kind of conditioned into normally at an early age, it so deeply warps the way that their brain functions even, that they don't see what you see or what the rest of humanity sees when they're looking at this behavior, when they're looking at this treatment, when they're
come
listening to
on.
these words. No, they literally don't.
No,
And
they
that's
do.
no, they don't. Trust me, they really don't. My sister is actually in a deep conditioning. Like she did it for years, and she's going back into it now with the like she went off of medication and stuff when she got pregnant, and she's going back into it now. For years, she has borderline personality disorder for years because it literally warps your perception. It warps your
Okay,
ability to
I
perceive.
give you, when somebody's really narc, sometimes they could believe their own lies, but that's only a little. I'll give you some type of leeway, but that's really you're saving, not you're like it's almost making excuses for like degenerate behavior.
No,
Like, oh, they believe they're crazy. No, they do not. They're
no. See,
not.
there's a difference. What I'm saying has nothing to do with. See, here's the thing. Just because your perception is warped doesn't mean you don't understand the difference between right and wrong. It doesn't, or that you don't
That's what
understand the
you were
difference between.
arguing though a little
No, but
bit.
I'm not though. No, I'm not. See, I understand that's how you took it, but that's not
You
actually what I
you
meant.
got to re-explain that in a different way
Okay.
then.
So let me use a different condition for a second. So what a lot of people don't understand about clinical depression, right? People will say clinical depression, either to shake it off, or why don't you go do some fun things with friends, or why don't you go hug your kids, do stuff that makes you feel happy. And what people don't realize is that this condition literally makes you unable to sense pleasure and joy in things that used to bring you pleasure and joy. So you're going to do this thing that to the human being up until this point in time used to bring you pleasure and joy, but now when you're doing it, there's no pleasure and joy. There's nothing connected to
What
it.
if it never used to bring you pleasure and joy?
Well, that's not part of like. Are you really? I mean, if it never used to bring you pleasure
My
and
mother
joy,
was.
then
Wait, you're
That's
kind
how
of Borgin. Is it me or is she kind of Borgin a little bit?
she's
oh,
Borging a little.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
maybe.
So basically, the whole point of anhedonia, right? It's an inability to experience pleasure and joy in things that used to bring you pleasure and joy, right? So I'm talking about clinical depression. I'm not talking about the other condition. I'm talking about this condition, right? So even though you're doing something that should bring you pleasure and joy, something that used to bring you pleasure and joy, now when you do it, it doesn't bring you pleasure and joy. So the answer of saying, well, why don't you do something that brings you pleasure and joy isn't going to be an answer because nothing can bring you pleasure and joy anymore. Your brain is now warped. So things that should make you feel good make you feel nothing. Okay. So that when I say your perception is, hold on. So when I say your perception is warped, right? And I say in this case, well, no, nothing's going to make them bring them pleasure and joy. Just because it doesn't bring you pleasure and joy to be next to your husband like it used to, doesn't mean that it's okay for you to now be horrible to your husband. And you think now being horrible to your husband's fine because it doesn't bring you pleasure and joy when you're nice to him. No, those are two different arguments.
These people we're talking about are not depressed though. Like you're talking about clinical
I'm talking
depression.
about
That's
right.
a whole different animal. We're talking
Right, but
about
most people
straight.
understand depression better than they understand borderline personality disorder. So that's why I start with that example, so you can just understand when I'm
Yeah, but
talking
that's
about
two
warped.
different things
Wait,
completely.
hold it. Young
What up,
East.
Mel?
What's good? What's good? Was you just talking about your relationship with
Hey,
your
man.
mom? How
Yeah,
dysfunctional it was?
yeah.
Was did you sense any borderline personality disorder with your mom? How she treated you? Because if it's not, then why is it that
Yeah.
the fact that when you hear a man telling you the dysfunction what he went through with his mother and everything, and they always got to be an excuse for the moms and everything, supposed to be so understanding? Why can people just
What?
accept the fact?
What?
That's
What are
why
you
I'm
talking
asking.
about?
Well, I'm asking you. That's why. If
What
I
are
miss
you
something,
talking about?
Oh,
Are
okay.
you switching the
Actually,
narrative, Mel?
yeah.
Yeah.
He came out with some. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I probably heard the whole story. That's what I thought of what it sounded like. Yeah.
No, I get what he's saying. Wait, I think he's
Hold, wait,
saying.
hold. Let y'all eat. No, I want. Can you
Oh, go
explain
ahead.
the situation
Go
again?
ahead.
Because I kind of came like a little late, so maybe I might have assumed a
Ooh,
little bit.
what situation exactly? My mother
You and your mom.
relationship with me?
Yeah.
She was detached completely, and it was on purpose. Like her when she gave birth to us, it was solely for her benefit. It wasn't for the joys of motherhood, nigga. It wasn't for to raise another human being to create a legacy. None of that shit. It was like how some of these black moms wish their son get into the NBA so they could trick off that money on him. It was
Mhm.
like it was something like that. She was hoping for a lottery ticket or something. It was something like that. That's the extent in which my mother, when she birthed us, that's how it went.
I mean, you just you and your brother, or just
I
I mean,
got on my mother's side, I got one brother, two sisters.
okay, so it's that makes it 4 of y'all, right? Including you,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
so now you understood my example with depression, right? Because I just wanted to see if we could
I
get like a
understand
baseline.
you. I
Okay, so
understand
so
you.
let me explain it
No,
now with what I was saying.
that's
Hold on,
I
hold
think
on.
I got
No,
a
no, no.
jip
Wait,
of it. Hold it. That's not depression and stuff like that.
Mel,
You know what I'm
Mel,
saying? No,
Mel,
no,
Mel, Mel.
no,
Please
no,
stop,
no,
Mel,
no, no,
Mel,
no, no, no,
Mel,
no, 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 no,
Mel,
no, no.
Mel,
That is not
Mel.
depression
You
where
just
he
came
explained
in.
what his mother was.
Mel, Mel,
That is not depression.
Mel,
Okay, no,
Mel,
Ruby, Ruby,
Mel.
Ruby,
You
Ruby,
just came in.
Ruby,
You just
Ruby,
came in.
Ruby.
Okay. So
Ruby.
as I was saying, okay, so now that you understood that example, so let's talk about this other condition now that I was referring to, the cluster B personality disorders, right? So narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder,
That was not his
antisocial
man. That's
personality
not the
disorder,
point.
right? Let's talk about these other
Hold on,
personality
real quick.
disorders because
Let me
that's
just say
what I
this.
was talking
I'm
about.
sorry,
Easy.
Ruby. Hold on.
Was that your
Hold,
mother?
hold
Was
on,
that
y'all.
your
No.
One
mother?
second before y'all
Yeah,
go.
right?
Mel, listen.
So
Ruby,
why is the fact that when he
Mel.
talked, all
Mel,
right,
let me
go
say
ahead.
this real quick before you go. Ruby is muting you, so you know,
And I'm
try
gonna
not to
mute
talk
myself
over.
back.
Try
Word.
not to talk over her because she's gonna mute you. That's all I'm saying.
I'm mute myself back because of the fact, like, yo, he told them about his mom's and she going to go through explanation.
You literally can't come in, not know what I'm saying or where I'm going with
I
things,
think we
and
had
then just
enough of
decide
that,
to give
man. The
your
young man
opinion
said his
on
mother
something
didn't
you
have
don't even
depression
understand
disorder.
what opinion I'm trying to give. Like what you're arguing against has nothing to do with what I'm saying. So it literally doesn't make sense
Actually,
what
it
you're
kind of
doing here.
does. I'm cutting it off because of the fact that his mother,
But
he
you
said his mother
literally
didn't have
have no
depression.
idea what I'm trying to say.
I
And
think we
since
kind
you
of do it
refuse
where
to
he said his mother
actually
didn't have
listen,
depression and you want to make an
see, the
excuse for
problem
it.
is you're literally
For
wasting
real. Like, come
everybody's
on,
time
man.
just making noise.
Why-
Like, why did you come onto the
Exactly.
panel and immediately
Why you
start
want to,
making
why is
noise?
that the man say something about his moms and you want
Okay, so going back to what I was saying, where I'm not at all trying to give an excuse for the
that's what
behavior,
it
but I was
sounds like. You
saying,
kind of doing that.
see, the problem is if you don't let me speak and you just come in all fluffed up, screaming, then
I
you'll never
never
know what I'm
heard
trying
it
to
up. I heard
explain.
before I came up here. That's why I came up to defend him.
All right. Let her talk, Mel, and
I go,
you talk. Let her talk and you talk, cause I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So now, because I just wanted to explain about the difference between how your brain is warped versus how it doesn't make existing behavior as a result. Okay, so and since people understand depression, that's why I use that example. So let's go back to the cluster B personality disorders because that's what I was talking about, right? So now with these people, for example, who are taught, right, because it's like personality disorders are conditioned in, right? So from an early age, they're only conditioned in, for example, to be they can say one thing and do another, right? But they figure out that if they give the puppy dog eyes, then everyone's going to believe them. And so it doesn't matter that they kick their brother in the face, because if they give the puppy dog eyes and say, it was just an accident, everyone's going to believe them, right? And so now they realize, oh, wait a minute, I can get the kind of positive attention I want by doing this, by just saying, everyone's so mean to me with the puppy dog eyes. It works for me, right? And then so they start learning these manipulations from very, very, very early. So then by the time they get older and now they have some control, let's say they have kids or a spouse or whatever, right? Their brain is very warped. So the things that should make them feel good when their baby looks up at them and smiles, right? Or they smell the smell of their little baby, or they feel a little heartbeat, things that should make a mother's heart melt, right? Doesn't make their heart melt. Maybe instead of seeing what normal moms would see, right? They see like this thing that needs them and that gets to be a priority over them or whatever, right? Regardless of the fact that her brain is warped and so she's seeing things the wrong way, right? And she should be perceiving one thing. We were built to perceive babies as something that we want to protect and love and care about and whatever, right? That's how humans were built. But now her brain is warped. When she sees this thing that's like a leech that's trying to kill her and take over her life and take all of the attention away from her. It doesn't make it okay, regardless of how your brain is warped. It doesn't make it okay to then punish the baby, right? Like there isn't a way that you can warp someone's brain that seeing the innocent baby and then hurting it, abusing it, manipulating it, crushing it, trying to get one over on it, trying to beat it, like the baby, right? Like there isn't a way that you can say, well, the way that her brain was warped, I made it okay. Like, no, there's no way. It doesn't matter what her conditioning was and whatever, because even if you think that this leech thing is trying to take something from you and you also know that it's a baby, it's a minor, it's helpless, it came out of you, you have certain responsibilities towards it, and if you don't, you know that you have things you can do, like drop it off at a fire station, or, you know, sign it up with an adoption agency, give it to a family member. You know there are other things you can do, right? Your only option is not to keep this baby that is going to steal your life away, right? Like, that's not your only option. So, like, it doesn't even matter. When I say that, oh, well, the brain is warped, you know, when they have these conditions, that's not justifying the behavior they're after, because you have other options.
Wait, so Ruby, you're saying, wait, let me ask Ruby a question. So you're saying that more than likely his mom have this disorder.
She sounds very cluster B, because and I just say that just because she sounds like a lot of the family members I have that were diagnosed with a cluster B personality disorder, either narcissistic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder. Right? There's a lot of the things that he's explained over time. It sounds a lot like things or my family's experience with my grandmother, with my aunt, with my sister. So that's what it sounds like. But obviously, like, I don't know, but I'm just saying, you know, that's what it sounds like to me, are these warped people.
Ruby, I'm not saying you're wrong, Ruby, but I disagree. I just flat out disagree. I don't think
Same here.
Yeah, I don't think it's any it's she knows what the hell she is doing.
Exactly.
You can try and say that something got warped in her brain because she made some decisions when she was young. I think it's cap. I disagree. And for anybody that's on that narc shit where they feel like the world revolves around them, I don't think it's any condition whatsoever remotely. I think it's just pure fucking evil. Period.
Exactly.
So,
you know that having a condition doesn't mean you don't know what you're doing, right? Like, I know
that. I know that you said that, but you're trying to diagnose it when there's nothing to diagnose. It's like,
thank you.
This person is not crazy.
What are you saying thank you for, Mel? What does this have to do with you at all?
Actually, I'm defending him because I have people in my family just as much as evil as he is and everything.
Then defend your own damn family and your own damn story. What are you talking about?
I know what he's talking about. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Because his mom is narcissistic.
You just like to make noise. Like, I'm pretty positive.
Bullshit, man.
You just like to make noise. I really think that. I honestly do.
I came here to dismantle your belief for what you felt his mother was.
Oh, you're gonna dismantle my whole belief.
Exactly, because the woman was fucking evil. I got evil family relatives in my family. I went through the same thing with my aunt, who recently passed away. She was just evil, just like his mom. So I know what he's talking about. And when he talking about it and everything, he was want to make some excuse for it. Like a lot of women always do that shit.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm excusing her behavior. Just like I was excusing my grandmother too, right? I was excusing her the whole time I was telling you about her.
What's the point of you trying to diagnose it as
exactly?
What was the point of that? It sound like you were just trying to like say,
do you guys
know, their brains are warped. It's not. This is what it sounds like.
That's what a diagnosis is for. Diagnosis, therefore, generalizes and excuses behavior. Guys, that's not what a diagnosis is about. That is not what a diagnosis is about.
That's what you was kind of
explanation.
doing. You made excuses for it all.
No, that's just your misunderstanding of what a
She's
diagnosis
evil.
is.
Spiteful mothers
Woman,
like that with their
That
kids.
is literally your misunderstanding of what a diagnosis is. That would be like the equivalent of saying that science or any type of explanation that gives you an
Ruby,
explanation for what you're saying justifies it. How does an explanation give
let me
you
talk to you.
justify
Wait, we're
behavior?
gonna do one at a
Let's
time.
talk,
After Ruby, let's do Young East, then Mel. One at a time. Y'all can't be jumping her like that. Even if you don't agree, y'all gotta let her talk, and
This
then
is
you
what she's
talk
not.
Young East, and then Mel.
This is where I feel like she was kind of writing it off or dismissing it when she said that her mind was warped, like she's not perceiving reality the same way as a normal person. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. She perceives it exactly the way we perceive it. She just don't give a fuck. That's what I'm telling you. That's what it sounds like to me. Now she go ahead.
Okay.
Nah.
So what I was saying, right, and unless, and I don't think this about you, right, but here's what I'm saying is that a normal kid is born. A normal kid is being raised. There's nothing wrong with this kid. He's a decent looking kid. He's, a good enough acting kid. He's a normal kid, right? That kid should elicit certain types of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors from his parents. Unless there's something wrong, right, with his parent should think and feel and behave certain ways towards the kid. That is how human beings were naturally made. So if a parent looks at and perceives their kid and doesn't see,
You're Borgin.
You're Borgin really, really bad, Ruby.
Yeah, I can't
Ruby?
even hear her.
Yeah, now we can't hear you. We lost you.
We lost you, yeah. But I want to talk to what she's saying though, because she ain't making us no sense again. She's talking about she's talking about a regular kid being born, regular person being born. Listen, what she doesn't understand is you don't have to go through anything or go through any trauma just to be an evil ass person. You could just be born in a happy home with two good parents with some money in your pocket, and you could still be a dickhead, nigga. That there's no scientific, there's no condition. Okay, evil is just evil. It's biblical, like
the Menendez
when
boys.
Eve, huh?
Yeah, the Menendez brothers. Yeah, when they killed their own family.
Yeah. It's like evil is just something that
and decide to freaking kill their own parents. That's psycho shit.
Right. It's psycho shit. It's something that people just choose to do. You either gonna be grimy, you gonna diss people, you're gonna be a jerk, you're gonna neglect your kids. That's just something people choose to do. It don't have to come from some type of trauma that came in their past somewhere. Like that's what she doesn't understand. She keep on trying to say, like, oh, they got warped, their brain got warped.
Well, let me say this. Let me chime in right quick.
Wait, let's have Classy, go ahead.
If I was having this conversation with Ruby, just her and I probably could say, yeah, Ruby, you do got a point to a certain degree. It's a possibility. But however, the person that lived through it, Young East, I couldn't speak for him because it would be a different dynamic. The dynamic would be different because he experienced it. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So if I could now say something, because this is ultimately, again, Young East didn't understand what I meant by warp. And then we went down a tangent to try to explain what I meant and how what I was saying in no way, shape, or form justifies the terrible treatment or the bad behavior of anybody. And then Mel came in and then made this an issue where I was saying for sure, and then it became this whole fucking mess that it really didn't need to be. Because ultimately, all I was talking about, because I was listening to you and on multiple times where you told a story or whatever, I said, yo, that sounds just like my grandma. That sounds just like, because, my family's been through a lot of things that are very similar. And these people have been diagnosed with these things. And so that's what I was explaining. Now, again, when it comes down to when I say warped, right? I know my internet cut out, right? So when we're as human beings, right? Like we're programmed to think and do certain things, especially when we're talking about survival of the fittest, as in producing our own offspring, wanting that offspring to get to adulthood, full maturity, and to be successful, right? Like we're programmed in a certain ways. So when you hear of somebody who stays evil, cold, detached, manipulative, you know, almost like on a treacherous level where it's like the dynamic is almost reversed. Whereas instead of getting joy from, you know, fulfilling their child's wishes and seeing them happy or seeing them, they get joy from being able to like squelch those dreams and squelch that happiness and get one over on them and whatever. And this is their own kid. Yeah, I call that warped. Why? Because at the end of the day,
fucking warped, Ruby.
Bro, are you seriously just going to interrupt me?
Yeah, because that's bullshit. It's not warped.
Wait, no,
Stop
you're saying
there's nothing wrong with her brain.
But see, that's what you said about your mom, and that's fine. But again,
it's true.
But again, but that's fine. That's cool. You're talking about your mom. I was talking about this particular condition, and so I said again because I don't
equating that condition
as
to
I
my mom.
as I said multiple times, I don't know your mother at all. I don't know your whole life story, nor do I know her life story at all. All I know is that you said a bunch of different stories that I have in common with that. And those people in my family who did these things and more and worse and less and whatever have these conditions. And those people in my family who have these conditions, well, this is what is underlying it. So all I did was I don't know your mother to diagnose your mother.
Yeah,
I've never spoken to your mother to diagnose your mother. So at the end of the day, for us to go this far, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. No, I haven't made my point. Because at the end of the day, for me to have brought this up, and I even said it was based on my family having these circumstances, sound similar, were diagnosed in these ways, and yes, they have these conditions, and these conditions warp your thinking. And then we went down this 20-minute tangent because I said that, and then you decided that I had already diagnosed your mother and told you about your mother's life story. This is asinine. It don't make any sense.
All right, calm down.
Jesus fucking Christ. You're allowed to have goddamn opinions.
Hold up.
Oh my God.
Listen, hold up. I heard exactly what she said. She was saying, was there a possibility? I did hear the whole story. She didn't say it was exactly your mother. I heard the whole story. I heard every sentence.
Thank you.
I understand all of that. Her bringing up the examples and comparing it to her family, I understood all of that. But what I'm saying is,
but it's almost like a medical thing. I knew what she was doing, but she wasn't trying to put it on your mother. She was saying, "Is there a possibility?" She wasn't saying, "Oh, that's your mother. That's what your mother. That's what happened to your mother." That's not what she said. I heard it.
That's fine. I also heard that if he said that wasn't it, then you know what? She has to accept that answer. It's the reason why she gave that answer, that whole explanation, everything. Why I'm challenging and everything too. Like
but Mel, sometimes even in the medical field, we do stuff like that. That's why I said I understood if her and I was having this conversation, I would see it in that manner. But like I said, I couldn't speak freely about his mother because we don't know. She was just saying, "Is there a possibility?"
I explained a lot
I wasn't even speaking about his mother anymore. I was speaking about the concept of the warped mindset. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not. See, you think it's a warped mindset. That's fine. I'm not even going to argue with that. Your family is warped. Fine.
I was speaking about the definition of what warped mind means and how it doesn't justify behavior.
You have your definition versus his.
One at a time. Ruby, you
have your definition of warped versus his. That's the whole thing. You expect us to
read that. Y'all were asking me what I meant when I said warped and how I wasn't trying to justify behavior. I was simply explaining that, period. No, that's literally what you asked for. That's literally what you asked for. You said, how does it not define... Yo, rewind the tape. You literally said, how does it not mean that you're justifying the behavior?
Definition already.
You literally said, and I said it doesn't justify behavior, and you said, how is it not justifying the behavior? So then I was explaining it. Bro, you can't sit there and just change reality. That's what happened.
Your argument is warped. That's the problem.
No, I was talking about your mother. I was talking about what I was saying about how a warped mindset doesn't justify behavior. Your argument is warped. That's it.
Your whole argument is warped. That's the problem. That's the problem. Your whole you're changing it. It's warped. Like, I don't really care. Like I said, I explained a lot of shit about my mother. So you do know shit about my mother. That's why you made your comparisons with your grandmother. So to say that you don't know my mother, that's cap. You do. I told you enough. Okay,
Really?
let me put it like this. Let
Well,
me put
let
it
me
like
say
this,
this.
Ruby.
You think I can
No, no, wait, hold
diagnose
on. Let me
something
say
in a
this one
10-minute
thing.
Hold up.
conversation?
Let me
Let
say
me
this one
intervene
thing.
for
Let
a
me say.
moment. Hold up. Let me say. I'm gonna get back. Youngies, you can have it. Sometimes I do that myself. I do. I do that sometimes myself. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but I just bring up examples sometimes. I mean, that's just what I do sometimes, and I can be totally wrong. In this situation, she was just bringing in an example of what could have happened, not saying it actually happened.
I understand that. It did. It
That's
just
it.
sounded
That's it.
like she was being.
Now, I do agree with you. There is just some evil people in the world. I do agree with that.
Yeah, yeah. It just this is how we got fucked up. It just sounded like Ruby, like they put in the chat. You was woman splaining, like you were like it just sounded like that a little bit. But this is here's another example. Like you said that your mother would get happy if somebody called you beautiful. My mother gets mad when another girl finds me attractive. Like my mother, she's like that. She's not happy. If a girl thinks I'm handsome, she gets what's that word? Like
Abusive.
she like you could say that. Like she like kiss her teeth. She get all kind of like different and shit. Like
Recessive type.
yeah, just like that. She doesn't get happy when another woman or somebody. It could be one of her friends, one of her old ass friends could be like, "Oh, your son, he's so handsome." She'll be like, "Man," she'll get in her feelings, nigga. That's how she is. So even with your mother, my mother is even worse on that front. As far as if she wants her child to be able to mate with somebody else, that's how fucked up she is. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, it ain't warped. I know you thought you meant something, but that shit ain't warped. That's just she's just being an asshole, nigga. That's all it is.
Anyway, so did you actually talk about the subject of the stream that you put up, Melody? I know I didn't come in at the very beginning. I don't know how long you were actually live at the
Yeah,
beginning.
I was gonna get
We
back into
did.
that. We did talk about that in the beginning, but how do you feel about mothers calling themselves fathers on Mother's Day, Ruby? Start with you.
I think that's just absolutely asinine and ridiculous. Uh, the whole
Yeah.
point, and I mean, I even have seen now women doing streams and stuff saying that fathers don't deserve a Father's Day.
Mhm. I
That
saw that.
I was like, so what you're trying to say is because there's some ancient no count dudes out there who don't take care of their kids and whatever, that the fathers who work their butts off to protect and provide and still take the time to take their kids to the park or bike riding or teach them lessons or whatever, they don't deserve a whole day. Okay, no. First of all, second of all, as a mother, how in the world are you going to be a father? By definition, you're not. You're a mother. You might be a
Mhm.
mother who's a jack of all trades who has to do double duty because he can't find a daddy nowhere, or because the daddy's there but he ain't shit. I don't know. But what I do know is that you're not being a father, right? Because only fathers can be fathers. And to that point, if it's a blood father, biological father, or it's a stepfather, or it's an uncle, or it's a grandfather, if you are playing the main paternal role in a child's life, you first have to be a man to play a paternal role. That's just point blank, period. You have to be a man.
Mhm.
Second of all, you have to have that full and complete responsibility and investment. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying that mothers are not completely invested in whatever, but I am literally saying that they cannot be a father. They can't. They can't. Therefore, no one should be celebrating Father's Day and giving their mama a card saying Happy Father's Day, Mom. That
Right.
is just ridiculous and
Ruby.
insulting.
And doesn't it seem like they're just using Father's Day to talk down on men?
Of course, for them to say, and like I was so when I saw that stream of that woman saying that fathers don't deserve a whole day, mothers deserve a whole day. First of all, what I noticed in my childhood, the mothers
Mhm.
not only deserved a whole day, they wanted a whole day. Right now, I'm going to be fair. Right, my mom, right, a lot of the moms that were in my life and whatever, they were very much the types that would run around and sacrifice and do all that stuff, right, when we were kids. So they
Mhm.
wanted someone to pamper them because they pampered their kids. Fine, that's cool. But a lot of the fathers, when you ask them what they wanted for Father's Day, you know what they wanted?
What's
They
that?
wanted one day of peace and quiet. They wanted you to take the kids and the wife out of the house and go be elsewhere so he could sit down in silence and not have to worry about nobody else, not have to take care of nothing else, not have to hear any noise, not have to anything, and just chill out and be like a bachelor man in his bachelor pad for a day. That's all he really wanted. He just kind
Mhm.
of just wanted a minute. Just a minute. He didn't need to sit there and be pampered and blah 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 and all this expensive stuff all day and whatever, because he most of the time these fathers realize, yo, that's coming out of my bank account, my
Mhm.
responsibilities anyway, right? He just wanted a six pack, you know what I mean? Full
Mhm.
control of the remote, no noise in his head, no responsibilities for a day. That's all he wanted. That's all he
Yeah.
wanted. And these women want to just take that away. Like, it's not like y'all buy men anything for Father's Day anyway. We're getting them a tie, socks, some stupid
Mhm.
nonsense. Like, come
Yeah.
on. You want to take that away? Come on.
This stream was on YouTube. This lady said
Uh,
that.
yeah. Someone reviewed the content. I think it might have been mediocre tutorials and reviews, or maybe it was Ab and Preach. Someone reviewed the content in the last couple of days, and I was like,
Oh,
oh,
from
what the
someone's
hell?
TikTok or YouTube page.
Yeah, you know what? I'll let me look for it for a second because I watched it recently. I'll look for it and I'll put it in the chat. Give me a sec.
Okay. Well,
I
while you
asked
look
that
for that,
because
let's go with Mel. Same question, Mel. How do
I
you feel
asked that
about
because
mothers? Huh?
I'll get that. I asked that because this just shows you what stuff certain social media be allowing and others. If you wonder why your page gets taken down, that's because you got haters just reporting you, false flagging you, and all that mess. While others, they don't get reported, despite they saying the most offensive shit. So
Mhm.
online pissing and stuff like that. I advise all y'all, man, start reporting their pages, man. Word, like, you know what I'm saying? Word, because it's like they keep getting away with this mess, stuff like
Right.
that. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
let me
Now,
ask you this, Mel, real quick. How do you feel about the subject
yeah,
that
yeah,
we're talking about?
I'm answer that now. Yeah. Hell no, I'm not wishing no single mother a happy Father's Day. Y'all got your day, and it's past. Now it's Father's. I ain't wishing no AG aggressive lesbian chicks happy Father's Day. No Transformers happy Father's Day. No, and I don't wish deadbeat fathers who just sperm donors and pump and dump and chicken don't take care of their kids happy Father's Day. I wish stepfathers and fathers that take care of their kids happy Father's Day. The cis heterosexual men. This is their day. It's their day. Uncles, this is their day. You know what
Facts.
I'm saying? I'm tired. I'm tired. I was on other panels also too last night. Like, yo, man, you gotta notice now, like there ain't no commercials or nothing big enough up and coming Father's Day, right? When Mother's Day came, they did that like about a whole month, 2 weeks in advance, a whole week. I don't see no commercials catering to Father's Day, but yet you see Juneteenth, and Pride and stuff. Even though I know Father don't fall in June, this happened to be this year, like yeah, yeah. But
Mhm.
even still, all these different holidays they have this month, especially in overrides Pride and stuff like Pride overrides Father's Day and stuff like that. They don't talk about Father's Day like that. They talk more about the damn Pride and shit like that, and June 13th and other holidays they're trying to make up and shit. I'm like, I didn't see no commercial, no nothing catering to fathers and nothing like that to the day of. And
Mm-mm.
I'm watching like, yo, which female's gonna freaking trying to claim this day? Which dudes I have to call out who's gonna wish mothers happy Father's Day and stuff like that? I'm gonna call her the asses out. What the hell's wrong with you? I
Oh,
had
there's
to,
plenty of them, Mel.
yeah,
Go on
Yeah.
social media. Go on Instagram. You'll see it.
I had to correct my younger brother one time, like, don't be wishing no mothers happy Father's Day. This is not their day. You know what I'm saying? I'm a kid. They single mothers. That's all they are. They single parents. They ain't
Mhm.
doing double duty and all that. No, they just a single parent and stuff. So,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So,
And Mel, you don't see the opposite. You don't see people wishing fathers happy Mother's Day.
exactly. That's
Single
another
fathers.
thing. I've never seen a single father parent and everything being wished happy Mother's Day and stuff like that. I'm like, if I was ever
Crazy.
be a single father raising a kid and they try to wish me happy Mother's Day, I have to correct them. I'm like, no, don't wish me. This is not my day. It's day of mothers. I'm a father. My day's coming up next month. They are
Right.
worried.
Facts.
You, you
I
know
find
what it is?
mm-hmm.
Good. Good. Oh, my bad. My bad. I thought you
I'm
was
finished.
finished. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what it is? It's when it comes to fathers, when fathers do their job as being a father, it's looked at as something you're supposed to do, like a job. And when it comes to like mothers, it's like they congratulate them for going out of their way to be mothers. That's why when it comes to like Happy Father's Day, like nobody really, they feel almost a type of way about giving a man credit for being like a father, because
Mhm.
it's almost a thankless job, but it's like it's overlooked. It's overlooked because, how can I say, people feel they feel a type of way. They feel a type of way about giving a man his due praise because they know that they have to give him something back for it. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes
Yeah.
to Mother's Day, everybody, they go out of their way, because a lot of times women just kind of like kind words said to them, like even a card or whatever. But like I said, what they tend to do is they tend to treat Mother's Day like women are going above and beyond by fulfilling their biological duty to give birth and like nurture their children. They're going above and beyond. So
Mhm.
it's nothing to us to over exaggerate Mother's Day. But with Father's Day, the reason why you don't see commercials mail like that is because I think society doesn't want to give men credit for a lot of shit. It isn't just Father's Day, because they know that if they give men like real credit for shit, the bill is gonna come. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're afraid that when men like recognize their value to society, they can't be manipulated like that no more. It's like niggas gonna really bargain at the table now. So it's like you gotta undermine the work of a man in order to get the most out of him. It's like some pimp shit, if you want to say that. You get it?
Yeah, you know what? You can think about this way too. Also, too, who spends more money on the exact days? When it comes to Mother's Day, businesses keep reckoning all that shit. Like you said, society, men spending more money to please their mothers, or women on Mother's Day and Father's Day. But when it comes to Father's Day, women not spending a lot of money like that and stuff. And
No.
these numbers showing. That's why you really don't really see a lot of commercials catering to fathers like that, or even Father's Day promotion sale and everything. And if you kind of realize certain gifts that they buy certain dudes, it kind of almost like it benefits them still. Like, let me buy my husband, father my kid a toolkit. But
Right.
is that really benefiting him, or is it that fact that you bought him a tool that fits the house for your benefit? Like,
Right.
yeah, instead of just buying him a new suit, or spoil him on a spa day, spoil him on a restaurant on your treat. Like,
Yeah.
Mel, Mel, a
I'm
woman would
just
have
saying,
Mel. Wait
you
a
ever
minute.
seen that? Well, Melanie,
A
you
woman
remember
would
that?
have a
There's
fit.
a sketch I see
Wait,
online
a woman
on
would
the
have a fit if a man bought her a vacuum cleaner for Mother's Day. Think about
You
it.
know what? That's a
I
encourage
had a
you to
friend that actually did that. Actually,
You know what, yo, y'all remember this skit though? It was a Valentine's Day skit this dude did when he bought this girl's gift. And you know when she came at him like, he was like, yo, I can't wait to see what you got me. She looked at him like, yeah, I'm gonna give you this bomb ass pussy.
Oh,
And he looked
God.
at her like, and she like, what's wrong?
Oh,
He
Mel,
like,
I got a question for you. I have a debate question. Is sex a gift? Is giving
ah.
pussy a gift? I want everybody
no.
to answer that.
I was about to answer that too because it was in that sketch. He cursed her out like, "Yo, don't be giving me pussy as a gift, man. That's a mandatory, man. I spend my bread on you." I would say that on my Facebook post, like, "Yo, y'all woman, sex ain't no damn gift for Valentine's Day. It's mandatory. So you better spend some bread on it and just do it for real. Like, yo,
But I thought they came up with an answer to that. Like, I thought the whole thing was Valentine's Day is for the woman and Steak and Sex Day is for the man. Right? I thought they
Steak
came
and
up with that.
sex.
Y'all
Steak
never
and
Steak
heard
and
of
sex
Steak and Sex
day.
Day?
What?
Yeah, Steak and Sex Day.
No.
That's in March, I think it is.
Yo,
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah.
Canadian thing? I never heard it in America.
I've
it,
never heard of that. No.
Canadian thing for real.
it's
Put me on,
equivalent to
yo.
Oh.
sandwiches. It's equivalent to sandwich and sex. So she's like food and sex.
Yeah.
Is that
So,
what
What
that
day
is?
is that?
man, I
I didn't know
honestly,
Yeah.
I can't tell you even what day it was. I just remember, like, I was maybe in high school or, college when I first heard it, but I remember them talking about it. It's like, okay, so it's the man's answer to Valentine's Day, because obviously everything for Valentine's Day is about the woman. Let's be real. Even if she
Yeah.
buys some lingerie and stuff to sleep with him, it's to reward him for how well he did in celebrating her on Valentine's Day. So Steak and Sex Day is all about him. You get him his nice little
Wow.
medium rare piece of meat, and you know, some potatoes, and you serve it to him while you naked, and he get the blowjob, or he gets the sex, he gets the whatever. Yeah, steak and sex day. I can't believe that's not a whole thing.
On Valentine's Day?
No,
That
it's
actually
steak and
sounds
sex
kinda
day. It's a different
interesting.
day.
It's actually a real day. They can.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, wait, that's a real day. What,
It's the
Canada?
14th of March. No.
Probably because a lot of dudes ain't getting steak and sex.
Exactly. We don't know. Dudes don't know nothing about
It's an official holiday. It's an official holiday. Steak and BJ Day is a non-official conditional holiday that is celebrated on March 14th. It was established as the male version of Valentine's Day, which is why it's celebrated exactly 1 month after this holiday.
Unless the women boycotted it.
Wow.
Yo, Ruby, Melody, when March 14 come up next year, y'all gotta do a show on that.
Have you guys heard of? Okay, so it was invented in 2002 by Tom Birdsey, a radio DJ who invented the day while on air. So I don't know. And then it first spread across the North American continent, and then it spread all over Europe. Now it is celebrated by people all over the world. Yeah.
I must have missed that bowl, but
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this link in the chat for y'all. I swear to God, it's a real thing.
Please do.
Anyway, every weekend, every day. like let's just like he was saying, ain't a lot of dudes getting sex like down the road for a woman to cater to him like that.
I can't believe I never heard of that. Is that new?
No, 2002, girl.
Oh,
It's new to me now.
Yeah, it's like 20 years old.
I mean, I guess it depends on how many men are actually getting it.
No, and JT, this was clearly, I think Tom Birdsey, I'm pretty sure that is a white man. I mean, I don't know, it sounds like a white man saying, I don't know. But it spread across first North America, and then all over Europe, and now all over the world. So if anything, I would say the only people who aren't writing about it are Black people, because this whole panel is like, what? That exists? Like, yes, it exists, man. It exists.
Oh, you know what, yo? Thanks for the idea, yo. I'm gonna make a graffiti of this shit, man.
I think I will too. Just going around
make a graffiti of this, selling shit. Oh man, I'm gonna make some money.
March 14th, Steak and Sex Day.
Yep.
I like that.
Exactly, yo.
But yo, Madar is right. He said every day's supposed to be that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but every day's supposed to be Valentine's Day,
and
right?
Mother's Day and Father's Day. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all got a point. Y'all do. I got a point.
See, if you think about Mother's Day, it's all out of context. Valentine's Day for females, and like a third Christmas. If you think about
anniversary.
Exactly. What does men get? It's like.
Oh yeah, he's a white guy for real. He's a very white guy.
It's all out of context. Like to answer Melody's question, like sex being a gift, like that women give, out of context is when if you put it out of context, then it is, because you got a lot of men that's gonna overvalue sex. It's just overvaluing it, in my opinion.
That is true. Yeah. So is it men's fault that women is giving it as gifts?
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, most times the men ain't getting laid. So like when he gets it and says a gift, he's like, he's in heaven now. Like, finally, yes. Like,
yeah, they're excited.
But when he gets regular like that and start to man up and see certain things, it's like, woman, this ain't no gift. This is mandatory. Like, this ain't even a surprise no more. Like, when you keep doing no tricks with that punani or something like that.
Yeah, the thing is there's two different kinds of sex. There's a sex where a woman lets you have sex with her, she lets you smash, like she lay there and she toot her ass up, or she actually like has sex with you, like she fucks you, like you lay there and she give you the blowjob, she climb on top. You get me? So even in that dynamic, like if a chick lays there on the bed and that starts sex, that's when it's a gift all of a sudden. But when a chick is really interested, like she wants you and it's bad, you could clearly see how much she benefits from having sex with you. Then it's not a gift, then it's like more of a mutual thing. You feel me? So like I said,
it's more like if she wants to versus if she have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. If she
That's what
has
I
to,
mean
that's
by
gonna
out
be
of
bad
context.
sex in the long run. She just that means she
Wow.
Yeah.
manipulating you under that too.
So,
Also, she like
so
she
can I?
manipulating you
Oh, wait,
more.
I can't hear. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm trying to look for that. Oh, there you go.
Let me
Post.
turn it up a little. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
I
you.
hear you just
Oh,
fine.
okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all. Let me ask you guys this. Could a woman buy a man lingerie for a gift? Like, could she buy him lingerie so she can put on? You get what I mean?
Can she buy him
Yeah.
lingerie?
She bought
Like,
a lingerie to look a certain way for him.
for him, right? Like, what could that be a gift?
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I know a lot of married men that's been through it. Yeah, it's a gift.
Right.
Now,
Ain't
I
no
have
gift for me.
actually, I've done that before, but what I did, right? So this was with one of my ex-boyfriends, and so what I did, he used to play sports, so I got like, just like a really cute bra and panty set, in his team colors, and then I put his number, on the back of the thong and on the one of the cups of the bralette thing, and I put his name like on the back too. So it's like, it's the same thing as like a jersey, but teeny tiny style. And I got like the knee highs and everything. And then my friend helped me take like a sexy boudoir pictures. That was funny because we were both very, very bad at this, but I was really trying, and I got the hat made and everything. And then, so when I think it was either his birthday or Valentine's Day. It was one or the other. And so I gave him like the photo album of, the sexy, shots and whatever. Not he was looking for that. I dropped my robe and wearing this thing. And then, so it's like, it wasn't just like I gave him lingerie as a gift, but like his whole gift centered around this lingerie
Come
that I
on.
then presented him the pictures and then, the sexy stuff in the lingerie.
Yeah,
So
that's a cool gift.
yeah, that was for Steak
Yeah.
and Sex Day. Actually, it was for Steak and Sex Day. Yeah, because I remember, but I made him
Yeah.
prime rib. That's what it
I
was. I
think I
made him
know where
prime rib
Melody was
because he liked
going with
prime
that
rib.
though. I
Hmm?
think I think I know where Melody was going with that. I think you were trying to get to the like you're trying to point to the fact that she's still buying something for herself. You
Right.
understand? Yeah, I think you were going over there with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Right.
Uh,
yeah.
to be frank though, I get you, because she is adorning herself, but part of being a wife is to adorn yourself for your husband. So I can't. So it is. You like you're supposed to. So you could
Pleasing your
say it's
husband.
like yeah. So you're supposed to look good for your man. So it has to. I'm gonna call it a gift, just to call it a gift because you're
Right.
buying something new and shit. So yeah. But I know where you was going with it though. I
I
do, like
Yeah.
think for
She has a
me it
romantic
happened.
gesture.
Huh.
I mean, it happened for me when I was in a relationship, but we hadn't had sex yet. But her gift to me at that time was she had put whipped cream around her breast, and she put Kit Kats on her nipples, and had a trail of Kit Kats towards the bed. But that was something. I was like, okay, but
She
Yeah,
Okay.
trying to
that's
please
pretty
you.
cool. Or like when they do the rose petals lead into the bathtub. I think that's more of a man gift to a woman.
well, she know I like Kit Kats, so she was laid on. She had Kit Kats on the
Mm-hmm.
bed, a trail going towards the bedroom. She's laying on the bedroom, whipped cream titties. Excuse my language, whipped cream lower extremity. She had Kit Kats around that and little nipple Kit Kats, and she was just like, "You hungry? Come and get it." I was like, "Ho ho 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 ho!"
So you actually love
Mm-hmm.
that gift. So that was like one of your favorites, huh?
But here's why it was one of my favorites, because we were in a relationship. We never had any intimacy yet, so I think that's what
Mm.
heightened the whole situation for me.
Oh
I
yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the woman though too, right? Like, okay, I won't say I'm like wholly tomboyish, but I've grown up a little bit, so I do like my clothes fitted and showing off some cleavage. But like, I prefer to kind of just be wearing a big old t-shirt to bed or just around the house, or like I don't really wear super silky things. My bras are very functional over being cute and pretty, right? And so if I were to get lingerie, it literally would be just for his satisfaction. It wouldn't be because I like that kind of stuff anyway. I like wearing all these little cute sets, and it makes me feel good to go to sleep in silk at night. And so I do think that it depends on the woman, because I think that sometimes women try to pass things off that are really gifts for themselves as a gift for their man. It's like if you love wearing heels all the time and then
yeah,
you get yourself
yeah.
some red bottoms,
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you say it's for
That's what
him. It's like,
Melody meant. That's what
is it?
Melody meant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
that's
Yeah.
what she
And
meant.
me, I'm a girly girl. I like all the fluffy, lace stuff anyway, the ruffly stuff. So it probably wouldn't be a gift for him because it's like, okay, he gets that every day. You
Right.
know what I mean? That's probably what it would be like. I get it. But you're
Right.
like a tomboy. So that's like, oh, it's a surprise for me.
That,
Exactly.
but
Yeah.
Like if
that's
I went
very
and got some
cool.
red bottoms and stuff, it would be a gift for him. I don't wear heels ever for
Well,
any
but
reason.
I don't
Like
have
I
a
just
problem.
don't.
I like the whole. Remember in the '90s, we had the song "T-shirt in my panties." I actually still love that.
Hmm.
I have no problems with it. No, seriously, it doesn't always have to be like lingerie and stuff. Actually, I just love when a female wear a big T-shirt when she goes to sleep. I'll take a peek. Whoa!
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sound
It's
Well,
like,
like curves
yeah.
would look good in that big T-shirt. It was wet.
Well,
Well,
oh,
luckily,
a wet t-shirt
obviously.
with the nipples. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Good.
Mm. But you know
Yep.
what though? I think it depends like on the man, right? Because different men appreciate seeing different things. For some men, they see their girl in just like a t-shirt and whatever, and they're like, oh, there's not enough effort in that, right? She just looks like.
Yeah.
And then for some guys, they're like, ooh, I just like how comfortable she looks. Like she's comfortable to be that comfortable and free around me. So I guess it does depend on the man too. So it depends on the
yeah,
woman whether you could consider it a gift, but it depends on the man as far as like what he wants. Like I've dated guys who were not into lingerie at all. Like they were not interested. For them, that's just like all this crap they have to take off to get to the thing they actually care about. They would rather you just show up, with a smile and that's it. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's true. Yeah, I
That's
know
true.
guys like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. So it depends. But I think a good gift for a man on Father's Day would be like his favorite cologne or a nice watch or, whatever he's into. If he's into sneakers or something like that. Or just surprise him. Because a lot of guys like being surprised, like a mystery gift, right? Am I
Mm-hmm.
Not no
right?
damn tie.
But not, no,
Hey, hey, hey! I
that's not
like a
even a
tie.
mystery.
No,
But
you
it's
would
not
not like
even
the
a
tie.
mystery.
No,
I love a tie.
How
I
about
love.
yo, y'all
Oh
know you
God,
remember that
ties and
episode of the
socks. That's
Cosby
all men
Show?
ever get.
But how
Ties and
about
socks.
how about sentimental things like a photo of you guys in a nice frame?
I have no
Nah,
problem with that.
nah.
I'm
We
pretty
can do that
simple.
anytime. No, it has to be
No,
something that's
no,
useful, tangible, and
What
stuff.
about a picture of you and your kid? Like
and
a really great candid shot you didn't even know got
That's
taken
something
from
from
some
the
family
kid. The
picture.
kid could
yeah,
give me that gift, but the wife, no, you're gonna spend some bread. You're gonna take it to
right.
the goddamn. You're gonna treat it some five-star
Mel said you
restaurant. The
spending.
same
Oh,
word.
you want her to spend money on you?
You gonna
Yeah,
take
yep,
me to
yep, hell yeah, yeah.
Maestro.
New tradition. Y'all women gonna spend some bread on the dudes the way you want us dudes to spend money on y'all. Uh-huh. This is
Some
I think
my
it
men will
depends
do
on the
that.
guy though and his love language, right? Because different guys have different love languages. For some guys, a gift buying gifts doesn't mean much. He would rather say acts of service. So he would rather take care of something for him that normally he'd have to take care of himself. That's hard. And he just shows up and his car is detailed and da 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 da. Or
Hmm.
he would,
Good point.
like
Excellent
so.
point.
That's
Mm-hmm.
dope. Yeah,
That's a good point because I know some guys like that. You were right. A lot of this is subjective. A lot of guys probably want to get taken out to eat.
yep.
I'm pretty simple. I like a good tie. I'm cool. I can
hmm,
get a couple of kisses. I'll be all right. But then again, at the same time, I know this sounds kind of narcissist, but I get everything I need. So
Mm-hmm.
I like
yeah,
simple things. I'm like, okay, cool. You put some effort in, and I can't knock you for it. So,
Exactly. It's the
right.
thought and the effort. That's why I'm making them work for it. You gonna
Yeah, a
You know what
tie
I
or some
love?
you
socks?
remember that
No.
episode of the Cosby Show when he wanted to be do Father's Day because he went over the gifts, like he made them kids put some effort in gift buying. That was so
A lot of
funny.
the women I know that are like stay-at-home wives, right?
Mhm.
What they do, so therefore, obviously, they don't have an income or not much of an income on their own. But what they'll do is they'll splurge on their man and buy him something that they know he wouldn't buy himself because he's being responsible, right? Like we've got to worry about the wife and the kids and all these things. And so what she'll do is she'll secret away some of his money, right? I mean, because technically all the money is his, right? And secret some of it away, and then when she's got enough saved up, she buys him that sports car that's totally impractical that he's been dreaming of, or
yeah,
that watch he doesn't really need but loves so much, or so it's like because he would never splurge on it himself. And it's not going to break the bank, but like she knows he's responsible, and he would rather have that, just in case something went wrong. But it's because he's being responsible. It's because he's being a good husband and father. So she intentionally goes and gets him the thing, right? Like, I know for sure, like, the PS5 was super expensive and very difficult to find, and then the pandemic hit, and I knew for sure Mr. Rubes wanted a PS5. I knew he wanted it, and so I was keeping my eyes open, left, right, and center. I really wanted to find this PS5, and as soon as they would go on sale, they'd be gone. And then just randomly, I saw it, and my heart skipped a beat. I was so excited. I didn't even care that it was like maybe a few $100s more that would have been on Amazon or what. I didn't care. I found one. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, I wasn't sure if it was the right one, which one I was supposed to get, because I didn't know the difference. So I woke him up, because it was like 4:00 in the morning. I'm like, hey, is this the right one? And he's like, I wanted the one with the something. I can't remember. Like, it wasn't the digital one. It was the other one. So I went to see if they had the other one, and they had it. And my heart, like, literally, I almost choked. I could not believe it was really there, right? I ordered that right away before I could even think, because I'm like, I know he would want one, but he was like, oh, we'll wait till the next generation comes out. Wait till it goes down in price a little. The pandemic. We have, responsibilities. And I was like, no, he deserves the PS5. He wants the PS5. Why shouldn't he get a PS5? Let me try to get him a PS5.
He sounds like me. He sounds like me. I'm one of those. That's how I act. I'm like, a lot of times us as gentlemen, we work so hard, we forget a lot of things. Mm-hmm. But the woman usually we're practical. We'll be like, no, I can wait until it go down, or we got to take care of this first. But the woman's like, no, you worked your butt off. You deserved it. I know where you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You know, classy work hard. He took a whole avatar pic in his uniform.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put my cartoon picture back up.
No, I like that one. But let me ask you guys this. What if a woman goes to like Dr. Miami and get new boobs and a new body for her man?
I'm against it. Go ahead.
That's for her. That's for her.
That's for her. Okay. Yeah, that's more for her.
Depends on the man. It depends on the man. Because, for example,
yeah, it does. Some men want
right? Yeah, like, for example, right? Like, let's say the woman, her stomach or her skin doesn't have as much bounce back as, you would hope. So she's always going to have that pooch, that little saggy skin, the saggy boobs after breastfeeding and whatever. And so it's just like, she kept up her weight and everything, did the best she could, but there's just some stuff you can't, once it's done, it's done. And so she goes and she does the whole little thing, and she gets her kitty back to being, sewed up and tight, and and she does all that, and she knows her man. He doesn't care about plastic surgery or not, like, that doesn't bother him, but she knows that her man appreciates when she looking fine as hell, and then she goes and she does that. That makes sense to me.
Okay,
but I believe
hold up. I'll agree with you on that part, Ruby. Yeah. I'm just not a fan of the whole stomach thing. If you have my children and I get that. Okay, fine. The BBL, I'm not cool with that, but go ahead.
No,
that's what Melody, I feel like that's what Melody meant though. Like, she was talking about BBLs, like new boobs, new butt.
But she did add on everything else as well.
Because she's getting a little mommy makeover. She just had the baby, so she's gonna get her tummy tuck and her boobs done and her butt done.
The butt job is a little big.
Why not? Ruby was saying about the rejuvenation of getting, if you losing weight, you got extra skin, so she got to get rid of that extra skin so your skin can tighten and stuff.
Right.
I think
I'm actually against. No, I'm talking about the straight out BBL. She's getting everything done. She's getting her butt lifted, new silicone put in her butt. She's getting all of that. So you think that's for her and not for her?
You know what though? You don't need to put silicone though, and that's what a lot of these women do. So because they're getting fat sucked out of a belly or somewhere, and they'll put it in their booty, into their booty and their hips, right?
That's what a BBL. Yeah, that's what a BBL is. But or she'll get her boobs done or something like that.
Let me say that
if she feel like her lips,
a correct BBL, not these go overseas type of BBLs where you're getting poison injected inside your buns.
Listen, I don't agree with any of that.
Most doctors won't do a BBL because there's such a high rate of mortality and complications. Yeah.
Correct.
Because there's so many veins and stuff in your booty, in essence, and when you're injecting fat, you can cause a fat embolism really easily by accident. And so a lot of really qualified surgeons in America and the Western world won't do them because the mortality and complication rate is it's so high, it's not worth it. So they'll do a butt lift, right? Where they just, tighten up the skin and stuff, but to inject, or they'll put in those silicone hard things that you can put in.
Yeah.
Right, that they normally do for corrective surgery for people who have like no booty, but they'll do that, but they won't do the Brazilian butt lift because it's just too dangerous.
Yeah,
right,
it's very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's why people go overseas to do it, because they cannot get a Western world doctor to do it.
That is
Right,
true.
and
That
it's
is
so
true.
to me it would be selfish for a woman to get that done for her man, because she knows that there's a possibility she may never return,
I'll say this.
and she got kids and everything.
I'm a fan of all natural, but I'll give the exception on the tummy and the boobs. It's less invasive. It's less invasive, but the butt
I'll give
is.
the exception on the boobs because
But please do me a favor. Get them the size of your body. Don't get these massive colossus boobs, please. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
only because you can't really grow boobs. You can kind of grow your butt.
You
But
can't.
well, you
I
could.
know.
You could.
It's the only
You could
surgery
get a
I
bigger
would
butt.
do. It's the only surgery. If I were going to ever do a plastic surgery, it's the only one I ever wanted to do. The only one I ever would have contemplated if it was obviously safe. Because I just naturally, like, the way that your fat is distributed on your body, it's pretty set, right? So unfortunately, the way the fat on my body is distributed, it's not distributed very heavily in my booty or my hips. It's distributed in my thighs and in my arms, my upper body,
Yeah.
and not in my waist and not in my booty. So as a result, I can build all the muscle I want. I am never gonna have a big old fat gadunk. I'm just never gonna have it, right? Like,
No, that's different from working out your glutes. Is different from having that big old, caboose back there. You can have a nice firm caboose, but it'll never be like walk around like where you can put your cup on a backside.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I assume, Ruby, you tried really hard. Like, you hired a personal trainer and tried to grow your butt, right?
Very. You know why I did, especially because my mom, so apparently my mom was like a stick figure. She had no body at all until after she had me. But my mom, by the time I, knew how to pay attention to people, my mom's booty is abnormally large in comparison to the rest of her body. Like, it sticks out a lot, and she was not fat either.
So you have the potential then.
Well, see, that's what I was waiting though, right? I mean, I still haven't had a child yet, so maybe. But the thing is that my mom got the big old booty. My little white-looking cousins and even sister have a bigger booty than my little flat, wide pancake grandma's ass, right? Because I could literally get it from my grandma. This one person. Everyone else in my family's got a booty but me, even the men. Even the men. Okay.
The men.
Where's mine? Man, I tried so hard.
You was trying the glute workouts, the squats,
and fried chicken.
So
that's what
much. First of all, because I tend to be very quad heavy. As in my body likes to rely on my quads. It's very hard for me to even get to my hamstrings and my glutes. But trust me, I still worked hard to focus on that, and also to focus on my lower back and my abs, because if you can trim and slim and tighten that up, then perceptually it'll look bigger. Trust me. No matter what I did.
Right about big old dome, but you get a nice ass. Like, you could get a nice bubble butt. That's what, like, a lot of dudes like, that bubble butt. That big old donkey ass. That's just for somebody.
Right, but what about in my situation where I have like smaller top?
You got a nice ass too, Melody?
Oh gosh,
I have a nice ass.
Melody has a nice ass. Yeah, I want Melody's ass. That's what I want. Yeah.
And I want your boobs. Listen, you give me your boobs, I give you my ass.
No, but see, I want my boobs too, though. That's the problem.
You can't grow your boobs.
I'll take your boobs.
I'll say this. I haven't seen Melody in person. I saw that new picture she had in the all white.
Yeah,
her boobs and her butt, it tapers correctly with her body. Now, I don't know. Maybe in person it may be different. She could have door knockers and this float your boat type of booty when she walk. I don't know.
It's about the proportion.
I don't have big booty. I mean, big breasts, big boobies.
I don't. I do. I have huge boobs proportionally. Even when I'm like underweight, my boobs proportionally are still a triple D.
Why you need an ass if you got
because I don't date white men. because I didn't date white men. I was dating black men, and black men
Niggas like titties. I like
almost
titties.
universally
No.
want ass over boobs.
I know where she's going.
I like
Usually
titties.
white men. No. It's not that. White men adore tits over booty. Black men
Exactly.
Adore booty over tits.
It's not
Yep.
saying
I
that we don't
adore
love it.
big
White,
ass,
white
whatever.
men like booties.
No.
White men like booties too now.
I'm not saying they don't.
Yeah, but
I'm
most
just saying
men
the
like the breast.
preference of most
Right.
white men are usually
Yeah,
the
us
breast
black
over
men,
the
we
butt.
the butt
Yeah.
guys.
I think
Yeah.
she
Black and
want
Hispanic
everything.
men. Black and Hispanic men like
Yeah,
big
Mhm.
booties.
Why can't you just settle for like big ass titties? Why you gotta have big ass titties, big old ass, fucking big ass lips? Why gotta be anything?
Everything got to be big. I don't know.
I
How you
love big
guys
breasts.
think
Lord
about
have
getting your
mercy,
lips
dude.
done, like your lips and stuff?
I think that's crazy, personally.
Yeah, they look like fish, right?
Yeah, it looks weird. Like when you start
Them
doing too much stuff to your
DSLs.
face, it's too
Yeah.
much for me.
Please stay
It's,
away from the face. Don't do the face.
Yeah.
I beg women not to
I
get
like big
facial
ass lips.
surgery ever.
right. Like do
When a
some
girl with
topical
big lips
stuff.
kiss me, I that shit. I kissed a chick with some skinny ass lips. Kissed a chick some big. The girls with the big lips, you feel all of that shit. You just the fullness of the kiss,
yeah,
huh?
yeah. When their lips is full, yeah, they get
You
into
feel
shit.
that.
I just
That's
thank
why I like
God that
that.
I don't have those thin paper
Really,
lips.
really thin ones. Yeah.
Yeah, them paper
Yeah.
thin lips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't
You know
like
what's so
that.
Mhm.
sad though? Our women, man, they're born with those natural lips, and they still paying more this money to get something that they're born with.
They paying for lips?
Yeah,
It's more butt than lips. I think from what I know from black women, they pay a lot more for butt.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, more
Lips
blood.
like like that perfect type lips look like a goddamn duck lips. Like,
From
Yeah,
what I've seen
fish
more
and ducks.
white women pay for the bigger lips. I've seen
Lips. Yeah.
that.
yeah, I
Not
seen
black
that.
women, but
But I'm starting to see black women do that. I'm like, what the hell wrong with y'all? Yo, I was born full of lips. White women trying to pay for something that y'all had naturally.
I mean, I kissed a
I
white
like
girl with some paper lips. I got nose and chin.
I like those
Mm.
big ass. I like those big ass lips. If it's natural,
Yeah,
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I like almost. I ain't gonna say bimbo big, but big as fuck. I like it like that.
Like them
You
Angelina
do?
Jolie's.
Yeah,
Oh.
I like
Okay.
them big old DSLs. I like them DSLs, big old lips. I know a lot of black chicks didn't like it. There's like, oh, it's too like African looking. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? Yeah, put
What's a
adorn to
DSL?
dick sucking
Oh,
lips.
excuse my language. We can't say that on
Oh, sorry.
here.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
She ain't
I'm not
been
that
watching
cool.
Sorry, Melody. I didn't mean to monetize you.
Listen, I have big lips, but not the huge ones. You
She
know,
got them soup coolers.
Yeah.
I have like full black girl lips.
Yeah, I feel like I have
Yeah.
respectable sized lips, like they're not that big, but
I
they're not
see.
small.
I see.
They're there,
I see.
Like
Those are
Ruby and
good right
Melody's
there.
lips on their pictures. That's perfect. That's picture perfect. Nothing more.
Yeah. That's
I
it
think it has
right
to do
there.
with proportions of your face though, right? Like if you have because some women will have, like, I'll say smaller set lips, but then on their face they work. So it
Yeah.
depends. If they went and got even their lips a little bit bigger, like even to my size, it would look ridiculous. I think sometimes women, they start focusing on the feature, like out of the context of their face and what they actually look like and what will look good on them.
I
Right?
agree with
It's like,
It's rare. It's rare that I see a surgery that just works well with a woman. Like most surgeries, I ain't gonna lie, whether it's a BBL or some facelift or some lips, most of them don't really work that well. It doesn't look good.
It
It's
depends on how
rare.
they take care
they
of them, though.
do it, man. They probably really want to do the body, and then they start going with the face. But I think they just go overboard like crazy.
They just go overboard. Yeah,
Like,
It's like getting tattoos. Yeah, they go overboard sometimes.
Yeah.
it never. I'm sorry. I rarely see a good ass job, and I really want to see one. Like I don't knock it as much as like, bro. If you're gonna get it, make it look real, make it look good. Like put some real effort into that. Just don't get it, and it's never like that. Every time you see a fake ass, it's clearly fake. Like it's clearly disproportioned. Like it's ugly. Like every time I see it, so that's why I'm not a fan of that.
Man, I ran into
No,
Tory
but
Bricks
Oh, go ahead.
yesterday. Y'all know who that is?
Yeah, I know who it is.
My God. For Tory Bricks, she's a model. Lord have mercy. I ran into it to the mall yesterday. I was sitting down eating, and I saw this woman with this big ass coat boy, and I looked at her. I was like, no.
You
It
seen her
looks
with a big old butt?
wonderful.
Well, she had on some tights, some green tights. You couldn't miss it. It was just there. I was like, oh my God. And the first thing that was going through my mind was whoever doctor did her, it looked good. I was like, whoa, bravo. Because I told her,
Yeah.
because what I did, I said, Tori. And she looked over and she said, hey, cutie. And I was like, that is her. And then I let her walk off. I wasn't gonna bother. I was like, oh my God, her booty. Ooh. I just like lost my whole train of thought. I was like, masterful job.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
when it's
all
good, it's
know
good.
that it's fake. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. How could you like something that's not real?
Well, let me
That's
say
what I don't
this.
understand.
Judging by her body, because she's short, she's got to be about your height, Melly, about 5'2". She's short. But she had like her thighs were thick. They were very well proportioned to her butt. But the butt job, I was like, whoever did that, they did a good job. Because usually a lot of times I
Like
see these
Johnny
old
Blaze.
slathery.
Like
Johnny
I
Blaze
know.
is real. Johnny Blaze
No,
is real.
that's fake. No, that's
No, no,
fake.
no, 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 no. I know Johnny
She said it.
personally. She
She
told
said
you
it.
that?
No, she said it on Vlad.
Oh, I
Was it
didn't
Vlad?
know that.
Yeah, it was Vlad. It was Vlad TV. She said he was like, I think your butt is real, and she started laughing. She's like, nah, it's fake.
No,
Her
but you
butt,
know Johnny Blaze is thick though. It proportions her body out correctly.
that's
That's why
what
I
I'm
was
talking
like,
about.
good
If
job.
you if you already have ass and you get some added,
Yeah,
it come out good. So you gotta kind of already have it so it could look natural. But a
true,
lot of times
true.
that ain't the case.
On like,
If you just
Um,
flat and you come out with this big tugboat, yeah, I'm gonna clown you. Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't look real at all. It's like fucking, I don't know, man. It's like with the makeup thing, like you put on makeup it's to make you look like beautifully naturally. Like when girls when they cake the makeup on, that's the problem. That's what I'm talking about. It's like when people get that bullshit ass job, like it's like caking the makeup on. Like you look crazy.
Yeah.
It's like it's a clown.
Mr. Jap says trans energy.
I'm sorry, it does look like that. But go ahead, Melly. You was about to say
It is
something before I
training
interrupt
energy.
you.
I don't even remember. No,
Sorry.
it was gonna be something about vanity. I forgot what it was though.
Maybelline.
Oh, you guys were like loving Melanie King's body.
Ooh,
Ooh,
All the men in the state.
what's
she
all
has
the
a body.
put me in that category?
Mhm.
She has
Yeah,
a body.
yeah, she got her body done.
She ain't got no body. I
Yes, she do.
never even thought about her body.
No, she had a body done. I can
She got
tell.
her body done.
She got the breast
Mhm.
done, nose job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I give a fuck about. I never cared for her. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Is that
Maybe I'm not.
it?
I'm
Like,
not a light skin. I'm not a light skin. You know them niggas that be obsessed with light skin. I'm not necessarily that. Not necessarily that. Like I appreciate a light skin chick, but it ain't my mo as much as these other niggas.
how
Like
It's
about
you,
really
you saying you don't like a woman just because she's light skinned.
exactly. She got to be bad. Period. And I don't care what skin tone she.
Hold up, Young East. I gotta call you on that. You mean to tell me the skin tone tells
like
you how beautiful a woman is? Is that what
chocolate?
you
No,
said?
you completely missed what I just
Okay,
said.
all right. I want to make sure you clear. I missed that part because it didn't
No,
sound
no,
right
you
to
did
me.
because what you just asked, Melanie? You said that she don't have to be light skinned or something like that.
Yeah, because I was saying how everybody went crazy over Melanie King, and then they found out she was fake.
She
You know
got
what I
fake
mean?
skin too. Yeah.
Everything
So
is
that's what I'm
fake.
saying.
Yeah, she
No, she
bleached
don't gotta be
everything.
light skinned. No, that I don't. I
So
was never like that. I think Jessica X got that same card. Like when she came out, she was yellow. She yellow, and these niggas, they jumped on it. You know what I'm saying? That's what dudes do. I was never like that.
so you don't think it was because she was beautiful in their eyes? You think it's because she was light skinned?
That's where
I
we
think
left off.
I think the light skin amplified it.
Well, I think the problem is with women, right? Like what we see at least, when we're looking at things, we hear the men saying we want our women au naturel. We don't want all the fake, body and fake face, and we hate all this makeup and we hate the fake hair and whatever. But at the same time, when you look at the general collective of men praising women, right?
Here
The
we go.
women who no,
Here we go.
we
Here
can
we
here
go.
we go all we want, but it's true when you think about the general collective of men, who are supporting and praising women and, pouring out their wallets to support these women and whatever, what do you tend to see? You tend to see the women who are very heavily made up, who have at least one, if not multiple, very obvious looking plastic surgeries, who obviously have fake hair in their head, right? And so the problem is that when like society these days, right, they're spending so much of their socialization online that they're missing the fact that while men prefer online, let's be real, they prefer the best looking thing, and they're not being very objective about what's real or not. It's just to their eyesight, this looks the best. But in reality, like in real life, right? When you see men who are happily married, who are walking with the woman on their arm and whatever, what are they walking with? Are they walking with a woman who has fake everything, right? And trying to impregnate a woman who has fake everything with, their face caked with makeup? Or are they walking with a woman who just, she's a pretty woman, she's maybe she got a little mascara on, she got herself a little beauty. It's clearly she takes care of herself though, and that's about it. And I think that's the kind of the problem, is that you could look at social media, for example, and social media tells you, no, men want fake everything, and men want women who are caked in this makeup and who have the craziest. But in reality, right, when you're looking at the men who are now looking to commit and to settle down and to have their children with someone and to protect and provide for, what you tend to see is them choosing something different in their personal life on a daily basis.
That is true. Actually, I got to give it to her for that.
Yeah, because from what I see, men prefer to marry a Candace Owens type of chick over a Kim Kardashian.
Of course, yeah.
From what I see, they both wear makeup though, so you have that. It's like we can't eradicate all of the fakeness, because frankly, sometimes a little bit of foundation, some chicks need it. There's niggas that need foundations. Like, we can't even cap on that. So you can't eradicate the weave. Like dudes wanted to, you can't stop wearing weave. But bruh, there's some good. Let's keep it a stack, right? Like a good lace front does look better than how these hoes keep their hair sometimes. They natural hair. I'm sorry. I know how I sound.
No,
but
you have somewhat of a point. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. I hate to say it though,
I don't
because
like it, but it has some truth to it.
I think we all
I
agree with
prefer
that
them to grow
statement.
their hair. I prefer women to grow their hair, like black women to grow their hair long as ever. But it just don't grow for a lot of them.
Yeah.
You feel me? And as far as the acne on the face, or if you just was born in a city where there was bad air, so you got bad skin, sometimes foundation is like a good corrector. Like it just is. Now you don't have to put the foundation, the blush, all the eyelashes, and the lips. You don't have to do all that, but just regular, just to keep it natural and beautiful. Yeah, you should.
But there's a difference. There's a difference. Like if you look at Candace Owens, I don't like this woman for the record, but if you look at Candace Owens's makeup, right? So there's a difference between putting on some foundation and color corrector to, just make sure that your skin looks smooth, and then, maybe some mascara to, just make your eyes just stand out a little bit, right? But that's generally her face. What you're seeing is her face in its best possible state. There's a difference between that and doing, say, Kim Kardashian makeup, where it's a 2-hour affair and everything's heavily chiseled, heavily, you're basically making a completely different face. If you look at half of the Kardashians without makeup from 5 years ago versus now, they don't even look like the same race of person, let alone the same person.
They don't.
Right?
I don't live too far from them. I know what she's saying is true.
Right?
Yeah, they changed up, man. That shit is fucked up.
Yeah, right. So I think that there's a difference, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like when people are making these arguments or having these discussions, I think that they kind of do go overboard on both sides. It's
I want to say, I think Melody feels like men give way too much attention to fake women. I think that. Yeah, I do. I know how you feel about it, because sometimes in your streams, when you actually ask your questions, it'd be like, it's always leading somewhere. It's always leading. And from some of the questions that you ask, it's like, you feel like you feel like let me ask you this, Melody. Do you feel like men are hypocritical as far as what they say they want versus what they actually choose?
Yes, on a large scale, yes. Even though men
See,
like me. Hold on, let me say this. Even though men, a lot of men go after me, they like me a lot. But my body is natural. You know, I'm not no fake chick. I have a natural body. But it's like they look at the women on Instagram that's obviously fake. And then they try to compare natural women to fake women. That's not fair. I think that's the part I hate about it. Don't sit there and compare me to a fake woman and say that fake woman is an 8 and I'm a 6 or a 7. You know, like,
Is
is
that
she
what's
well,
an
been
you
8
know
happening
or
to
what?
you,
I
a
agree
6?
with you. I
No,
agree with her on that
it
because
don't
Kevin
happen to me,
Samuels.
but go ahead.
I'm
Melody? Is
sorry,
that what? Oh, go ahead, Youngis. I'm sorry.
Kevin Samuels did that. He did give Nikki a 9, right?
Right.
And she's fake as hell. So I
But
agree with on that front.
y'all do know why he did
That's what
that,
I'm saying.
right?
It don't matter. He's supposed to.
Mhm.
I
He
understood you
did
because
that
she's a
from a
celebrity.
business purpose because all them damn bees would have came to his page.
Bro,
Mhm.
bro, you know how much he would have blew up if he would have kept it real with her?
Actually, she kept it real with herself. She
Yeah.
said she
Yeah,
was a
she the
six
one that
or
kept it
Yeah.
real herself.
something.
She the one that underrated herself.
Yeah,
Yep.
High rating. So
Kevin did that to
I
get
just
his
feel like
boss up.
if he
Yep.
stayed Kevin,
honestly,
if,
he would never have blew up the way he was if he would have got at her the way you want her to. I mean, you wanted him
I
to.
think
Yeah,
so because everybody like, oh shit, what did you say to Nikki? Like everybody
Man, that was a
negative.
business
He
move if
blew
I
up
never
off
that
it.
was a
saw it.
business
Mhm.
move. He has to keep a balance. That's the whole thing.
Because even I
All
was
right,
in a
all right,
disagreement
but
with
See,
Kevin
us,
on
we could
that.
do
I
that
get
because
what
we
Melody
ain't
is
got
saying.
nothing to see. Me and you could do something like that with her if we wanted to. Yeah, because technically we ain't got nothing to lose, but he does and stuff.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's what I'm
I know.
saying. That was a business move.
I
Exactly. Yeah.
understand that. I understand that. I listen. I get what Melody is saying, but the thing is, Melody, like, just like dudes like sleeping with hoes, right? They
Right.
give attention to hoes, but they don't want them for real. You
Hmm.
feel me? It's sort of the same thing with like these plastic surgery bimbos a little bit. Like it's still a girl at the end of the day. She's done up, but it's a girl. Dudes is gonna give it attention,
Hmm.
but it's bullshit attention. There's a difference. So I,
Yeah,
I don't want
but
I understand you might get kind of like almost frustrated at that, but to be frank with you, it's like you can almost point to that just being men being immature to some extent because like I said, we'll keep a whole wife and still look at other women, still look at hoes. Some niggas will still sleep with hoes and keep a wife, but they want their wife way more.
Well,
yeah,
just
Does that
break
make
it
sense?
but
down.
what
Break
you're
it down.
saying is,
Break
huh?
it down very simple, young geese. Just tell them, look, Melody, you are the girl that I want to take out in public. She is the girl that I want to spank in bed with the spike belt. Simple as plain and
But
Right.
simple.
but do Melody really understand that? Like, do you? It's like I
Man,
don't
she
think she understands.
it doesn't trans. I don't think
Well,
it transcends with
I
Melody. I
understand,
could be
but I
wrong,
just,
but
all right, these are the things I don't like. As a woman that's natural, like natural body, never got nothing done, right?
hmm
I don't like being compared to fake women. I don't like being compared to trans women.
oh
Like
Lord,
it's just certain things I don't like. Like, oh, trans women are real women. That irritates the hell out of me. Like, I don't know why it shouldn't, but it does because I'm a real
Yeah, I
natural
hate that
woman.
shit.
Yeah, like don't
Yeah,
sit there and compare
yeah,
fake women to natural women, period. I just
yeah.
don't like that. I think that irks me the most.
Melody, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Guys up in New Jersey do that to you?
No, nobody does it. It's what I see. Like
Oh, it's okay.
I see natural, beautiful women,
Hmm.
even in this space, being compared to fake women, and then the fake women are the best looking. To you know what I mean? Like it's like that's not
Yeah.
right. That's not right to do.
I
I
Mhm.
never
agree.
You
seen
know?
it. I never
Mhm.
necessarily seen that though. You
I,
like I've never seen a man look at a natural girl. I don't remember seeing that. I don't know if you have any
Mhm.
examples.
I need to.
There's
Well,
no
what
They
I
need
would
to
say,
figure out
reason
where
to
to
Melanie,
put
fake
what I would
the
say,
beautiful
Melanie,
wireless
American.
earphones.
if he's
Yeah.
if you feel like he's comparing you to a woman that's a little bit more voluptuous, that's because he's into more
I don't
voluptuous
think that's
women
in a
than
blue
you.
band.
I'm not talking about comparing me to the luxury. If she's natural, if that's her natural body and she really looks like that and she never laid under a knife, go ahead and compare her. Give her a 10. Give me a what I don't care. Yeah, okay, her body's better than mine. But don't sit there and compare a fake woman's body to a natural woman's body. That's what I'm saying.
That's
I
Like
dumb.
agree.
I don't even know who does
I think
that
that's
shit.
what we asking you.
Everyone,
Some
all the
guy
time.
did that to you
all the time.
all the
I've
time. They
never
said, yo,
seen
I'm
that
like,
shit.
wait, let's play this out. You at the club in the bar, right? She's a voluptuous woman, but you know she had surgery done on her. And I guess you could tell. He's saying that this chick look better than you because body wise.
No, don't compare me because I go to the club or the bar and men are all over me buying me drinks. And it can be a fake woman over there.
All
So
the club.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying in general, like our
Like,
young
for
girls,
example, here's a good example of this. Look at all of the lists of the hottest women in the manosphere or the hottest women in the Black YouTube. Look at those lists of women, and then what you'll see is they're comparing some women who are very heavily made up, who obviously have fake body parts and fake this and that and whatever injections, all kinds of crazy stuff, and
that
they will
part,
compare those women
that
to a
part.
woman who's very, very natural. And most of the women who are very natural with natural bodies don't really wear makeup. If they made it on the list at all, they're, at the bottom of the list, right? The ones at the very
I
top
want
who
to
hold the
speak
top
to that.
spots are very heavily made up with fake bodies. Let's be real.
Wait,
That's
wait,
just
wait. No, no, no.
Yeah,
Time out, time out, time
yeah.
out. Because I seen one of those lists. I seen one of those lists because mediocre tutorial reviews had a list, and let's just say Melanie King. Nobody knew she was fake, like fake, until. But on the list, I think I seen Six the Goddess, and then I seen that Erica Lachey girl. And these women are natural, besides the face, with the makeup. I mean, and then
No,
I seen
I
I
don't
seen
think six.
Danica. I seen Danica up there, and Danica's natural. So I don't know what you guys exactly talking about because that's the
actually
only list I've seen.
I watched that live stream from beginning to end. The one you're talking about, that mediocre
I never
tutorials and
even saw
reviews
that.
did. And
Yeah.
people were complaining because, and this is true, is that, to be fair, first of all, some people you just cannot find a picture of them actually natural. You can't find a picture of them
Yeah.
without makeup on, without the
We're not
filters,
talking
without
about
whatever.
without
You
makeup.
can't. Yeah, but
We
here's
talking
the
about
thing.
we talk.
Hold
Okay.
on,
No, hold on.
because
Whose
because
list is this? I never saw this list.
his
It was
channel.
on his. It was on his Patreon, I think.
No, it wasn't. He did it on regular YouTube. He might have moved it to
Okay.
Patreon,
Okay.
but he did it on regular YouTube. The channel's
Okay.
called Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. And so what he did was his point was to compare women naturally. So some women that you could find a no makeup, no nothing pictures, right? He was evaluating them based on that. But there are some of the women you can't find them without makeup and
Who?
without
Who?
filters. Many of the
Who?
people on the list, and you can see the list. Go
I
look at
gotta
the
see
list.
this.
Say
People were
say
I
the
gotta,
name.
complaining about it.
Say
I
the
gotta
name.
see this.
Do you think I have this list memorized from
I
like
gave
eight
you a
months
few
ago when he
names.
did the stream?
I
Do you,
gave
do
you a
you
few names.
do you think I have the list again memorized based on what he did like 8 months ago? I don't.
The
I
point
watched
is,
it from beginning to
I
end,
seen it too.
and
I seen it too, and I named a few names, and those women that I named was at the top of the list for the most part.
yeah, and
And they were
even the picture
natural.
with Six the Goddess doesn't look anything like Six the Goddess when she does her live streams. It was
That's
one of
bullshit.
her. No,
Every
it doesn't.
You
It was
seen
no,
where
literally one
Sister
of
everybody
her
and
Goddess
their
looks
mama
like
pictures.
gonna
without
say
makeup?
sister God. Everybody and their mama is
I
gonna
didn't even
say
know who
sister.
she was actually.
Okay,
And
hold
so
on though.
when
Okay,
he
hold
did
on though.
that, I actually went and looked her up on her channel and I went,
No, that's
this is the
cap.
same
You're
person?
capping now. You're capping. You're capping.
Yes, of course.
You
Everything
are.
is
You are.
capped when you
Everybody.
disagree
We're
with
not
it.
talking. Listen. We are. Listen. Wearing foundation is okay. That's
Yeah.
something that we all gonna get a pass to. If you're talking about simple sister God is wearing
No, but you see,
foundation,
you're saying
you
no.
tripping.
See, the thing is, respectfully, you can't say that because you would give a pass that what I'm saying is invalid, which is that his point was to compare
No, it wasn't.
bare-faced, au natural women. Yes, it was. That literally was his
I know it wasn't.
actual point. In fact, at one
He
point
wouldn't
that
have
I
put it
can't
at the top
remember,
of the list then. He wouldn't have put it at the top of the list.
And again, at one point, he literally had to redo one of the women because people were complaining so much. Watch the stream. It's like a 4-hour stream.
You say I'm saying the names. You say I know. I'm actually saying names.
When did you see the stream?
Got it first, and Erica.
When did you see the stream? When did you see it?
I seen it when he dropped it.
So you're saying that the last time you looked at this was like 8 months ago?
Exactly.
Okay. The only time I watched it was exactly when he dropped it, and I'm telling you actual details that you apparently can't remember. Like
and
the
you
time
can't even say the names. What you saying? I can't remember. You can't even
name
one name.
Most of these,
you just saying chicks.
Because I don't even know who they
then
are.
You don't know the names. Don't say I don't know the names and I don't remember detail. You don't remember the detail.
I'm literally telling you. No, I didn't say anything about you not remembering names. I'm saying you don't remember the details I'm explaining.
And you don't either because you don't know no name.
No, just because I don't remember a name doesn't mean I don't remember a detail of what happened.
Yeah, I can't. Well, you just want to be right all the time.
I'm gonna have to look at this list myself.
Bro.
Yeah, why don't we just look at it?
I didn't even know it was a list. I mean, I didn't even know it was a list personally. I mean, I don't even know everybody on
There's many lists. But no,
I'm not
he didn't do a
wrong.
list. What he did was, so he had his Discord open, right? And so the people who are in his Discord and him were rating, right? So he would pull up, like everyone was giving suggestions. Obviously, the people in the Discord were getting priority for the suggestions, and then he would put the picture up, and then he would ask everybody in the chat, everywhere, what do you rate these people? Like, where do you put them? You put them on the S level or the A level, whatever, right? Yeah, and then he gave his opinion, everyone gave their opinion, and then he put them wherever he rated them, right? So, like, for example, like, I know for sure, I think it was Sweetie, maybe one of those people, Cardi B, they were rated like at like bottom tier, right? Bottom level, based on his opinion. Or like one person who he could only find a really made up picture, but he's like, no, I swear I've seen her without makeup and she's even more attractive than this. So therefore I'm putting her where I want. So even like if the group consensus was different than his opinion, obviously it's his stream, so his opinion is going to win. So I mean, it was like a long time. Like we watched him literally do it. He went
O'Shea did it
for the pictures, pulled the pictures up. You know, it was a whole thing. Like it really was like hours.
Send me the link. I want to see it.
Okay, let me see if I can find it on his channel.
O'Shea did it too, I think. But like I said, those women that they had at the top, they were like
the O'Shea one. I know what you're talking about. Young shit. The one O'Shea was doing, he's doing like a top 5 and something like that.
He has a top 5. Yep.
Top 5. His way is simping for them.
I thought that she was number 1. Melanie King was number 1.
Yeah, he was bugging.
He was simping. No, O'Shea.
He was simping. He was simping. He was simping right there.
I saw that. And I do think Six the Goddess is beautiful. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen before and after pics of Six the Goddess. She used to be skinny. So I'm not putting this out there. From what I understand, she may have had a BBL. She may have had a BBL.
That was when she was young.
No,
that's what I was gonna ask. Was it a younger picture or was it?
No, but I'm gonna put y'all up on game, and I don't want to sound like I'm hating. Like I said, I think she's a gorgeous. I think she is one of the best looking women in a space, and I'm not just saying that. I love her skin. I love dark skin. I think dark skin women are gorgeous. So her skin
is flawless.
Her skin is flawless. You know, sometimes I wish I was dark skinned. That's crazy.
But I do too. I'm not gonna lie.
Get a 10. That's it.
Her skin is flawless, and
dude, I just came from the beach. I ain't even darkened up that much. I look like a burnt toast.
But her women. All right, this is the game I'm gonna put men up on, because women, we could tell. No human being's waist is that small in real life. Like if you go back and look at the 90s videos, Soul Train and all that, women didn't look like that.
That's fair.
I barely see her waist
today. I mean, like, I'm not saying that it's fake. I don't know. I'm not gonna hate.
Like a cartoon waist.
It's like extra small. That's not natural.
She had a BBL? You think she had a BBL?
I'm just saying. Well, Confessions in Therapy did a stream and had me thinking, because I didn't at first, but when Confessions in Therapy did that stream, I was like, oh, like I was just like, I never thought of that.
Know. It could be hating, man.
I have to check it out. I've never seen it.
She she don't necessarily when she talks, she don't necessarily cater too hard. Like she come against the sisterhood and bullshit, but she don't necessarily cater too hard to black men. You got niggas, you got dudes that be hating. You got, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. She
All
come
a
against
woman got
sisterhood
to
pretty
do,
hard.
listen, all a woman got to do to blow up in this space in a manosphere to get a lot of money, all a woman needs to do is get on a payment plan, get her body done, bleach her skin, or she can stay dark skinned. As long as she get her body done, she can stay dark skinned, wear tons of makeup and weave, and talk against the sisterhood and say how great black men are.
Is
You
that
will
what's
make
going
so
on?
much money doing that. So much money. Like,
Yeah,
it's
but you don't
crazy.
need to do all of that surgery shit. You can just talk
Melody,
shit.
Melody, let me ask
But
you a
they
question.
do.
What do you? I'm asking. What do you think about Love Dorsey?
I don't know these. I don't know.
That deep voice nigga,
Who is that? That's a guy or a girl?
It's a
it's a
female, but
girl.
her voice is very masculine. But she talks against the women a lot.
I gotta
And she
see
ain't
her.
that. She don't
I
look
don't know.
that good. So
But I've seen some of her model photos. That's why I was like, "What do you think about that?"
Well, her model photos, are they pretty or?
I think so personally, but I was like,
nah,
well, I
I
would
don't.
like to give get another get another opinion. What do y'all think if she's real or fake? That's what I would
Oh, I
ask.
want to see. I gotta see
But
her.
I don't know, but
but
Melody, in the back chat, I posted the thing we were talking about. Right. The title is "We Rate Famous Women
Oh,
Without
I see
Makeup."
it. I
It's
see it.
saying literally says without makeup. Just throwing it out there.
I'm gonna have to check
I'm
that
gonna
Literally,
look
the
out.
at
point
that.
was to rate them without makeup.
But I didn't see that. And you know what? I love when I see a beautiful woman, I love it. But I love it even more when it's hers, when she was born like that, when God made her that way. You
and
know, when she's naturally beautiful.
you don't think these women are born beautiful?
No, I'm a woman. I can like you guys don't understand. Like me and Ruby can look at somebody and see if they're natural or not. Period. Like it's a
What
gift
do you
that
mean by
women
you
It could
mean
be
have.
a,
by facially?
it could be
You
a
mean
women's
facially or
intuition.
BBL? You mean
Everything.
BBL?
Hey, I'm a millennial.
You,
I'm
you
a
think so?
millennial. Listen. I was born in a different time. I'm a millennial. Back then, we
I'm
were.
a millennial too,
Okay,
though.
so think back. Close your eyes and think back of how women used to look in videos back in the day, back in the early 2000s, back in the 90s. What did women look like in videos? They
They
didn't
worked
have
out.
those extra small waists and huge hips and the big booties until Kim Kardashian and them came out. Once
Yeah.
they
No,
came out,
Hmm.
everybody started looking like that.
No,
And
the
it's so,
women.
and listen,
nah.
and it's so
The
easy.
women.
Listen, and it's
Oh,
so
go ahead.
easy
I'm
to
sorry.
get. You get on a payment plan. You don't even have to have a lot of money. I can go get a BBL tomorrow and get
You
on a
better
credit
not.
payment
Wait,
plan.
I remember this video.
You better not. Don't
Ruby,
do that.
yeah,
You
MTR.
better not.
You remember this?
He rating the celebrities and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so people were like not happy with a bunch of choices he made that everyone else disagreed with. Like Meg Thee Stallion is way above Megan Good, Beyonce,
Oh
Rihanna,
Megan Good.
Sweet.
All right, you just said Megan Good. Megan Good is one that I
And then
like.
he found the old young picture of look like '90s Jada and stuff like that. Instead of getting the present one at the
Hold
time.
on. Let me ask Ruby a question.
Mm-hmm.
I may have missed. Make kind of retract my brain. Did somebody say that Megan Thee Stallion look better than Megan Good?
yeah.
Yeah.
You
MTR
know, some
rated
people
so
might feel like
Meg Thee
You're
Stallion.
bugging.
I'm
Meg Thee
done.
Stallion is on B class, right? And then
Okay.
Megan Good is C class to him. Beyonce is D class to him.
What?
Rihanna is
yeah,
E
I'm
He's
class.
watching
drunk.
it too. I'm like,
He's
yo,
drunk. He's
this
drunk.
must be
I
his
gotta
own
talk to
personal.
MTR because
Yeah, this is
honestly,
MTR's own
he's
personal.
never seen
That's all I'm
Megan Good.
saying.
I
Yeah,
just gotta say this. I've seen Megan Good in person
Me
many
too.
times.
Yeah.
I need to talk to him, and I Megan Thee Stallion. Oh my God, does
Why?
not.
this is his own.
Thank
This is
you.
that's
I
what I'm
need
saying.
to
This is
talk
his
to that
own.
Thank
nigga.
you. That's
She
all I'm saying.
to me. I'm sorry. And
Oh,
you know what I hate when
Megan
people
Good
try
was
to
way
say
better than
when people
Megan
try
Good
to
way better
say
than
that
Stallion.
a woman is a hater because she don't find somebody attractive.
I was
I
on
don't
the
get
set of
that.
Biker
I'm
Boy.
watching, yo, no disrespect to MTR. Why the hell he put Jada on the S class? I guess that's the top class. That's young Jada. That ain't present Jada.
Young-
He
Yeah,
found a
young Jada was bad. Yeah.
exactly. That's young Jada.
Can I be honest?
He's like, where's put
What?
present Jada?
Can I be
Jada's
honest?
on.
No, Jada is she's lower than that. Jada's in D class.
Oh, you switched it?
Jada's 50 now, so
right
I'm
now.
looking at the thumbnail of the final result. So Jada's in D
Okay.
class.
Wait, Jada in her prime? Jada in her prime?
Yeah, that's prime Jada. That's
Prime
90s.
Jada?
That's
Oh
90s.
yeah,
No,
prime
Prime
Jada.
Jada is
She
bad
was
as
good.
fuck.
Yeah.
Tatiana Ali is in S class. I know
Yeah,
one of
she
these
bad.
people is Six of Goddess, but I don't know what she looks like, honestly, so I can't really name her. Some really light-skinned girl. I don't know who the hell she is
I have to
either.
fast forward it then. Okay, you rearrange it. Okay.
Megan Thee Stallion look like a mouse to me, but
All right, let me ask y'all a question real quick.
Cardi B, what's that damn chick? Kiki Palmer.
Yeah, Cardi B, Kiki Palmer,
and Arthur
Saweetie,
on that
and
show.
Arthur. I don't remember who. No, Arthur represents someone. I think Arthur represented someone. I just can't remember who it represented.
Well, he putting Riri on there, Rihanna, and top saying like, yo, Riri, without makeup, that big ass forehead, she don't look all that. Anybody
Don't say
look
that to Game Changer. Don't say that to GC.
I tell you,
Rihanna?
Riri don't look. Riri is fucking disgusting to me. Your word.
Thank you. She
Rihanna?
not cute. She not cute. She's very basic. She very basic. Period.
Like
What was you
Christina
want to ask,
Milian?
Melody?
Damn, Christina Milian was on the D class. J-Lo's D class.
You put Christina Milian in the D class?
Christina Milian is cute as fuck.
She's up there. She's like top
with
tier.
Maya also too.
Is
Yeah.
D class top tier? Just somebody remind me.
No,
Oh,
S class
just
is
a
top
low.
tier.
Top tier is
He
S
put
class.
Christina Milian at D. Oh my God! Go ahead, please.
That look like what's that singer that with Big Sean? His girlfriend.
Are you
like,
talking about Janae Aiko?
Yeah, she's on S class.
Yes.
He pretty as hell.
Tatiana Ali from
She's pretty as hell in person.
Yeah, she is.
Boy, she's fine and as heck in person. Janae, Jesus Christ. I met her at Fox Hills Mall. She's oh God.
She's
Well,
bad.
even Kevin Samuels
hell
always
yeah.
said what's her name?
That Asian chick.
No,
Kelly
seriously,
Rowland
you
look
gotta-
better
you
than Beyonce without makeup.
You gotta see
She
Janae in
do.
person.
She has
She's
better skin.
really beautiful.
Same with Nia Long. She's on A class.
She's small though, but she's really beautiful in person.
Who, Nia Long?
No, Janae Aiko.
Oh yeah.
She's like in the middle between A and B. And she started wearing no makeup no more. Yeah. What's that chick?
She looks better with makeup. I'm sorry.
Who is that?
Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
Alicia who?
Alicia Keys.
You know,
looks better with makeup.
girl that plays the piano. You know.
Basic.
She got bad skin though.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
She did the whole Proactive or whatever commercials because of her skin. So
Yeah.
or
She
that.
has really bad skin.
She stopped wearing makeup so much. Yeah, so her skin kind of look better now.
There you go. I have his rating system as my this one display picture.
Open up the screen.
Let me make it big. Oh, she can make it big.
Like, yo, matter of fact, he put Gabrielle Union and Meg Thee Stallion above Megan Good.
I can't see it. I still can't.
So he's on
I know it's too small.
Zoe Zandela? Like, what the hell? Like, yo, MJ got bad taste.
But now you guys understand why I get upset, right?
No, I'm sorry.
You
You put
still don't-
Megan
you
Good
still
that
don't
low.
understand?
Every female gonna get upset when comparing each other.
I'm sorry. You
gonna
put
say
Megan
because
Good
personal
that
taste,
low.
Exactly. You put
Hey,
Megan Good in C class below Meg
Yeah.
Thee Stallion and Gabrielle Union. Look like a damn dude, man.
Candace
Obvious.
Owens is above Rihanna. I mean, like it's just like, dude, like I'm looking at Candace Owens is above Jada.
I feel like going to my phone. I want
That's
to
his personal. That's his personal taste, though. That's like,
Yeah, we know.
I can
That's
respect
why
it.
people
I just
complaining.
don't agree with it, but you know, that's
don't
his
agree
taste.
with
That's
either.
his taste, but okay.
That's his taste.
Well, that's him. That's what
See,
he
that's
does.
one thing when he doing a stream, he's presenting like the overall percentage. That's why they got on him the way he did.
I'm sorry. Obviously, he hasn't seen Megan in person before. Jesus.
Exactly.
She got really bad stuff on her face. Why she got a little bump?
I never even found her attractive. Period. Even with makeup, like yo, something about I don't find her attractive like that. Like
who?
No, I don't have a child. Hold on. I don't have a child. I think maybe as I was trying to scroll through to delete one of the display pictures, it was showing you guys the pictures I was picking. And so the picture you saw, Madeira, is the picture of me and my godson. I had it up there.
Meg Thee Stallion is basic. Meg Thee Stallion basic. She's
very basic.
Yes.
Like beyond. Like not a child.
Meg-
Even in the picture he picked, And that's the thing. It was like, see, this was the problem. So to some extent, right? Like if you actually watch this whole thing, I did, right? There are sometimes he just ignored what other people were saying, and there were some times where he actually listened to what the majority were saying for now. But then at the end, he just went and rearranged everything the way he wanted it anyway, so it didn't really matter.
I mean,
I feel like he put Cardi B twice on the bottom.
I'm sorry. When I think of Megan's face structure and her lips, that's all real.
She looks like a man.
Exactly, that's a hood booger type chick, man. That's almost
Like the woman can wear any hairstyle and it would fit her face. Like
that's another thing. Like you could just rip that hair off. That ain't even my hair. That's a damn wig.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about Remy Ma?
What about her?
Who?
Remy Ma.
I don't even know what
You
she
think
looks like.
No,
She's not my taste either, too.
She's not my taste,
She a
but I think she's a good woman for excuse me for papoose.
She's a good, beautiful woman for him.
Yeah.
I was arguing with somebody because they said she bad. I'm like, I don't know. That just irks me. I'm like, how is she bad? But that's his opinion. I guess that's his taste.
She's not ugly, but it's not like I'm not really like pizzazzed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like yo, it's like I wouldn't even smash like that. Even on my drunkest day, like fuck it.
I would smash if she threw it.
Nah, I'm not me.
I wouldn't chase her down though. I wouldn't pursue her. But if I see her giving me the grills and I ain't doing nothing, she could do something. We could do something. I'm not gonna. You would deny her? I wouldn't deny her. Nah, she's good enough for that. That's too. And she did all that work to lose weight. You know,
I'm not knocking that. It's just, I mean, she ain't ugly. It's just she doesn't, wow me. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. No, she doesn't wow me either. She doesn't wow me either. But what I'm saying is, if she's pursuing you and she calling you, why not? Why would you deny her?
Nah, that's what I'm saying.
It's just not. She's not my taste. But
if she your taste, that's good. I mean, hey.
She's not my taste either, nigga.
That's what she still tastes enough to smash on a drunken day. Like you ain't pursuing hard.
I don't gotta be drunk to hit that. She not ugly. Like if she was ugly and she had an ass like a butterface, then maybe. But no, she's not ugly.
She's not that bad.
That butterface chick that denied the nuclear physics.
Yo, that nuclear physics. Yo, that situation is exactly why I only talk to chicks that's choosing, because there's people that's saying that the dude look better than the girl. And it's like, bruh, this happened to me before too, so I'm not even getting at nobody. I tried to talk to a chick before that was not that cute. Like, people would say that, oh, I think you're more handsome than she pretty. But she didn't want to talk to me. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was like, it don't matter. You could holler at a chick that's ugly. If she ain't fucking with you, it doesn't matter, nigga. You got more money than her. You got more credential than her. You could be more handsome than she's pretty. If she don't like you, she don't like you. So that's why I only talk to chicks that choose.
My thing is I understood why people had an uproar about her rejecting him. But at the same time, I wasn't like upset. Like if you wasn't feeling him, that's perfectly fine. I think that brother's gonna be okay.
Yeah, he'd be all right. I mean, he might have to check up his game a little bit. Like I mean, I'm not knocking.
And she said, "Hey, he's not my type. He's an intelligent dude, attractive dude, but the dude's a lot more. Would have
been because they keep assuming that she wants a thug dude and everything.
I won't say that. I'm not gonna assume that.
That's what pissed me off. Like I've seen dudes that are excited and they're not thugs. They do work 9 to 5 job, well put together. They just know how to have a exciting, charismatic, charisma attitude that they had that women were drawn to them.
But my pushback in defense of him, the way I see it is that you only had like a 3-minute window, right? Yeah. I think he's the type of guy that if you got him to go out on a date, he probably would have opened up a little bit more where she could be attracted to him. Because at the same time, she asked him what he did, and so he was going down the list.
Now, she told him, "Tell me about yourself."
But if you, in her defense, she rejected everybody on the, so it didn't
You gotta
matter.
understand that's a speed dating show. That's what happens on speed dates. That's another thing. Like
That's
I don't
why
do
I would
speed
never put myself in that position where a chick could reject me like that. And
dating. You
and
understand?
number two, it was all based off if she thought the guy was cute, in my opinion.
She said she
That's
did.
it.
It's a
She
speed
she
dating
thought he was
show.
cute.
Like it's a speed dating show. You're supposed to expect to be turned down as fast as you can. So you better
No,
come with
she
the best news.
actually, if you listen to the other show, she said the dude was attractive. She said,
Yeah,
you
she
know,
listen. She said he was attractive, but
but the
And she
thing is,
wasn't attracted
something
to him.
about him that she said about
we
himself. He
gotta
just
understand something.
title.
We gotta understand something. A guy like that, he's a disciplined dude coming from martial arts, the military, and he do a
Don't
whole lot
mean
of
nothing.
books and studying. No, I'm
Yes,
just trying to
we
tell
know, but
you.
I know
I'm
that.
gonna
But
tell
see,
you. Well,
the thing
hold
is,
up. I'm gonna go ahead and break it down. It was just in my opinion. This is just my opinion. I don't think she was ready for a guy like that.
That wasn't
That's
it
all I'm
either.
saying.
I don't think so.
He
She would have had
literally
a guy
just
like that if he came with some type of character and stuff like
no.
that. Not
I don't
not
think
just
so
not
either,
just
man.
the
I'm
title
sorry.
and everything. I could be a nuclear physicist, a martial artist, but if I don't have a excited attitude that would excited know how to joke and be charismatic, be sarcastic. Look at Tony Stark, Iron Man. I'm gonna use a comic book character. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
it
He's
wasn't
rich, he's
that.
smart. He's rich, he's smart, very genius, but he has a sarcastic, charismatic attitude. A little bit jerkish, but it's in a good way. And women like that and stuff.
It was all about her personal type. That's
Right.
it. She
Well, of
that
course.
it had
Yeah,
nothing
that's
to
what
do
I'm
with
saying. The
none of
personal
that.
type was
No, no,
was a
no, not the
personality.
character. No, I'm talking about the way he looked. I'm not talking about the way he was. That was all it had everything to do with. This other shit where we niggas are jumping through hoops. You gotta have game and all that. No, it was too fast for any of that. She
Yeah,
rejected him based
she
off of
rejected.
her personal choice of how he looked. Period.
No, it
And
wasn't
it
how
wasn't because
he
he was
looked. No, it was his attitude. Like
I saw the other
oh
video. She
no,
didn't say that. She didn't say
I
it.
seen the video when she explained it.
Yeah.
she could explain what she wants. You don't
And not,
necessarily
and not,
listen to you
and
don't
not, and
listen to
not,
what women
not
say.
only that, you got to understand. Like she said herself, it's a speed dating show and stuff.
You gotta listen with women. You can't listen to what they say. You gotta listen to how they move.
Dude,
Okay?
you trying to school me on
She,
females again, dude?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
more than you. I got plenty of friends. I know this
I'm
about black,
sorry.
dude. So I ain't gonna school me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm trying to tell you how these hoes think
It's
though.
no difference than a dude leading with his money. That's what he did on the show. He led with titles.
Yeah, he
I'm
did
this,
live
I'm that.
with
That's
his
like
money,
a dude leading with money. How many
but
dudes
that don't work.
that don't have much money as he does slept with their woman? I slept with plenty of females when I was broke. And they was richer than
No,
me. They had rich husbands.
facts. That's what I'm saying.
That
You
means,
agree?
that means I had a charismatic, I had an attitude that they liked it.
It wasn't that with that. It wasn't
It
that
was
with him.
that. It was the attitude I had.
Bro, with you, maybe, but I'm talking about with her. With her,
I was
that
with her
shit was
all the
way,
time.
bro. That shit was way too quick for her to get a real gauge of it. Okay, that was all off of looks. It was way too fast for her to say, "Oh, let me get to know him." Way too fast. She canceled him quick. It was off looks, nigga.
That wasn't
Her
all
personal
looks.
choice.
It wasn't
All
all
right,
looks. Like she said
all right.
herself, if I'm attractive, it was the attitude. Like she said, it was a speed dating show.
I disagree. I
She found
disagree.
him boring, so you going to
What Melody think? Melody, what you think? That was looks, right? You would have rejected a Melody, right?
Of course she wouldn't reject him, but if she heard him, Melanie,
She dug.
she
What Ruby think? Ruby, what you think, Ruby? Damn, what that?
Yo, I'm trying to clean up a whole flood, so I was muted and letting you guys argue with yourselves. Okay, so what I think, which is probably no surprise at all, is that I do think, I know, you're going to disagree with me, so let me finish what I'm saying first before you tell me why you think I'm wrong. I do think it had a lot to do with, and women do this all the time. Yeah, your looks is what gets you not to be pineapple within the first second. Like, people get pineapple before they even open their mouths. That's looks.
Right.
The fact that you got to keep talking means your looks were at least passable, right?
Right.
And if I remember correctly, I don't remember like full details. I've been busy. But she said some stuff about how he just seemed boring, personality-wise. And the thing is, women will absolutely, when you're talking about game and all that stuff, that's really what women are reading from the other side. Whatever tactics you're using, it comes down to the persona. They want to know if you're going to excite them, you're going to interest them, right? Like most women care about how much money you have or the lifestyle you can give them, but they don't give a shit at all about what you actually do. They don't care about the details of what you do. They don't care about how you make that money. They just care about how it affects them, bottom line, right? So what you tend to see with women, right, and this is an unfortunate part, is that means that's why they don't care if it's a scammer or this or that. They care about the outcome, right? And so it's like, oh, he's a natural physicist or he's a this. They don't care. It's the same thing how guys don't give a shit what this woman does or how many degrees she has or whatever, right? Like, y'all don't care about that. You care about, does she come with some, yeah, you care she's beautiful. But then you care, the next thing you care about, hold on, one second. The next thing you care about is what? You care about if she's aggressive and masculine or if she comes off as feminine and cute and, oh, she maybe, like, you know, like you do care about that personality. You'll pick that up really quick too to make a quick judgment. So that's what I think she did with this. It was a personality.
Let me ask you this: could it be possible that she was being cordial when she allowed for him to state his credentials? She gave him like 2-3 minutes to talk. She's just being nice. Could that be possible?
Given what I saw for the rest of the episode, I don't think so. I mean, the women who are cordial tend to be cordial, just like overall. Like they'll keep talking to you and have a 5-minute conversation with every single person. The ones who are not, who are like, I cut you off as soon as I don't like or hear something I don't like, they tend to be like that throughout the whole show too. That's just from what I've seen.
I think she was being cordial, allowing him to talk. She knew as soon as she seen him, it was like, nah. He looked too clean cut, too nerdy. I don't know. She wasn't with it. I think it was like that.
But see, that's another point that you kind of proven might never. You assume that she wants a rugged thug or something like that. She said herself.
I'm not saying that.
I think she said she dated basketball players or been around them, and she don't like those type of dudes either too. So it's like, it's at the end of the day, Les, his title. If they had more time, like if there was like an actual dating show when it's like 30 minutes or like some 4-hour dating show we've seen and stuff like that, he probably would have more time to present his personality traits other than his titles. And stuff like that. Yeah, she was impressed. He's a well working man who also knows martial arts. So she knows there's a man that can protect her and he's got a job. But if there's no attitude that, you know what, that's gonna make a pussy wet around and all that shit, either the two things gonna happen. If she still do with this dude, but she gonna sleep with other dudes on the side behind his back. It's like that.
I agree. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. But I'm not saying she wanted a Pookie or Ray Ray though. I'm not saying that like an exciting Pookie Ray Ray. I'm not even saying that because she did reject niggas that was like not that, in my opinion. Like she rejected all kinds of dudes. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying whoever it is, she gotta like what she see and is real specific to her taste. Real specific. That's what I'm saying. And everything else is a distant second. The personality, the money, the job is a distant second. If you ain't uniquely a chick's type, and I'm talking from experience, if you're not uniquely her type, okay, or you ain't some fucking male model, then it's pretty much a distant second. You gotta perform now. You gotta have money. Now you gotta have credit. Now you gotta have swag and shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I agree with you on all that. I'm just saying, on these pineapple shows, and I've reviewed like many of them. Well, Shar reviews a lot of them on her channel on Fridays, so I've watched a lot of them. And like I said, the girls who are like, they don't care. Like these girls don't care. They might care the first couple, but generally they don't care what you think about them. When they'll start cutting people off left, right, and center. If you don't meet their look requirement, though, they're very quick to say pineapple. Like they don't bother. What's the point of having this conversation when I know for sure I wouldn't even sleep with you? You're not even on the maybe list for anything. They'll cut you off quick. They won't even bother.
Exactly.
Well, what's the point of being cordial? They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck all that game shit. Fuck all that extra. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, game. You always gotta have game, man. There's too many dudes that be missing. mixing up what game's supposed to be. Game is nothing but a strategy. Create your own strategy to get what you want. That's what it is. You got too many dudes putting too much different nuances and twisted it of what the actual game is. That's not even the actual game. This shit. Just dumb manipulation and stuff like that. Technically, game starts off with you. That's where the game starts off with you, the person.
I don't know. I think it's weird how much you hear guys talking about game, but they don't understand at the end of the day, like girls, like I'll just say me. Okay, I'll say me. Like we dismiss sometimes too much what women say, and we listen too much to some of the stuff women say to be nice or to try to look a good way, right? And I understand for men, it would be very difficult for you to try to determine which one's which, right? So when I tell men, for example, like, no, I really cared about a sense of humor. I really cared that I just was stimulated by you in some way, like, like, I don't really care how much money you make, or like, people like, yeah, bullshit. That's not true. There's no way, right? I mean, I've been told I was captain, that I wouldn't date guys who are conventionally ugly, shall we say, and blah, 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 right? But the thing is like, for me, at least when you're a woman who has a lot of options, and, some things stop meaning as much to you. Because you can get a good-looking dude. Good-looking dudes hit on you left, right, and center all the time. And so then you realize that there's a lot of good-looking dudes who are also dumb as hell, and that doesn't make a life for you. It's not fun for you. You don't want to do that. So if you're actually trying to look for something, then you start looking for other deeper factors other than just the looks, because you realize looks are a dime a dozen. Honestly, you can always find a guy you might be willing to sleep with, but can you find a guy you like? Like, I actually genuinely enjoyed that conversation, or he caught me off guard. He made me think differently for a second. I was like, what the hell? Makes you want to.
I disagree. I disagree with the good looking niggas a dime a dozen. That is half the fuck. but I do agree. I do agree with an attractive woman's abundance mindset to a degree. But the thing is, the caliber of men that's approaching said girl is not the same, whether talking about looks, money, or personality. So even still, what you're saying has a merit of truth to it to some extent. But like I said, you have to be exactly what she likes, at least 75, 80% of what she likes physically. You have to be. Okay? Right. If you don't have that shit, it's bullshit from there. It's an uphill battle. Don't even waste your time. That's what I said. That show, that pineapple, huh?
Well, everyone agrees with you on that. We just also listen to the girl.
Get you in the door. We agree with you on that.
Attractive. But she found the man attractive.
Yeah, look at you in the door. We agree with you on that. Yeah, but also too, what's going to keep you behind that door once you get in?
Right.
Especially for a woman that has an abundance of highly attractive men. Now it's more like it's the same thing with us. Okay, for some dudes, they can get with highly attractive females. So which one's going to want to make themselves stand out for me to put a ring on her finger? You know how she come around talking about she the table. I look at her and say, okay, I can find 10 tables in an hour. So what makes your table special than the other 10 I can find?
That table shit is
right.
dumb.
That's what it stands out for.
I'm the table,
nigga. But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Yeah, like the looks will get you in the door, but what's gonna make you stand out to stay behind that door? That's the whole thing.
Exactly.
You listen, that pineapple show dumb because nobody knows exactly who, unless you already know you a super handsome ass nigga. Nobody knows off rip if you really gonna get chosen. It's a real gamble. Why would you put yourself in that position? Especially if you're average cat. Why would you know it's a good chance you're gonna get rejected? It's like an 80% chance.
We've been saying also too, like, why would you go on the show like that in the first place?
Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're an average cat just walking up on a chick, you actually have a little bit of a chance because you can like dress nice and have a personality, but just going on a pineapple show? No.
It shows you the desperateness of certain dudes who also like,
they're desperate.
Exactly. You gonna get this. Like, don't they do the research on this show? Like this lady, like
look at how many times the man is actually chosen. If you do the numbers, nigga, why would you go on that show? Now, I think that nuclear physicist guy, I think he was just trying to be confident because they tell niggas just approach, be confident. They tell niggas that, you know what I'm saying? But to me, that's a hoax, nigga. They setting niggas up. That's how. And look, he did all that shit, and he got rejected by a basic. She was basic. She's basic, nigga. She was basic. I'm sorry.
You know what? It's a lesson for a lot of guys. You know what? I give him credit. He got out of his comfort zone. That's why he went on national online media and has been exposed. But he got out of his
I
comfort
give him
zone.
credit.
Did what he did. See, a lot of dudes ain't even doing none of that. Period. Standing back complaining, but they ain't even doing none of that. So I give that young man credit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I give him credit for
shooting the shot.
Shooting the shot. I guess.
Because that's his whole confidence is. He got out of his comfort zone. Like she dissed him, look how his expression is. He's like, okay. You know what I'm saying? He ain't crying, whining about it, arguing like, yeah. Like,
he's not whining about it, but it's still like it wasn't the most accurate shot you could shoot, in my opinion. Like I feel like it wasn't calculated at all. Like that's how you don't want to do that because look, you feel me? Some random nobody ass bitch could like you know what I'm saying? Like just reject you after you state your positives and shit. Like damn, if she would have just pineappled his ass, he ain't even say no good credentials, then it's like, damn, she ain't like how you look. But after you said all this great shit about yourself, pineapple, what the fuck? Come on, nigga.
If you watch the video when he was laying out his credentials, she was looked like she was about to fall asleep.
Yeah,
like,
she
her eyes
did.
were, like, dripping off. Like, so I was like, got confused the question. No, don't. She didn't ask about your credentials. She asked about your personality traits. What makes you fun? You drama free? Come sarcastic, like, you know. But
right,
at the end of the day,
he misunderstood the question.
She even admitted, but she explained it. Like, I know I have a resting bitch face, but you know, like, she actually admitted that shit too.
Like, you could tell, bruh. If you could go off of that, just go off of the reaction as soon as they see a new nigga on the panel. How would they act? What's their reaction? Even Melanie Monaco was kind of bland to me. Like,
yeah, I ain't
whatever.
Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah, my nigga GG played the episode that when I first found out about that pineapple show.
Yeah, he did.
Like two dudes looked like they was gonna get put the chick in their place, and then they lost. I'm like, because they kept at it. Like, yeah, so I remember that one. I'm like, yo, these two chicks don't even look all that. Like, shit, especially the one with the hosting the show. I'm like, yo, you see him about makeup, like he played connect the dot with zits on a black dot on the face. And shit.
Oh, Melanie Monaco, you say, hold on, see, you said she's not on that.
She is not
to me. Hell no.
She's photogenic though, Mel. If you put her in the right light and you hook her up, she could do it. But on the regular,
she's naturally beautiful. See, the naturally beautiful woman, y'all like, oh, she aight.
No, I didn't say she
ain't got nothing to do if she's fake or I don't find her attractive like that.
Yeah, that's just how you feel.
Exactly. I
feel like Melanie Monaco is attractive though. I feel like now we talking about makeup and natural because she does have makeup. I feel like I said, I seen some great pictures of her. That's all I'm gonna say.
Just like Classy always says, she don't wow me like that. So I don't find all that like that to me. So
she got an exotic look though, Mel. She got like that exotic.
Cause them hazel eyes, I
Egyptian type look.
Not to me. I don't see no side.
I think she's gorgeous.
They ain't compared to her.
Yeah, but we're not comparing her to a fake chick, Melody.
No.
We just saying that she don't do it like that. I think in some pictures she do, some she don't. She just kind of like, I don't know what that is. It hits some. I don't know.
Now we saw a live TV.
I'd smash. I think I smash.
I think.
You think? He's fighting it. He's like, yo,
I think so.
He's trying to think of a situation when I was smashed. Like,
especially if we were drunk. That's a yeah. If I was drunk, yeah. But naturally, I think so. It all depends. It all depends on what she wearing, how I'm feeling. It all depends on everything. That's how I feel about her. I'm not saying that a fake looking woman looks better than her, Melody. That's where I think you're mixing it up at.
Yeah, if you keep thinking we comparing her to fake women, no, we just some women doesn't matter if fake or not. Some we find
Yeah.
attractive, some we
I
don't.
think she's cute. Wait, let me ask you this. What
Cute
do
in
you
what
think
way?
about-
Like cute in what way?
I think she's gorgeous. I like her eyes. I like her
Now, you
skin.
go too far
But
with that.
girls think
Hey,
that
I like
girls
her,
think that Barbie
her
girls
hair.
think that a girls think that a Barbie is cute. Like what
would
you're not looking through the eyes of like I can't say you look through the eyes of a man, but like you're not looking like objectively or subjectively. You're not looking at it in a way that how's she gonna like I guess like compete in like the sexual marketplace. Like I feel like you're just like, oh, she's cute, like dolly cute. Like she's a dolly.
I think she's like on like Kelly Rowland type cute, you
I
know?
wouldn't even smash Kelly
I
Rowland.
ain't gonna put
Natural.
up Kelly Rowland. Nah, no, even not. Ooh,
Kelly Rowland,
Mhm.
she ain't my type,
bro,
but
way
So
better
what?
without
she ain't my
makeup.
type.
What about Stacey Dash? You think in her prime?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I like Stacey in her prime.
In her prime, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think she was cute too. Naturally beautiful. Yeah.
Like you keep on trying to make that point though.
I know.
I understand you feel like okay, we'll say like Kim Kardashian over Stacey Dash because
Not
Kim
in a million
Kardashian got an
years.
ass. That's not true. I hope
I
you don't
would
feel that
not.
way.
I would never put Kim Kardashian over Stacey Dash in her
Yeah,
prime.
I really I hope you don't feel that way, Melody, because that's not true, man.
Kelly Rowland way better than all.
Oh, I don't. I was just saying that, but I do think she's cute. I think she's gorgeous in the face. That's
There's,
my
there,
opinion. But I'm not a
there's,
man. Like you said,
let
I'm
me tell
not
you
a
something.
man.
Let me tell you something, Melody. There's very few BBL chicks, honestly. Like even celebrities, like I'm not crazy about none of them. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not crazy about like none of them. The only one that I was like, oh, she got a great ass job is like Johnny Blaze. That's about it.
Mhm. I didn't even
I'm
know
be
she
honest
had
with
a
you.
BBL, Johnny
I
Blaze.
didn't
Exactly.
either.
That's why. Because it looks so natural. That's the only one where I'm like, yeah, her shit look great. But
Man.
there's not one Nicki Minaj looking hoe.
Oh
There's
no.
not one there's not one BBL fake looking chick that I like that. Like, oh my god, she's the one. Nothing. There's not one. I'll be honest with you. So
Okay.
that's how I feel like. I feel like a lot of dudes feel that way. Not every dude though.
Nah, not every dude, but some. I mean, I'm one of those. It's like, yeah, it's cool, but I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at it to smash, and there's nothing else. Like, I don't
I'm
want
not
a
even looking at
relationship
it to
with him.
snap. I I don't even look at it to snap. When I watch porn, I don't ever click a chick that got a fake ass. Ever.
No, don't mess with them.
But how do you know? How do you know if it's fake or not?
It's, are
The
you
girls in
serious?
porn,
There's
you can
some there's
tell.
no, there's some that have nice booties. You can't tell.
It's
You don't have to get a
obviously fake.
huge. You don't have to get a huge booty.
But those
Okay,
girls in porn do.
Name a porn star
Most
right
percentage
now.
of females in
Oh,
porn
I'm
got
not
fake
sure.
bodies and stuff. Some you
I,
might not be able to tell unless you see a younger picture of them in
That's
the
what I'm
younger
Give me
years
saying.
one,
or
Mel.
now.
Tell me
give
one.
you
Tell
an
me one.
example.
Hmm?
Tell
Do
me,
you? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
tell me a porn star that you click her butt fake that I wouldn't know her butt fake.
One that I actually smashed personally.
Sure, whatever you want to say.
Is it what I think of? I don't want to mention this chick's name and shit like that. I got fucking beef with the bitch.
Go ahead. Nobody know you.
No, but she got the butt injections afterwards when we stopped fucking yeah. So, but she wasn't that thick as her too. So yeah,
Who we talking about though? Who we talking about?
her name is Savannah Ginger. Yeah,
Oh, Savannah Gender.
yeah. Twin sister of Havana. Yeah, she a bitch
Yeah,
in real
she
life.
was natural most of her career. She was natural.
There were two
Yeah, in
women.
the younger years, yeah. After when she got on Bane Bros, that's when she got the breast implants and all that. Now she got all tattooed over her damn bitch ass face.
There were two women that were all natural black women. I mean, just straight natural.
I
That
would
were
with the Cheyenne
gorgeous.
Jacobs too. Um, smashed her also
She's
too.
she's
Yeah,
real. She's real, right?
yeah. If she did
That-
get some, it's not very well known. Maybe you never know. Yeah, some chicks could get it, but they get it right. That's the whole thing too. Like they don't overdo it about
Cheyenne,
piercing so hard. So
What's the name overdid it? Lacey Duval. She was very
yeah,
beautiful
oh yeah,
fucked
naturally
herself
until
up.
she messed herself up.
She
Hmm.
destroyed her career with that.
who's this
Like,
Latina chick too? Shireen Marie. I think her name. Charlena Marie. What her name was?
oh,
It's
I
like
think I know what you're talking about. That was old. That's some y'all into them
she,
old
oh
school
yeah, but
porns.
you see when she was younger, like all of a sudden when she got them lip injections the way she did, and her face
Yeah.
started to get bone touched, I'm like, she should just let her face go naturally. Oh, she wasn't even an ugly woman like that. Now she looks fucking scary.
Naomi Banks was amazing. She was amazing natural. Naomi
Yeah.
Banks, but she
Who
just got
was it?
old. Naomi Banks was a
Oh
pure
yeah,
natural, but
yeah,
Oh,
she
Naomi
just got
Banks was
older.
gorgeous, nigga.
Yeah, she just got older. That's all it
yeah.
was.
Oh, Alva
But
Divine. Oh damn,
who?
her name is Alva
Oh, I
Divine.
remember her. That's an old. She fake though, right?
What was that?
Yeah,
She
but
fake.
now, like compared to she now, because she got the lip injection, the bone touch. I
Oh,
think
Ava Divine. Yeah,
yeah,
she. Oh, you talking
compared
about
to her
the
in the
Asian
early two
woman? Yeah,
thousands,
she messed
yeah, she two
herself
different
up.
women. Oh, she looked like a damn transformer and shit like that. I'm like,
Well, she started
yeah,
doing Transformers in porn
of
now.
course, exactly, yeah.
My point is this. My point is this. When it comes to porn stars or whoever you watch, my go-to is not no unnatural. I don't go for them BBL looking porn girls.
No.
I never do. I never do. I don't know if dudes do. I don't think they do. I think most dudes go for natural, even if her booty a little bit smaller, her boobs are a little bit smaller, like it doesn't matter.
I
It don't
think the
matter.
most ridiculous white girl with the most amazing butt I've ever seen personally was Jada Stevens. It was just crazy. I was like, you
Oh,
can't be
Jada Stevens.
serious.
No.
Oh,
That's
Lisa,
straight all
Lisa Ann?
natural.
Oh
I'm like,
man,
you can't be serious that a white girl's built
She
like
bad,
this.
bad.
oh,
Jada Stevens.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Lisa Ann. Oh man, I would love to throw fucking her right now.
She's nice in person, actually.
Oh, you
Lisa
met
Ann's
her?
pretty cool.
I think
Well,
Lisa Ann
I mean,
boobs
it's
is fake.
I mean, the porn industry out here in Los Angeles, California. I see these girls all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She be doing podcasts. These hoes do like you got Superhead doing podcasts now. Superhead is an idiot. I
She
think
just
that
want
You know
attention.
what's so funny though? You heard she actually emasculated her man, right? I mean her ex-husband, which was the dude
yeah,
from Family Matters, right?
I
I'm
don't see
like,
why
yeah,
they still mess with her, but
Superhead is an idiot. She's just
idiot,
you
but
said she want attention.
she's still smashable. I'll give it to her for that.
yeah, but
Yeah.
she's one of those females that if you do, it's just like the poison will never rub off afterwards.
Exactly.
I don't think
I
I would
I
mess
call
with
them
her.
Medusa pussies.
Oh Lord.
That's what I call them. Yep. You get close to that, you turn to stone, so it ain't worth it.
Yeah. It's not even like the juice ain't worth the squeeze. It's like it's just I don't know that
It ain't
you
worth
do that.
it. Trust me.
She like a
Me
hocus
too.
pocus witch. She would like suck all your masculinity away. Just
Yeah.
it's just
Or you like a siren, then fucking
yeah.
kill you like an Amazon type chick.
Not a good. I mean, you got to throw a cross at that woman. I don't care how fine she is.
Yeah, straight
I feel like
succubus.
that. I feel like that with Lori Harvey, and I feel like that with her too now. Like she's
But
one of them bitches.
the only difference is that we know everything about Superhead versus she just broke up
Exactly.
and she just dated other men. Now, if she released a book like Superhead did, I remember when that book came out. It was man, I was
Ooh.
like,
I remember the
wow.
whole controversy and promotion when she was on the radio. I remember that when she was arguing with Coogee Rap on the radio because he called out on some lies that she was saying about the kids. Chased her off the show. I hear Miss Jones on the radio like, "Come back, come back to Superhead." I was like, "Damn."
She and a lot of girls, they killed the video Vixen image. They really killed it
Yeah.
for me. And those
Yeah,
girls was making $1 million per
Melissa
video.
Ford,
Some
all
of those
them,
girls.
Kai Toy. That's the
Vita
bad.
Guerrera,
Ooh, Buffy the Body. Damn.
Ketoy Johnson. She made
Oh,
that
yep,
video with "I Like the Way
yep.
You Move."
What's that Spanish one?
Vita Guerrera.
Yeah, that her.
Or
And
no, you're talking about the
I'm
Puerto
talking about
Rican.
yeah, Bill Galera. And what was the other
The
one?
other one, Gloria Velez.
Yeah, Aaron Hall's on Baby
Hmm.
Moms. Damn, she was the best.
She killed it for the video vixens. Because here's the thing, this is how I looked at it when I was seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, and I want to say now, I mean, I don't know, y'all were probably a little younger during that time before the BBL and for the breast implants. Those girls were all natural. They were in the gym busting it.
Exactly.
Not
And
Buffy
Gary,
the Body. Not
well,
Buffy the
okay,
Body.
I'm
Yeah,
not
Buffy
saying
the Body was like the start of the BBL making it bigger.
well, I mean, I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying the majority of them were in like fit shape. And the thing
Uh,
was,
not that girl that was with Joe Buttons. Her shit was
was
fake
that
too.
who?
Um, I forgot her name. That Spanish
Lisa
chick that was
Moore?
with Joe. Huh?
Sin Santana, huh?
No, not Sin Santana. The first one he was.
Terry
Gloria
Jose.
Velez?
Yeah, Terry Jose. Her shit fake.
I don't know who that is, but
Nah,
Yeah,
no, but what I'm saying, but you had a lot of those girls, they were
she
literally
ain't
in the
fake,
gym
she's
hitting
thick.
it hard, like Melissa was. They were hitting it
And
hard.
Melissa Ford, she was in the gym. That's why they
And
call
I
it.
noticed, what's funny during that time, I noticed a lot of women outside the industry. Do you know how women follow other women? They were starting to go that route.
Mm-hmm.
Black women were going in the gym trying to get in shape, get that thin waistline. A lot of them were before the BBLs and stuff got popular.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, ever since Superhead helped kill it, Black women had to find a new outlet, and that's when the Cardi B's and the Kim Kardashian, all that little Kim.
Actually, nah.
I don't know.
Before Cardi B, it was more like the Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian was on the same. No. Little Kim was around the same time as Melissa Ford. Actually, before that.
No, I
yeah.
understand that, but what I'm
It
saying
was
is when
for
they
that.
Yeah.
started adding, stuff to themselves, that's when it got worse. It just started
Yeah,
going
the Kim
downhill from
K's
there.
made it worse. Yeah, and stuff.
Yep.
We followed her because she was the non-black woman that looked exotic that had this type of body, so they was following that route. She was like the start of the trend.
Yeah, and then everybody
Yeah,
else
that
started
was
to
it.
throw tits and booty on, and I'm just like, it just destroyed it. Because I'm like, if you think about it, the video of Vixen, do y'all remember Black Men Magazine and King and Smooth?
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Black
Yup.
people actually had their own Sports Illustrated type issue that was competing with
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated
That was it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
until they
Online,
had
online website called Eye Candy Modeling.
yes, and then
I
they
remember
had
that.
And then they had the hip hop in America also, where all these complaints came out. Y'all disgrading black women. So what happened was they started putting mixed or Latina chicks into the magazine. It was, yeah, y'all hate black women. And we're just like, the men of the editors like, well, we can't win no more because we don't know what makes you happy no more.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. I remember that Hip Hop versus America shit.
Yeah.
It's funny because BET was promoting all of this, but at the same time complaining about it. You was
Yeah, they
putting
had
the
the BET Uncut. Yeah.
Yeah, BG Uncut after
BET Uncut would sit there and put Hip Hop versus America, and then 2 o'clock. No, it came on 12 o'clock midnight. Then you got booty popping stripper music. I ain't got no panties on. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, y'all some hypocrites.
They
Like
were
y'all
they were
can't.
extreme hypocrites. Yes.
Yeah,
Because even the Nelly video that they were complaining so much about, even Nelly
just credit
explained to
card.
him. He said the
Yeah,
credit card thing came from the female that actually told him to do that.
exactly.
Now, but you're complaining about a video that viewed at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you got to ask yourself, what are you doing up so late watching that?
Exactly. Yep.
Why are your kids
I was
watching
up.
that late?
I was up. I was watching that shit. They always did that, bro. They promote the garbage and then they complained about the garbage. It's like keep the stripper stuff in at the them prime hours. Keep it over there if you really care so much. But they didn't care. I think they were just trolling at some point because
Well, it's
whatever.
possible.
They had to be. They had to be because it was clear as day. Hip hop got far because a lot of so-called uppity niggas, they pushed it. They promoted it. It's like, you put it like this. You know Mona Scott from Love and Hip Hop?
Oh
Yeah,
God, that heifer.
reality TV devil.
Mona Scott comes off like more of a classier, well put together woman, but she promotes the most ratchet hoe. She's the reason why Cardi B got her stardom. It came from Mona Scott putting Cardi B in the limelight. So it just, it's mind-boggling how these same classier, upper middle class, educated women and men, they complain about the black community being degenerate when you have the buttons. You push the buttons. You push all the buttons to promote all that shit to the youth. So they hypocrites. That's how I look at it.
See, realize, like, I would say Jerry Springer was the first to start the trash TV phenomenon, but then the people started catching on. Some of it was staged and fake. MTV was the start of the reality shows coming out.
Fair enough.
The real world.
The first one that became successful was actually not the Real World per se, even though the Real World was that. But I'm talking about when it got raunchier, it became more successful when Flavor of Love became
That's when they got the raunch stuff. Flavor of Love. What was that? Tequila, show.
The Of Love franchise is about. I don't care for any other reality show franchise. But the Of Love franchise and all of the spin-offs, that was my disgusting little pleasure. That to this day, like yesterday, I just watched what's it called? Bad Girls Club. Because they had season 17 available on Amazon Prime. So I just watched that bullshit. So I was like, oh my God. You know why? And I thought about it. So the first thing I thought about when y'all were talking about like fake booty jobs and stuff, right? I was like, well, Brianna, who's a stripper, on season 17 of Bad Girls Club, she says it like she's like, yeah, no, don't worry, it's fake. You can touch it, her booty, right? I'm like, her booty's not that big or ridiculous. I never would have guessed that her booty was fake. It looks like it's a cute little white girl appropriate bubble butt, but it's fake. Right. So I think that's the thing. It's like when men choose a fake body, for example, that is obviously fake. Well, I think the majority of men will say no. But the thing is that is all plastic surgery that obvious? Not necessarily, right? Like they got tactics. Yeah. And now with the Of Love franchise and then the spin-offs like Bad Girls Club, Charm School, stuff like that, right? What ended up happening is it really popped. Yeah, I Love New York, Tila Tequila, right? Rock of Love, right? With all of these stupid shows, right? And their spin-offs over the last 15 years came the advent of almost like it's erasing what reality really looks like. Like, what do hot girls really look like, for example? Yep. And I think that's part of the problem. It's like, I hear what Melody is saying, right? And I agree sometimes too, right? But, part of the problem is like, do we even really know what like the maximum of hotness that, a human being can really look like? Do we even really know that anymore? Do we know what like, above good looking, above average in looks like naturally, without any type of makeup or surgery? Do we even really know? I don't think we really even understand what those things look like anymore, because when was the last time we saw it? Like when was the last time we weren't evaluating the world based on filters and, fake stuff? When was the last time?
She has an amazing point.
From Snapchat, the video, this dude tried to get surgery to look like his perfect face that he sees him through Snapchat through the filters. And he got that surgery done on his face. I'm like, this dude is like crazy. Like,
you see the guy, the human Ken doll, you should look at him.
Ooh. Oh God, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, or there's a guy who's obsessed with that Korean pop stuff and whatever. He decided he's now identifies as Korean. It changed his face to be Korean, and was obsessed with this one Korean pop star. And now he's obsessed with this female Korean pop star. Same stuff. Like, I mean, people are really, but that's the thing. Steve, you just said right there. So the snap filter. Here's the problem: is some of these filters are automatic and built in to the point where it doesn't even tell you it's a filter. That's just the standard camera setting. So you can almost lose touch with reality of what you look like yourself. If that's where you take all your pictures on Snapchat, well, you didn't put any makeup on. That's just what you look like naturally today.
But it's not. That's not what you look like. That's what you look like with a whole bunch of airbrushing and filters and stuff that sucks your cheek in. And you know what I mean? Like, you don't know what you look like anymore. So nobody knows what anyone looks like. And I think that is more what Melody's referring to. It's like, if you're a natural girl, right? Like, and I'm one too, so I understand the struggle. So you don't wear makeup, you don't have any plastic surgery, just whatever God gave you is what it is. And if you look like shit today and you had a breakout and now you got dark marks on your face, well, it is what it is. And you're living life. And even in my teen years, right? So it wasn't that long ago, being beautiful naturally without any makeup and whatever, like, people knew what humanity looked like. So they knew how to evaluate and say, yo, look what that girl looks like naturally. That's crazy. That's really great. But now, even if you don't want to, you are still comparing normal, natural women to everything you see online, including the stuff that looks natural because it's not obvious lipstick on. But meanwhile, it's 17 filters and the girl has no pores and and her eyes are made bigger than they're supposed to be and her cheeks are this and she don't look anything like she looks like in real life, right? But like,
I agree.
You know, so it's like it's warping our perception.
Can I second that? Can I second that? This is gonna sound very I don't know, like juvenile, kiddish, but dudes, when we were younger, you heard dudes talk about girls. They would get like butterflies when they seen a girl that was actually beautiful because it was real. You would get like real natural butterfly. You would get real feelings. Now you look at these fake girls, because there is no realism. You don't get that same infatuation that you would get from an authentically pretty girl. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not. That's why you notice that even in the music, the R&B music, it ain't the same. There's no real singing to chicks anymore because they're not real chicks. It's like niggas is just, when niggas is singing, it's sexual shit. It's like some Trey Songz type of shit. I'm gonna take your panties, some corny shit, right? But it's not, the music is not catering to that aesthetic, like that natural aesthetic anymore. So you see it. And I remember a woman, she was complaining about that. She was like, oh, dudes is not, when they even singing their songs, like, they took the you could say they took the romance out of it.
Yeah.
In her words, they took the simping out of it, which I found funny. It's like they don't simp as hard as they used to. Well,
true.
That's facts. That's
I
true.
mean, if you think about it, wasn't just, it was catered to both men and women. You have women sing R&B songs catering to their men, and vice versa. So much that all died down when it's like one side became more selfish, and the other side is expected to kiss their ass and simp and do other type shit toward the other.
Well, I think the change in R&B came. R. Kelly perfected it in a way where it was still sensual, but everybody took bits and snippets of it, and it became a little bit more raunchy.
They mix hip hop into it also too, so that's hip hop want to dominate it now and stuff like that.
Yeah, what, R. Kelly, I feel like, now that you said it, first of all, I have to address this. Wacky, I feel like what you're doing is calling me old, and that ain't right. So I just had to throw that out there. You wrong for that, sir. You wrong.
Oh, wow.
No. You know what? That's the point. The point is that I forget. Like, it's crazy that I can say 2 decades ago, and I was like not like 2 at the time. Right? It's crazy to me. But my point is that it's not even like I'm over 40. Right? So in my lifetime, and I'm not even over the age of 40 yet. It's not even like I'm halfway through life. Right? I can say that we did not have all of this. That was totally screwing up our ability to understand what humans really look like, right? So that, like, 20 years is a long time, but it's not that long, right? Like, it's people who were born in the last 20 years, they probably have no idea what humans really look like. Like, I saw this commercial. I saw this commercial, and that chick from the Superstore comedy show, I can't remember what the hell her name is. But she's the main one. Like, she looks kind of like America Ferrera, like Spanishy. I don't know. Anyway, point is, she's in CoverGirl. And the thing is like true natural moisture mask or some crap. And anyway, the reason why I remember the commercial, because I don't watch commercials, I don't care for them, is because I could see her pores. Like, I saw her pores, and objectively, they weren't that large. but to me, they looked like ginormous saucers. And I was like, why would they leave her pores in the commercial? That's crazy. Like, no one's gonna buy that product. Her skin looks like trash, right? But it's not that her skin looks like trash, or that it's just her skin looks like skin. And I'm not used to skin looking like skin. You see what I'm saying? Like, even my own perception, even though I'm used to human beings having pores for more than half my life, but no, now I look at it, I'm like, yo, that doesn't look right. No one's gonna buy that product because she has pores. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like just everything in our perception is just so twisted these
Go
days.
ahead,
Yeah. No, I didn't want to say worked again because last time I said that we had a whole problem for like an hour. So yeah,
My fault. My fault.
say worked again. You see what I mean?
My fault.
I should avoid it.
Well, hey, Byron, how is everyone tonight?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, sir?
How you doing?
Oh, good. Hey, Ruby.
Hey, Terrell. And sorry, Wacky, I just gotta say this. But it's cute when men get older. It's not cute when women get older, so it's not the same. Okay. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Terrell. What do you gotta say?
Oh, I was just coming along. I met you last time when I was on here.
Yeah, at some point, sometime.
I don't know if it was you or another lady that I had a conversation with. She said she was married or something, and
Honestly,
she had,
you have to ask Melody. I'm not 100. I've had a very busy couple weeks. My life has been very crazy. I remember very little, so I don't know. But I am married, if that's important to the point you wanted to make.
oh no, I can't really describe her. I know she said, based off her picture, she said she was much darker than what the picture is, but I can't remember her name.
Oh, I don't know. I'm a little lighter than my picture looks, so that probably wasn't me. I don't know.
Okay, it must have been someone else. It ain't that many women that come around here.
We have other women sometimes. Maybe it was Anna.
Oh no.
Oh no, it was she. You would have remembered. I feel you on that. Yep.
Oh no, but I want her back on here. How you doing, Melody?
Melody may or may not be currently present, and she may or may not be sleeping. We're not 100% sure what Melody's doing. She'll pop in and say what's up when she's awake or available. But so
okay.
what did you come up to say, Terrell? What did you have to say today?
Oh, what I have to say? Well, I was just going by what the title says.
Mm-hmm.
I see it's Father's Day, and they say that black women need to start calling themselves fathers, which I kind of agree because they can't be in a man role because it's gonna be a lot of things that you're gonna need a man for that a woman can't fulfill. A woman can't fulfill both roles; she can only fill the woman role.
I agree.
Yep, absolutely.
It's putting too much on a woman, period. Trying to say they niggas and you know what I'm saying, and women at the same time. I agree with that.
Because other cultures don't do that, and we can't do it because that's toxic and gonna put much on a woman because she can only do her role in life. She can't do a man role, and a man can't do a woman role.
Right.
And I think
So they
also
need,
you have to be
not
careful.
to accept that compliment. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Class.
No, you're okay. I was going to say, I think they also have to be careful on how they advertise and promote this because, especially for the young ones coming up, because you can destroy their confidence and faith in trying to find a suitable wife or even want to marry because they feel like the male's role is being diminished. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. I think that we already had this problem to begin with, though, where, the man's role was, relegated to basically being a live-in ATM, as though his actual presence in the family had no value, inherently. So that was already a problematic message. And then, and I think that, the women who grew up under that type of, lesson are the ones who now feel like they can be mommy and daddy because they don't even understand the role that a man who's physically present for his wife and for his children, the role that he plays outside of working and paying a bill, right? Like I think a lot of women, honestly, they grew up without fathers. The fathers of their children aren't around either. They didn't really have uncles, daddies, and like they just didn't have that in the picture for them to even really know or understand the true value of a man as a whole concept, right? Other than He pays a bill. He pays child support. He paid the mortgage.
In full agreement, I do agree with. I was also adding on top of that with the new mahogany Hallmark cards, the advertisers, they're not making it even any better either by doing that.
Here's the funny thing about it,
Mm.
also to this day, we live in the age now that these females can't even answer the simple question about them. What is a woman? They can't even answer that question anymore,
But
man.
that should be easy. They just can go look up on Google.
They can't even answer that. They still be puzzled even when they look on Google. It's like, you see, you asking that question, so it's like, yo,
It
man.
that it ain't that hard to figure out. If somebody get offended, oh well.
But this is the age we live in now. This gender identity, that actual natural real woman can't even answer about their own gender. Like,
Let me ask you a question though, Mel. Let me ask you. Well, I'll ask a question to the whole panel, but do you think that society is trying to? Okay, do you think that society is trying to give women like principles, almost like a girl code, but like principles to abide by, like how men have principles? Like when you say what is a man, like you know, every dudes will stand up. A man is this. A man is that. Da da da. And then when it comes to a woman, be like, what's a woman? And the girls, they don't really know what to say. Do you think that society is trying to define a woman by putting them in a masculine position?
no, that's nothing but the LGBT community doing that shit. That's
I don't think it's just LGBT. I think that society has been trying to emasculate men and make women more masculine. I think they're trying to do that. I think that's what I think. I think that's
But what
feminism.
was the woman question? That's they asked that because of the trans community and everything with the gender identity rhetoric they keep pushing down these days and everything. Boy say he's a girl, you gotta support that and all that mess. So they got real stupid now with that. Yeah, but society, yeah, they still. If you think about it, look at it this way: they finally getting what they want and they still complaining. You're still
Because
getting what you want.
it
Females
ain't
still
what
getting what
they
they
want.
want and they still complaining. They still at
They,
war.
they want to subjugate men. They want to subjugate men and get rid of the you want to the consequences for women. So they're not getting all that they want. Not everybody's complying. You feel me? So like I said, I think it's feminism, but I think that I'm gonna just say what I think. I think that society is trying to put women in a masculine position so that they can have like so that they can like be like a man and be like the rock and the foundation. You know how they like to say the black woman is the backbone of the community. Like they try to say that shit. You feel me? Like I think that's what they're sort of trying to push for. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but that's why I threw the
They're not
question out there. But
pushing.
it
They're
just
not pushing
sounds,
that.
huh?
They're not pushing that. Because what society
That's what
talking
they've been
about?
doing.
You got conservative that still follow traditional roles. The man's the
Who?
master. Because people in conservative lifestyle.
I don't know too many black people in a super conservative lifestyle.
I
A
do.
lot, okay,
And
but
if
there's
you
a lot
think
of
about it, yeah, if you think about it, if you was raised on the Democrats so much for so many years, you probably might figure out now that you know what, I might be following the Democrat side just because of a woman say I should and everything. And maybe the Republican side, is not as bad as you think it is, or being more independent and stuff. Because if you think about it for so many years, it's like this is why I denounced my Democratic card. Okay,
I
it
never
may seem like the Democrats giving us all these benefits, but technically they taking benefits so much.
easy.
Republican president, he actually built, finances and jobs for us. Democrat coming
Right.
inside now all of a sudden he collecting on the bills and stuff like that, putting us in debt so much. I'm like,
But I feel like the Democrats is trying to pull the man out of a black woman. Like they're trying to
out
make
the
black women
household, yeah,
into,
out the household, yeah.
yeah, the head of the household, the disciplinary. They're trying to make black women the dude. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm saying. They're trying to bring man principles out of them. Like, which is weird. That's why they don't. That's why when it comes to this Happy Father's Day, getting back to the topic, that's why they're giving that. So they're congratulating the women on that. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. That's what I said. Technically, they actually got that now on the way, yeah. Because remember, they wanted, they traded daddy government for the fathers in the household. They got that. They still complaining. They keep complaining about equal rights at the job and everything. Okay, you can apply the work as a construction worker, working the jackhammer position just as much as a man is. Go ahead. We tell them to do it. They don't do it. They still complain. It's like, yo, we give them what they want, but they don't want to take it. They don't want
Black
to
women,
work, and then we give them the responsibility. Okay, you be your master role, go ahead. You see the chicks that actually are in their master role, making all this money, yet they still more miserable than ever, lonely as hell, depressing pills, drinking their wine so much, and complaining, trying to shame men for not dealing with them. They're going as far as there's such thing called ageism now. How you discriminating because of our age? Like, dude,
right? Did you see? Did you see that mixer? You seen that mixer, Mel? Where a whole lot of black people went to that mixer and there was like no niggas.
Was on video.
It's on, yeah, that video is on YouTube. This chick, she recording, and it's a mixer. It's like a dating mixing thing. All these black women sitting at the table, and ain't no niggas. That's what it got. It's like that. But what I want,
there no dudes at all. It's just like they was on one side and chicks on the other.
yeah. When black women on YouTube are complaining, they're complaining. They're really okay. They're complaining about like the real, like the pookie ass nigga. They're complaining about that nigga. We know that. We know that. But they're not complaining in a way I think everybody thinks. They're complaining that that same type cat didn't cut them in on how can I say, like, they're okay. They're okay with the kind of niggas that they like. Like, oh, some of them like them goons. They're okay with that shit. They just mad that that goon ass nigga is a real goon to them too. You feel me? Like, they know that, like, they don't really cut them in on the deals as much as they want to be cut in. It's like feminism. Like, when white women started bitching and marching about how white men wasn't cutting them in and making them CEOs of companies, like, to black people, all we seen was white women mad about they're not getting their share of the heist. They're not getting their they want a bigger cut of the heist of when it came to exploiting the black community. Only the white man benefited primarily from all of the labor of the black community. The white woman didn't get as much. That's what feminism is about, as far as white women are concerned. They don't really care about the plight of black women at all. They just care about, we want to be slave owners too. We want to have our plantation too. We can't just be for the white man. That's what white women are complaining about. In the same way, black women complaining about how the Pookie Ray Ray ass nigga just fucked them and left them. That's what a lot of them complain about to me. Like, he didn't treat me like a queen like I should have been treated. I swear to God, that's how it sounds to me.
They're going to dudes that not sexually attracted to convince dudes that they're sexually attracted to settle down with them.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Look at it. Yeah, they complain. They shame the dudes that simp over them, but they not choosing them. They're not sexually attracted to them. To convince the dudes that they are sexually attracted to, that's not going to settle down with them, to make them settle down with them.
I think so.
How backwards that shit is. Like, that shit is negative numbers.
That's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Okay.
Why you gonna tell me, a guy you're not into, to tell a guy you're into to settle down with you? No.
Wait, if I could say something here, because here's the thing, right? If all of the women who were saying had outrageous standards and saying all this crazy stuff, right, were all the most unattractive, unappealing women, right, as far as, physical looks and other things that men like, right, and all of the women who were submissive and, they were loving and whatever were also the most gorgeous, attractive ones, right? No one would care about feminism or what feminists say, right? Like, that's just what it is. men would not care at all, because ultimately all of the women that they want to choose anyway would all be both on looks and their thought process and the way they treat men and the way they treat relationships. They would all be ideal. So you wouldn't care about all of the women that no man wants anyway, what they're saying. You wouldn't care, right? It's kind of the same thing. It's like, yeah, women are going to care ultimately. Like, it doesn't matter how many unattractive, unappealing, broke simps are going to say and do whatever they want, right? They want the man that has all the other factors that they are attracted to too. Like, I think that's like a normal thing in human nature. I don't think it's like so much like backwards. I think that no one would care if the most unattractive, unappealing segment of the population thought things that they don't agree with. Because, like, who cares? I don't care about y'all anyway. You're not affecting my bottom line.
Yeah, but they're not getting what they want from the men that they are attracted to primarily. Like, they talk about will divest, da da da, but they're not attracted to even the white niggas that they're divesting to. In my opinion, that shit is dumb to me because
Right. No, and
because
I'm
if
agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, for example, if black men really did not, like, really hated and really wanted nothing to do with black women, then they really wouldn't care what black women have to say about anything, because they don't want them, right? So the majority of the black men I hear complaining about things that black women say or do, or are trying to pass down as far as culture and whatever. Normally, I'm hearing those men talk about that because they care about black women. They want to be with black women. It's just hard for them to find a suitable one, because of all of these dysfunctional things, right? But the people that they're most attracted to, the people they want to be with, are the same black women saying the backwards ass shit and acting in backwards ass ways, right? So I'm just saying it's the
I
same thing.
agree, yeah, that's true. Um, they do want to be with a lot of black men. Still want to be with black women, but they would just leave. But it's slander. It's a lot of slander going on. It's like it's slander. Like, if somebody just keeps slandering your name, you gonna want to check that shit at some point. You feel me? So, but you're right. There is still a lot of dudes that still want sisterhood hoes. It's just the facts. I don't know why. It's just the
I
facts.
will also say some dudes don't know their own value of their options, so they feel like they stuck to the options of their own race and stuff like that, or their own nationality. Meaning, there were black women in America and stuff like that, and you
That's
start
true.
really putting effort in themselves. They don't have to deal with a black woman in America. They can go overseas. Deal with them over there. Deal with another black woman of another culture and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Or and
That's
don't
true, but I mean,
and
I would say by and large, right, the majority of the men who are complaining about women at all, just in general, right? Like, I'm not even talking about just the black men. I'm just saying in general, the manosphere, right? They're not complaining about all the women they don't want, right? Which is why, in general, the white manosphere almost never talks about black women, because they
Yeah,
don't want
exactly.
black women.
Exactly.
They're complaining
uh,
about the
uh,
hot white
uh,
women that they want.
I, I, I,
You know,
that's not true. They do complain about women that they don't want, and what I mean by that is they complain about women being overweight and unappealing. They're saying that feminism has made women more ugly, and that is true. Feminism, feminism detaches women from identifying themselves sexually to men. Because to be honest with you, when women try and find their identity outside of their sexuality, that's when they don't care. Like, they'll wear their hair whatever. They don't care about being appealing to men. So a lot of white men do complain about how white women have let themselves go because of feminism. They're Karens, and these women have badass personalities. White women, just white Karens, but
right?
they want them to change. A lot of manosphere white niggas that's MGTOW want the system to change. They want women to stop uh basically using the system against them. The same women, the same Kieran hoes that's you know
Right. But
they
what they're
they
not complaining about is Keisha from the hood, because who they want to change are the appropriate white women who could be slimmed down and be relatively attractive. They want her to change her attitude and her behavior in her treatment of men, right? And I guess that's my point. So you're right. I said that slightly wrong, right? But what I'm saying is,
in the same way though, black men are not complaining about some fat Karen living in the trailer. We don't want her either. You see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
So you're talking about just different races and everybody wanting their own race. That's just normal. Okay,
no,
we don't
what
care.
I'm talking about, that's not what
A
I'm
lot
talking
of
about. What
white
I'm
men
talking
want to
about
be
is that people
Asian.
only complain about the thing that they actually want, right? So, like in general,
Yes.
right? People want to be attracted to their mate, right? They want to link up with the best possible, most attractive person. They want to like that person. They want to be treated well by that person, right? So
Exactly.
there's a bunch of different factors, and everyone wants that, whether you're male or female. Everybody wants, the attractive thing, right? Like no man is sitting there saying, I want the ugliest, most unattractive woman. And on top of that, she has a horrible attitude and this. No man is saying that, right? In
Yeah.
general. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, in general, women are not like crazy for saying, no, I want a guy who treats me right, but I also care that I'm attracted to him and I like his personality and he makes me, like, I don't think that's so crazy
But you
because I
can
think
say,
that that's how
when it
humans
comes
are.
to black women and what they're bitching about, they're like Mel was saying, they're going to dudes that they do not want to try and check the ones that they want. And it's
Yeah.
like, and the dudes that they do not want are saying, what you can do is you cannot sleep with them niggas. You could try that, or you could try not to procreate with them niggas. You could do that, and that will help. But they're like, nah. So we got this dynamic, right? That's all this shit has been about on black YouTube anyway, because the white people, they're dealing with their ways of dealing with shit. Our situation is more, it's more like that. It's more, you have women, the ones that are complaining, the sisterhood that are complaining, they're complaining, they're not complaining about the segment, the Kevin Samuels segment of black men. They're complaining about the other niggas. Put it like this: black women, they like niggas. They don't like brothers. They like niggas way more than they like the brothers. You feel me? And they want the brothers to check the niggas.
Well, let's
Yeah,
put
but in general,
let's put it this way: the simps that they felt like they had under they could control the way they did, they starting to break out of that. Say fuck y'all, I ain't being controlled by y'all. I see what y'all doing. So when they started stepping up to these females and be like, no, I'm not your last choice anymore. If I ain't your first, I'm going back. They started holding back their benefits. What's happening now? These females are trying to shame all men. Like we always say, females recycle a small percentage of men over and over. The faces may be different, but the type is still the same. Which means a large percentage of them is in their friend zone and everything. Most of the dudes is exiting out the friend zone by not even dealing with these chicks no more. That's why you saw see a lot of females talking about dudes not stepping up to them no more, blah blah blah, all that mess. No more shaming tactics. They still do that. The Vestas is still trying to say, make it seem like I'm going to the white man, blah blah blah. Most of them white dudes ain't wiping them up like that and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
it's like,
well, most of the people who run their mouths on YouTube or publicly on social media anyway ain't really shit. And the reason why I say that is because women who are good at and they got that female game, so therefore they got these things, they got their shit taken care of and whatever, they don't open their mouths because that screws up their game. So the majority of the people who are complaining are just latching on to random arguments so they can just argue, right? Like that's like, I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about the rest of the real women who are out there doing that stuff. And here's the thing: the majority, we talked about this earlier, right? But there's a different standard now of attractiveness and what the top level of female attractiveness now is, right? There's a totally different standard than there was 20 years ago because of social media and filters and face app and all these things that you can do to literally make yourself look crazier and more attractive than even the chicks in the magazines, right? So because there's this whole different standard now, unfortunately, what happened was these women who were able to jump on the bandwagon early, they got into the makeup and the cinching their waist and whatever, and suddenly they were now up there with the 9s and 10s. Well, there's a new 9 and 10 standard, and they still don't meet it, right? Because everyone's makeup is exactly the same. everyone's hair is exactly the same. Everyone's everything is exactly the same. So now it's coming down to little differences. So if your genetics are still lower than that chick's genetics, you're still not going to get as much play. You're still not going to get as much cis. You're still not going to get as much flued out. You're just not.
No, also too, I would say also this, Ruby. Another thing that's exposed a lot of females, especially different races, is online dating apps. When the data was shown, who is the most swipe between when the men of any race chooses between choosing the women? Who's the top most swipe versus who's the bottom most swipe? And it hasn't been proven. The numbers and data show that the black women are the least chosen in the dating apps and stuff like that. And they got pissed.
Well, yeah, because every other man see what the black man see. You know, one of my day one best friends, and he not black, right? He's Spanish, and we was talking about black women, and I asked him, I said, how you feel about black women, da da da, and he said, honestly, he think that because of what black women has been through, most of them is a bunch of assholes. What he said to that. And this thing is Spanish, right? And I couldn't say no. I was like, damn, this nigga got a point, da da da. But they think that other races of men are blind to how they treat black men and the good black men in particular. They think that oh, I'm gonna just get with this divest to this Brad ass nigga, and he not gonna, like, he could be the same type of white man that he could be a upstanding white man, just like an upstanding black man, and she's gonna think that he's not gonna compare the two. Like, okay, why couldn't you get with that nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like obvious. But my point is this. This shit is kind of stupid to me, but it's like black women, they seem to they didn't know that black men was keeping count. And what I mean by keeping count is how much pussy was you giving to these goon ass niggas versus niggas that was like nuclear physicists and shit. they didn't know that men keep pussy count. Like, oh, we see who you fuck with. Like, they didn't know that. They thought that it don't matter. I don't know, I'm just shooting the breeze. I'm shooting the shit. They just thought it was like that. But apparently, there's a lot of dudes that see through it. Like, they see, oh, your real passion is not for like men that build. It's funny that they're always talking about, you niggas don't build, you niggas don't do this. Bitch, you don't even like niggas that build. You like niggas that break shit. Like, that's what they like. So it's funny how I don't know why they feel like they could, like, I don't know, blow smoke up everybody's ass. Because even the white man could see that you don't even like the better black men amongst you. All right,
but
nigga.
You know what, though? I want to add a couple things to that. Just, being a woman, and having had this conversation with some people. So the first thing is, right, and this just depends on the woman, but there's a difference between people who happen to date interracially due to proximity and people who are either fetishing or, divesting, quote unquote, right? And so the thing is, divestors, both men and women, divestors, they are investing into a lie to begin with, right? So therefore, the men who are intentionally divesting or who have a fetish, right, what they're actually willing to buy into exactly the fact that the reason why she ain't shit, the reason why she's in this situation is because black men ain't shit, because if she was being led properly, da-da-da-da-da. And there's a lot of white men who, you can actually even find them doing content on YouTube and stuff. There's a lot of white men who are willing to buy into that concept. Right? There's a lot of, generally men are willing to buy into the concept that men of other races ain't shit, right? And that's what's wrong with these women today, right? And so even though it's not true, the point is that there's still a pretty large segment of the population that these women can appeal to. That's the first thing. The second thing is, even if every black woman on this continent fixed all of her stuff, they're still going to be the lowest selected in any dating apps. And why is that? Because people tend to generally look for their own race in dating apps, and black people tend to be very low on that totem pole, and they're also the lowest as far as European features and standards. So therefore, and on this continent at least, they're going to be low. I mean, even if they change them, I'm not saying they don't have to change
But
stuff. I'm just saying
why
even if they
though?
did, they would still be
But,
lowly selected.
but it's okay. It's okay to be. It's why they're at the bottom. It's not so much them being at the bottom, because if other races of men see what black men see, then of course black women are gonna be at the bottom.
They
They
would be at
see
the
all of
bottom
that.
anyway, though. Is my point.
They at the bottom because of their attitude. Most black
They
women,
attitude.
most
They're at
black
the bottom
women.
with black men because black men are the
Nah,
ones who
not
tend
exactly
to
on
date
the
and
No,
marry
dating
black
apps.
no.
women,
Nah, no,
right?
we not on the same bottom level field as black
No,
women.
I didn't say it. Wait, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. You weren't
Oh,
listening. What I said was that black men are the ones who tend to date and marry black women by like a large
oh
majority.
yeah.
There's like, right?
Okay.
There's only like 10% of the black female population who even has dating, let alone marriage experience outside of the race. Right. So the reason why, when we're talking about actually evaluating black women, let's be real. The majority of the people who would evaluate them and put them on the bottom based on attitude and other factors is not going to be outside of our race. It's going to be black men because those are the ones who
Yeah.
are mostly dating and marrying black women to be able to say something about
What?
it. That's what I'm saying.
No,
But
yeah,
why?
it
But
is.
why is it to begin with? Why is it to begin with that whether we're talking about now or 10 years ago or 50 years ago, why is it that black women have always had the lowest percentage of out of race, right, interracial dating and marriage, right?
Yeah.
They always have, even before all this craziness, they always have. It's because they're
Okay,
black.
why?
Like
Answer the
that's what
question.
it is. They would be low
It's not
anyway.
because they're black. It's not because they're black. It's because they got badass attitudes and they ratchet as hell.
But they didn't have badass attitudes 50 years ago. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like it's always been like this, though. So you can say that, but this has always been the case. Where when you're talking about interracially, right? Black men will choose other races will choose white women over black women, right? Like I mean, but this is before now.
If,
This is before now. This is before the
if
last
you're
few
talking
decades.
about
Like black
Nah,
women
racism,
would
if
already
you're
be
talking
low
about
down.
if you're
It's
talking
always
about
been like that,
racism,
Ruby. The reason why it's being exposed more because of the internet, because we able to access this information
I don't think
and
it's
stuff.
always been
So
like that.
we can start
I don't.
seeing that more and more. Data is actually backing up what we are saying also too and everything. Like I said, the online dating websites data shows that a lot. They actually exposing more of people's preferences, who's swiping for who more on the left than on the right,
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
right.
Yeah,
Listen,
and
listen. I
it's
want
broken
to
down
talk to
that
her
way.
point though. She said she's trying to say it's racism. That's why black women are at the bottom for the most part.
No,
If
no, not
if
racism.
but what
It's
are you
race
saying then?
preference.
Why? If it,
What I'm
huh?
saying is that people prefer to
You prefer
date
to
and
live in their
marry
own.
people of their own
Not,
race.
no,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not that. No, no, because white men prefer to date Asian women, so that's not true in every sense. And okay, see, this is why I want to stick with the racism shit. Because if racism was the reason why black women would not be getting chosen, then it would be the same for black men. We wouldn't be preferred over other race. We wouldn't be preferred over other races of men by their own women.
Well,
It
there's
would be the
different
same.
reasons for that also too,
You're
youngins.
not.
Yeah, I mean
We will both be at the bottom.
but see, most non-black women see. Well, I would say Caucasian women definitely they see us as a fetish also too. The stereotype, big long dude for fetishes,
People
stuff like
prefer to
that.
date and
So
marry their own
that
race. Period. They just do. Like that's just
yeah,
what it is. Like
yeah,
No, they
yeah. Let me
don't.
every
No,
race,
but
every race
like I
to their
said,
own first before they start to shift over.
A-
But when it
Asian,
comes to certain
Asian.
races where they choose first, yeah, Asians be the first choice they want, and second to
No,
that, yeah, it is yes. Asian
mm-hmm,
women be the first
mm-hmm.
choice
It
because
is, yeah.
they're the
Asian
most
women
they're the
choose
most
white
feminine,
men.
docile women. Yeah, white men. I was saying, yeah, when white men's choice, they top choice will always be an Asian woman. It's not gonna be a
And
white
vice
woman
Well,
first.
Asians actually are the highest selected for interracial marriages. Period. Just
Yeah,
in the Western world.
uh, yeah. Why? Why? Because Asian
because,
women come off way more submissive.
yeah,
They
Okay,
are.
that's really why. Because racism is not a factor. They come off more submissive. That's it. And it ain't a
no,
beauty thing. That's what I'm
Asian
Yeah,
trying to
but
say.
women
again,
are more.
when I say the most selected for interracial marriages, again, the selection for interracial marriages is very tiny. Like it again, people by and largely prefer to date
All
and
right,
marry
you're
within
going
their own
somewhere
race.
else with it though. You're talking about something else. We are talking about interracial. We don't care how many people are getting married interracially. but we're talking about that. So if we're doing this cross culture type of choosing, look at how often black women are even considered. And it's because of a badass attitude and their fucked up weave. That's why.
The problem is though, if the statistics of the research data you're talking about, right? If it was taking into account cross-racial matches or cross-racial dating on these apps, then that would be one thing. But it's not. It wasn't taking into account cross-racial selection, and that's why I say I'm like, okay, well, that is a factor. We can't like pretend that that factor doesn't exist. That doesn't take away any of the problems we have within the Black community. But what I'm saying though is that I don't think that's just like to try to say, well, you know, the only reason why they're at the bottom totem pole is because their attitude. I'm like, well, you know what? Honestly, like 90% of Black women will never get a chance to date outside of their race for anyone to know about their attitude or their selection choices or anything. They don't have that option. It's a very low population that has that option.
Oh, okay,
well,
that's
you also
fine.
got to see it this way, Ruby. Certain stereotypes. People hold on to certain stereotypes. Some people. That's why some of the females ain't gonna get a chance anyway. Also, too.
I doubt that.
That too.
That's part of us too. I mean, us black men, we got a stereotype that always say that we always robbing, or we gotta have an elephant slum, or we rapists, or whatever. Like that ain't true. But you know, they see a certain percentage that being portrayed on media about us, and 9% of people think that we are that. We're not.
Hold on, girl. If you come back, I'll let you up. I didn't see you were here. Honestly, no. I've been doing stuff. If you come back, I'll let you. I was right about to let you up, and then you bounced. It wasn't on purpose. Because you know what? Because listen, because for those of you who I don't know if you were here a couple weeks ago, but like my whole entire house exploded. So every day, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why I missed the show 3 weeks ago. So, and I've missed every show like since then because literally like the sprinklers misfired in my condo, and they're industrial strength sprinklers. So they started shooting. They demolished so many things inside of the apartment. We had over a foot of water in the condo. It ended up like literally there was just a lake. By the time we finally got the sprinklers off, I couldn't even tell what the hell the water was coming from. By the time we got the sprinklers off, you could see like a lake going into the main hallway of the condo. It damaged 32 apartments. It damaged the party room. It damaged the hallway. It just damaged everything. So everything's been held for weeks. So I was literally I'm always in the middle of doing some stuff related to that. So I wasn't looking. So when I just looked at the phone now, I saw she was there and I was about to let her up. That's what I was saying. Uh-oh, guys. I was starting to say that.
You got insurance on your apartment, do you? Like house insurance?
Yeah. Well, your condo fees pay for like condo insurance. So in essence, they have to, unless I was negligent, which I was not. The investigation's already been done. Then the condo has insurance
because I got something like that when my old apartment, when the sprinklers went down because a pipe bust up in between my walls and let the sprinklers down. But I had State Farm. I also had a housing insurance. Was I lived in an apartment. I could still get it, and I got some money out of that to pay for a lot of replacement stuff from that. There's some extra cash behind that, but I don't want to talk about too much about this.
No. Well, the condo is they're gonna fix everything, but ultimately, like they said, like it's gonna be like 3 months, at least before they actually come and fix stuff. And then we were trying to live somewhere that was not the condo. And that did not work out well for us at all for 2 weeks. Finally, we gave up and we just came back to the water damaged condo because it was better than what we were trying to do. And it's just crazy. I'm telling you, it's been a crazy situation.
You're fight for your home, right?
Well, right now I'm trying to evict someone out of my house, one of our houses. I'm trying to evict someone out of one of the houses so we can move into the house. Screw this condo. Because I don't trust these sprinklers anymore. Like I'm sitting here talking to y'all and I'm just looking at the sprinkler on the wall. It's all I can look at because I'm so scared at any moment it's just going to go off and ruin the one piece of furniture the other sprinkler didn't ruin, which was our bed because it was in a different room. Like, god damn. It's something else.
You had no good sleep this whole few weeks. Huh?
No, I slept in a computer chair for 14 days almost. I slept in a computer chair.
Messed up right now, man.
First couple nights I slept in a car. So it's been a thing. It's been a thing. That's what I gotta say. It's been a thing. So I want to come back. If you come back, I'll let you up. I literally was not ignoring you or banning you from coming up. I just literally was not looking at the phone.
It's okay to ignore Anna though.
I feel bad. Melody doesn't ignore nobody. She probably thought we were ignoring her. I was like, Melody's sleeping. It was my responsibility, and I wasn't listening. I feel bad. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to multitask, okay?
Yeah, but it's all right. You don't have to prioritize that. You could go ahead and do what you're doing. We're having a good time. We're having a good time up here. You feel me?
Yeah.
So let's keep having a good time.
Let's keep it. I think we're having a good
over now. Next week in New York, man, got Pride weekend and shit. It's celebration. How many videos you gonna see of young kids at the New York Pride parade shaking their asses with them grown ass men in them costumes? They slums hanging out. I think that shit is all right, man. Tell you, man.
I feel bad for that, but I'm in Florida, so I gotta deal with this shit too.
You know they gonna that Pride celebration in Florida. They gonna have to do the same thing.
You go around Disney area, go like Lake Buena Vista, go around that area, nigga.
Definitely gonna do that classic, man. I already know about Lake Spot. Damn,
they out here, nigga.
Matter of fact, I seen this video when this white lady took her son to a Pride parade, and these dudes was twerking in front of him. The boy was trying to fight his mother, trying not to look, and she up there trying to force her son to look at it. Like, he's hitting his mother. Like, man, I do not want to look at this. Like, I tell you, these sick mothers is grooming their sons.
That's sad. Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking. Nigga, I can't, bro. But in Florida, it's bad.
Story about this dude trying to get custody of his son because his mother was putting estrogen in his food and everything, trying to make him become a girl.
Oh.
He told his father, like, yo, father asked him, do you want to wear those dresses and everything? He said, no, I don't want to wear it, but I'm trying to please mama.
That's mutilation.
Yeah,
that's
like,
a form of mutilation.
It's right there, like.
That's abuse in its finest, nigga.
Yeah, and then the court is still letting this mother get full custody like this. Like, don't see nothing wrong with it. But the boy saying, I don't want to do it and everything, it's like, this is sick.
Yeah, we in them times, nigga. That New York Pride is gonna stink. It's gonna stink like all kind of diseases. Y'all got it over there, man.
I'm watching this video, man. This bootylicious chick, this dude right underneath her, lit a match, putting near this bootylicious chick's butt. When she fought, that thing looked like about to blow up on his hand, yo.
All right, so we're definitely not having that conversation. So I have a question for. No, I'm absolutely not doing that. I'm willing to mute and let y'all talk about lots of things, but that's not one of them. So I just not. I just refuse. I refuse. Okay, so y'all, I have a question for you guys. Because is anyone on here? Are any of y'all fathers? Oh.
Who?
Me.
You're a father? A father?
Farmer.
No, like a daddy. You know.
Oh, not father. Oh, father. I just said
father.
I ain't got no kids.
Okay. Hold on. First of all, I'm not fast. Thank you very much. But okay. No, the reason why I was asking, right, is because I had this conversation. No, but the reason why I was asking is because I was having a conversation with someone who is a father. He's now a grandfather, even, right? And he said, right, that for him, the ultimate gift was for everyone to leave him the hell alone. And he wants everyone to leave him the hell alone. His friends are like that too. Leave him the hell alone. Just the best gift you can do is to go away and leave me alone. Just for that day. That's his Father's Day gift. So I guess, y'all are fathers, but maybe you have fathers, grandfathers, whatever. What did you guys hear the men in your lives say they wanted as a gift for Father's Day?
That's not a question for me.
True. True. Mel, classy.
Same here.
Yeah, really? Y'all didn't have this experience. See, this is unfortunate, because I'm like, what do you guys think you would want? Do you have any like schema in your head Like if you had a kid, what you might want? Do you think you would want to be pampered like the women want to be pampered all day?
No,
Or
I don't want to be
Oh, you talking
pampered.
about just me? Also, you talking about me? I think I said it earlier, man. You spend some bread and spoil my ass just the same way I do for my wife. Shoot.
Now I don't need to be. I don't need to be pampered. You can buy me a gun though. I like guns.
damn.
Hey, it's you
Yeah.
Yeah.
to the man.
Okay. I see that being like a thought. I don't know why. That sounds so morbid to me. I guess because I'm Canadian. But yeah, I don't know. Father's Day gift, a gun, a car, some type of thing, technology
Yep.
seems like the way to do it. So my question is Father's Day, like to you guys, right? Because I know for women it's actually different. I've had this discussion with women on Mother's Day. Is Father's Day the same as like a gift for your birthday or for Christmas? Like, do you guys see it as the same kind of thing as your birthday, where it's just like
No,
another day for you, or is
I
it
think
something different?
Nah.
I think it's something different.
It,
I think
it,
it's something.
yeah,
Okay.
it's something different. Yeah, I think it's hard to explain what it is and stuff like that. Yeah, but about the gift giving part taken out of it, we just want to feel more appreciated. That's what it is. His
Yeah,
birthday just
I go
another
with that.
milestone of we surviving another year, going through another year. Getting older and stuff like that. Yeah, we celebrating a year, only our own anniversary since we was born. But
I know what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying, Ruby. It's hard for a woman to come up with a gift
Mm-hmm.
for a dude. I get it. I do. Even the kids, what they gonna come up with? What can you give me that I can't go
Yeah.
get? You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Exactly. Especially if you're like the provider of the family, right? Like, just buy shit you want.
that's
Right?
what it is. Yeah. If you like the main breadwinner of the family, want to take care of it all and everything, it's more like we want that high appreciation and everything. Like what I'm saying. Yeah. Now we want you to put some thought into it. Also, cool. Yeah, that's what I said. Like if you buy a tie and stuff like that, it's like what effort you putting into it. But like we do one piece and everything, like more appreciation. Like like yeah, like remember we're spending. We're fighting tooth and nail to make sure I got a roof over your head. Despite you might depend on certain female couples,
Mm-hmm.
your home taking care of the household duties and stuff like that, and the kids, while I'm making sure the bills and everything paid, so we got a roof over our head, making our house a home and stuff. Yeah,
and, and a lot of dudes, they're so used to giving, they don't know how to receive. I know I was
exactly.
like that.
Yeah,
I know I was like that when
Mm.
they ask, oh, what's your birth? What you want for your birthday, nigga? I really don't know because all I do when you give all the time, you don't think about what you would want. Like that's how a lot of dudes are, and it's fucked up because we should care about ourselves more, but in that way. But
that's
honestly,
that's that's
you
why
so
dudes when they get the sets as a gift, it means for some dudes it means a whole lot to them because it's like you
they don't
know
get it.
yeah. Yeah, because it's like yeah, we also we the giver so much, and it's like most time yeah we give just to expect something to receive, and yeah it'd be some physical affection, but you know what I'm
you
saying.
you give so
Mm-hmm.
much. Yeah, you give so much throughout the year. That is when it's your time to receive. Like you're empty. Like you don't know how to. It's real. That's how it
Yeah.
is. It's fucked up. Maybe we can use some therapy behind that. But and I'm not even
Mm-hmm.
a father, and I'm saying this shit. That's the crazy part. But I had girlfriends. You feel
Mm-hmm.
me? And you
Mm-hmm.
do so much, and then when it's your birthday or it's time for you to receive something, it's like when you're a workaholic and you don't take a day off, and then you finally get a day off, you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
But that's how it is when it's time to receive something on Father's Day. You don't know what you want. Like, I don't know, buy me a fucking tool set or something functional. So
Yeah.
that's the way it is, yeah. So
Yeah, that's
that's
what
maybe
Ella
it's up
Hombre
to you.
said. Golf clubs. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Golf
know.
clubs.
Maybe you gotta be more creative for Father's Day. Maybe it's up to you, Ruby. You gotta be more.
I haven't had to celebrate Father's Day in a very, very long time because I haven't had a father since I was
It's crazy.
11, maybe. And I don't have any children yet, so I haven't had to celebrate Father's Day in a long time. But I remember being really annoyed at my mom when I was a kid, and she made the same suggestions that women around the world make: socks, ties,
Yeah.
and you're like, that's
See?
not a gift, man. That's not a gift.
I told
It's
you.
just insulting. right? Like I would refuse. I refuse to do that. I couldn't do that. I remember when I was a kid, my dad had like this hat collection. Like he had all these hats pinned up on the wall around the top of the room. So I would try to get a hat or like something like that. Like, just something. I would get a hat, like socks and a tie. I've never even seen my dad in a suit, but I'm supposed to buy him a tie for what? Right? Like it seems like such a waste. Like whatever you get men is just some throwaway crap. And I was like, really? I asked my mom once, I'm like, what if I got you socks for Christmas? Right? And she went to answer properly and be like, and her face started screwing up. And then she realized why I was asking. She's like, oh, I would be very appreciative, especially if they were the warm kind. Right? Like, I'm like, you're such a liar. You wouldn't want no socks. If I got you socks, you would be upset. Stop lying. Right? Like, socks. Come on now. I always found it insulting. And it's in movies and TV shows. It's a common thing you hear across the board. What do you get a man for a gift?
Can I tell you this, Ruby, though? Can I say this? Black men generally don't know how to receive from black women like that. Not like that. Like, we get our pick-me's, but the way the sisterhood is, even if a black woman catered to us, it make us feel funny. Sometimes, not every nigga, like, I'm not fucked up, but there's a lot of dudes that they haven't really gotten real feminine treatment from a black woman like that. Not even their mothers. And me and my mother, I didn't get feminine treatment from my mother at all, nigga. Like, so so when another woman does it, that it's like foreign to me. You feel me? It's foreign. That's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to Father's Day, I never seen a father, a black father, get something from his black wife. I don't even remember seeing it on fucking TV. Like, I don't like, this is a foreign concept. And maybe because there's not a lot of black fathers in the home, I don't know. But what I'm saying is it's so foreign that when it's done, it's number one, black women don't even want to make a nigga a plate of food at a cookout. They don't even want to fix a plate. Never mind Father's Day. You could barely get the plate and food. Like, so, and I know sex is something that's equal, but the fact that men are looking at it as a gift just goes to show you how much women don't cater, and especially the black women. So that's why when you ask the question, what do men want? We got to start from like damn near scratch, damn near Adam. Damn, just rub my feet. I swear to God, it's that bad. It's that bad. Like damn, just some random act of kindness. A random act.
So we did that. So, but not like for a special occasion or whatever. It's just I had been Mr. Rubes gave me like a foot spa thing, whatever, right? And we hadn't used it like in forever. And then we were home, I think, because we had COVID or something, or maybe it was Christmas break. I can't remember. It was whatever reason. And so I was like, oh, let's do, and I said, I'm like, let's do foot spa day. I've done that before. Let's do masking day. And I'll put the mask on his face and stuff, whatever, right? And so I did his feet first. And then, it took so long. By that time, he had to go to sleep. He had work the next day. Right? My feet didn't get done for like weeks until weeks later. So I told the internet that I had done that, took calluses off and did the whole nine and massaging the oil and stuff. And you know what? The guys like that were in the chat room, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe that. That's disgusting. Like, it's not even like they were like, oh, really? Like, they were like, I would never let my woman touch my feet. Da, 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 da. And I'm not even talking about the women saying that. I'm saying the men were saying that. They were like, oh, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. And I'm like, really? Why? Why not?
Crazy.
Right?
I'm trying to get rubbed down. A back rub is good enough for me. I like back rubs. I like, yeah. Like, if a chick weigh like Melanie, like 5'2", 120 pounds, you could walk on me. Like them Asians, just walk on my back. You could do some shit like that. I don't know. Like,
yo, that stuff is scary though. I've done that before. Like when I was like 16, my boyfriend was like, yeah, walk on my back. I'm like, no, I'm going to break it. He's like, no, you'll be fine. I was so scared. I honestly thought I was going to break his back. It was just the most scary thing you can do.
You kind of want to get that crack. It's like chiropractic shit. You want that crack. But that's what I'm saying. That's a good gift too. Like, I take me to chiropractor. That's a good gift because niggas is always tight. I'm always tight. Like, your body just tight. It's always stiff. That's a good gift. But
Mm.
like I said, we have to think long and hard for what we want because we're so not used to getting what we want. You ask what do men want? We gotta think for a minute. You gotta give a minute because 365 days out the year, that ain't something we thinking about, and that's bad, but it's the truth.
Mm-hmm. I
Even if
noticing that in general. Mm-hmm.
even if you're a rich black man, like talk to a rich, listen to a rich black man talk about what gift he was given or whatever it is. It's like even they don't know. Even they don't know. So it's real. It's real. I don't know. It's we got to come to a point where we as men consider ourselves human beings too, and we need to be like catered to too. We ain't there. We ain't there at
I
all.
agree.
That's the
I
problem.
agree. And that's why when I have discussions, right, like whatever the discussion is, let's say, what do you give your husband or whatever, right? And I say, the first thing I say is men are not a monolith, right? So while there might be some things that men generally, you hear generally, peace or whatever, um, that even what brings a man peace is going to differ from man to man, or, the specific things that bring him joy or bring him this or that, or that he really needs to fulfill his soul are going to differ from man to man. So I could tell you what I give Mr. Rubes, but I can't tell you what I would give to every man because every man I dated,
Mm-hmm.
they wanted and needed different things. And you'll
Mm-hmm.
have so many men come up in here. See, that's what these women do. They just deflect. They don't even know how to be a woman. And it's like, no, you don't even know what you want and need. That's the problem. All you can go by is, yo, that sounds pretty good what these guys on the internet are saying, but then you don't specifically know. And so what you're explaining makes a lot of sense because it explains why it is that these guys would get mad at me saying, yo, men are not a monolith. You need to examine your man and figure it out, right? Figure out what that individual man needs. It makes sense now because it's like, oh, well, he never took the opportunity to learn, and no one ever told him that he should or that's a priority. Okay, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Um, that Kevin Murray saying that black men are raised to be servants. So yeah, and yeah, some type of servant. Um, yeah, that's true. As far as understanding your man's love language and all of that, I guess that's what you're talking about. We're not a monolith. We do have we have we have certain things that we like, but it's funny how a lot of men just say, "I want peace. I just want y'all to shut up." Like that's what we want for Father's Day, just a moment. Like so, to me there's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth in that. There's because I understand that completely. To be honest with you, to be like real frank,
So why you
like
say it's funny?
huh?
I said, why you say it's funny?
What I say was funny.
What
You
you
got
just said, yo, I think it's funny that niggas want peace. That's like real shit. I'm just
Oh,
asking.
no. I said no. I'm trying to say it's funny that it's all like a coincidence that we all. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
It's like we're a monolith, but we're like kind of not. But do we have shit in common that we do like? And the reason I say it's funny is because peace is like free as shit. It's like leave us
Got
alone.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And they think it's tangible. They think it's tangible what men want all the time. They think it's tangible. And to me it's kind of, I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of it's gonna sound weird, but it's kind of fucked up that that's all we want. And I say that because what are we getting the other days? Are we getting like turmoil?
Yes.
Like yeah, exactly. So we're getting turmoil all the other days, which is almost a form of torment. We're getting almost a form of torment, and then on Father's Day we just get left alone. And honestly that's like basic human right, a basic human right to be left alone. And we're asking for like what Dr. King was asking for, just basic civil rights. And that's why I say it's fucked up. that dudes is just saying, I just want peace. Like, damn, nigga, so you was getting harassed the whole year?
Yes.
Yeah, that to me, that's messed up. So what's going on in the household that you're asking for basic shit? Like, I feel like there's something wrong in your household. I really do.
You are expected to be a man. That means take care of whatever drama that she got going on, whatever the kids got. You bear the. Y'all seen that picture? You know where it's like the brother and he's like holding the weight of the world, and it's like the mother and the pretty ass baby sitting on top of it. You know what I'm saying? That's us. That's what they expect. That's what you're supposed to do 364 days out the year. And you didn't get the full day. You know what I'm saying? We probably get like 6 hours. However long the barbecue lasts, that's how long you got on Father's Day. And it's not a coincidence that they made Juneteenth. They made Juneteenth
I was
on
gonna ask
Father's
about
Day.
that. Yes,
Yo, I picked that
about
immediately. Like, yo, niggas can't have shit out this motherfucker. God
Exactly.
damn,
I
I
swear.
Earlier this month.
was like,
That was
yo,
my next
We
question. I
got
was
to
gonna
worry
ask
about
you
we got
if
to
you
worry
had
about
can't
the
kids
event
have a
now.
on
Yes.
Pride
motherfucking thing,
and
yo.
Juneteenth.
God
It fell on
damn.
Juneteenth this year, so
Yeah.
it's like
That
Yo,
shit's funny. I really want to. Literally, I was gonna be my next question, but then we kept talking. I was gonna ask, what do you guys think? I know none of you guys are fathers, but what do you think about the
no,
fact that y'all don't get a celebration because it's Juneteenth instead, right? Like, I want to know.
so
That's crazy.
I don't know about everybody else, but well,
Do you have 10 kids, DJ Nat?
I don't
Because
have
Death
10.
Racer seems to think you do.
Wait, who? Everybody? Nah, I don't have 10. I can't afford 10. I can't afford the ones that I have. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
but you have kids. Yeah.
Yes, I have grown
Okay.
kids too. So you know what I mean. But
Damn.
it is. I'm 40.
Okay.
By the way, your boy turned 40 yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Papa Tyler one time.
Oh,
You know what I'm
happy
saying?
belated.
Thank you, grown ass man out this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Okay.
Shake something one time for you. Nah, I'm playing. But no, so the whole city is locked down right now because something in the water is in the DMV, so they got all the shit shut down. But I like to, dip in and out the city to see what it is. But I was thinking about that as well because most of my friends, obviously being older or whatever, and you associate with different cats and you have kids, we have these conversations to where it's like, all right, and we've all seen those posts to where it's like Happy Father's Day to me type stuff. I'm glad I didn't see that this year, right? I don't know if that was because of Juneteenth or whatever, but I did think about that. Like, wait a minute, Juneteenth is like on Father's Day. Like, it's like the brothers really getting a recognition the way that they should. I did see shout out to a lot of my homies. They was posting with their kids and they got kids that was posting, yo, to the best dad in the world or whatever. So it's a conversation worth having, I think. You know what I mean? Like how cats feel about it. But if y'all ain't got no kids up here, I don't know how far that can go. Ruby, why you ain't got no kids?
Well, because I was not going to have children out of wedlock. I was not going to have children in wedlock if there was any chance of us breaking up. I was not going to have children in a place where we were unstable and therefore unable to dedicate ourselves, to parenting in full. Basically, I wanted to give my kids everything I didn't have. Gotcha. And then, unfortunately, I hit this mystery diagnosis phase of my life, where everything got very bad for very long, and I was mostly bedridden and on a lot of medication. So, basically, by the time now, we got things under control enough and diagnosed and have everything figured out, and then it was a matter of getting myself, healthy enough, strong enough, and off enough medication that being pregnant would be safe. And then my condo exploded. So,
forget about that.
Maybe there's next month.
No. Yeah. We going too far. All right. So the bottom line is, or the question I said, did you want the Ruby now? Forget all that, because I've known you for years too. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But the Ruby now, like, do you want to have kids? That's question one. Question two, how many men presented themselves in that way prior to your marriage, of course, because we want to be respectful, that we're like, listen, like, yo, I want to be with you, blah, 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 blah. Like, I can see having babies with you, whatever. Can you speak to that? 2 points.
Okay. Well, first off, I was a serial monogamist, and since people have different definitions of that, to explain, I was in one long-term relationship after another from as early as I started dating. Like, I
Answer the
never just
question,
dated
Joe.
around.
Answer the
I am.
question.
I'm telling you,
But I
literally
know how you do.
from my very first long-term serious relationship,
All
I
them
saw
niggas, no
forever.
kids.
Was he nothing in that
Hold
pussy
on.
or no?
Let me finish. I'm literally answering your question. You
All right.
just have to
No,
let
you
me get to the end of my
I'm sorry.
answer.
I'm sorry.
From the very first relationship, literally in the 7th grade. I'm not even kidding.
See, now you,
And from the 7th grade, my very first relationship, that person and me, we saw forever together, and we
Ruby,
were gonna work together to get to
Ruby.
marriage and children.
You get a whole story
Literally.
and shit.
I know, but like we are grown. We don't want to hear about the 7th grade.
But that's every relationship I've ever had. You said how many men have presented themselves that way to me, and I'm
man,
telling you all of
that
them.
nigga is not a man in the 7th grade.
Right?
But that's
It's
all of
not a
them.
man.
But it's all of them. But y'all can argue the semantics of it. I'm telling you, every relationship I was ever in,
Semantics.
my whole entire life,
Oh my
every
god,
single
Ruby, I'm
one
gonna
of
whoop
them,
you.
the
I'm gonna whoop
man
you.
said, "Listen,
Oh
I
my
see myself marrying you. I see us having children.
She
Let's build
said the
towards
man
that."
said that
Every single
nigga's in
one.
the
Yes.
7th grade. What, he's like
No.
12 years old?
Yeah,
If you
man. When you
stop
12
playing
and
with
he
me,
14,
Ruby.
he's a grown man. What you
Oh
mean?
my god.
No, it's true. You don't even realize how young you look when you're 12, and you look at your 12-year-old peers, right? But now as an adult looking down, it's like, oh, those are just kids, they're idiots, right? But no, I'm saying that literally that was
Ruby,
literally how
stop.
I saw things, and I only dated
We
men
know
who
that.
saw me. No, you don't, because you don't even know how. Okay, finish the sentence then, since you know. Well, what was I gonna say?
Ruby, let's talk about your adult dating years. Let's go
Please,
there.
please, love, please.
With the one adult person I dated besides my
Wow,
husband?
really?
I'm telling you, I've been in this relationship forever. Y'all are listening. I'm trying
Okay,
to tell
then
you.
that's it.
And it was
You
my
ain't got that.
literal,
Then
it
that's
was
All right.
it. Then.
literally, it
So
was
you're the wrong person.
literally,
You're the wrong
it was
person to
literally my
ask.
whole goal. That was
Yeah,
my
she's the
only
wrong
goal
person to ask.
for
I
as long
apologize.
as I could. Yeah, no, because as long as it's for my whole goal in life, that was my only goal. So I looked for guys who A,
Ask
were
them
older than me. Keep talking, because that helps. I looked for guys who
Oh
were
my
older
God.
than me and who were like-minded, who wanted to get married young and to build a
Uh-huh.
life together and to have children and to have built this future. Like, I looked for people who were literally, they came from 2-parent households, they wanted to get
Uh-huh.
married young, they wanted to whatever. I looked for that for as long as I can remember, from the time I was like 10, 11 years old. As soon as I thought of dating, that was on my radar. So that's what I dated.
Got you. I'm gonna say this: had
Thank you for the
you
story.
have not made it all the way to Canada and you're in the States, you would be a certified baby mama right now. I know for a fact. Like all them healthy, they wouldn't have nothing to do with it. I don't know. I think it's something different up there. You know what I'm saying? Canadian dudes.
Did he borg out?
Hello? Oh, yeah, I thought it was me because my internet cut off earlier. Naf, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you borged out.
Oh, that's
Or
because
you
I
muted.
can y'all hear
There
me?
you are. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
hear
you
you.
now.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, my bad. Cause yeah, I got up, I moved around and shit, unplugged my shit. But anyway, I was saying that I find it hard to believe that had Ruby not have made it from Jamaica all the way to Canada, she would have been like a 3, 4,
Oh yeah.
child baby mama by now. Like we don't play
Why?
that shit. What you mean
But
why?
why?
Niggas.
No,
Niggas would have.
no, I have a question. Why? No, because at least 2 or 3 of those boyfriends were American. So and 2 of them I lived in America at the time. So I'm just wondering why.
Cause I think somebody would have, yeah, they would have
The
got
culture.
you. Yeah, the culture. All right, I'm trying to be careful. Like you see, I'm stuttering, I'm hesitating because I don't
I'm
want to paint.
noticing that. Just speak, man. Say it from
I,
your
The
chest.
culture.
Go ahead.
The American culture.
no, you because you gotta be careful. Words have meanings, and this is the problem with having conversations and argument with women. Because once you say something, oh, so what you're trying to say is, oh, so what you mean is, no, 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 no. I say what I mean what I say. So I just think that yeah, somebody would have got you. You know what I'm saying? Health issues wouldn't have been a concern, and you would have been a baby mama. You had at least 2. You
But
had at
how?
least
See,
two.
but here's the thing. You didn't actually really explain yourself because,
I'll
and I'll
explain it.
explain
I'll
why.
explain it.
I
Hold
want
on.
him to explain it because I think he gets it. Like, yeah,
Okay, go
like,
ahead.
all
It's
right.
Explain.
it's
You
the
explain for an
culture.
act.
If you
Try
would
to
have
save
been
him.
you would have been wrapped up in the American culture. You would have certain friends.
Mm-hmm.
You would have been around certain dudes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it would have had an influence on you, especially in your
Tyrone, long dick style. You'd been getting all that. Like, go ahead.
in your early 20s, pretty much your 20s, but definitely your early 20s. You're way more impressionable. Just the culture and how Americans move versus Canadians. I assume I never been to Canada. Yeah, there's a higher chance. There's a higher chance. I'm not even gonna say it's a certainty. I'm gonna say it's a higher chance. You probably would have been. You probably would have been a baby
Bro,
mama.
I'm 100% with it. Like, yo, you see her hair? Look at her hair. She got good hair too. Pretty skin. Yo, listen, she would have had some Jamaican,
Oh no, see, I
Nigerian
didn't deal with guys
descent.
like that though. I didn't even
ABOS,
date guys
baby.
like that. No, the guys who were like whorish like that, and they want to sleep with you and whisper sweet nothings in your ear, and they're super cool guys who are super fast like that. I didn't even date those guys because I wouldn't have. Hold on, I did not have sex outside of monogamous, long-term, committed relationships. Period.
Got you.
Didn't do it. So
Got
unless
you.
you were going to date me for like 6 months to a year. And then we were going to go to the clinic together, get tested, and whatever. Right? We weren't going to be having sex, so none of that getting caught up in foolishness stuff was going to happen.
No, Roofie. I said Roofie.
Hey, you're trying to roofie me now? I'll see what you're talking about.
No,
I can't believe you're trying to roofie me. No, I'm kidding.
Yo, I need to relax. No. But listen, yo, cats would have been on some like wifey type stuff because of that. If you got that demeanor, like he said, the culture. That's how most dudes in the U.S. become quote unquote baby mamas, right? You date a chick, you think you're gonna be with her, you have the attention. This is why the space is so popular. A lot of us were made to be suckers. We thought, well, I can't speak for them cats, right? I speak for myself, right? I got two kids. My baby mom's older than me. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm 40. So like I met them. I was like one of them. I was like out of high school, first year in college. The other one I met in the military. She'd already been in the military. She wanted to get out. You know what I'm saying? So either way, it was a setup, but it is what it is. But I was on some like, okay, I'm dating them. I'm thinking it's going to lead to marriage, like what you're talking about. So for guys that move a certain type of way, had you been in the States, they would have saw you that way too. If you had that, oh, okay, well, if you're not dating me long, I'm not talking about dudes that just they meet you one night and they smash and keep you moving. I'm talking about dudes that's like on some, yo, I want to be with you. You know, I can see you having my baby, blah 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 blah, and
that's cute.
More than
that's
likely,
very cute. But I wasn't coming off the pill unless you married me. So how were you going to impregnate me?
Nobody say nothing about being on the pill.
I want to say this.
You was on the pill. That's not even what they be doing out here. They be lying about it. They be on the pill and be like, "Oh, let me get off to get it come up." Like you're so.
That's what I'm saying. But I wouldn't. Not me. See, that's the thing. Because it's. I do agree. I do agree that because of American culture, right? I do agree that because of American culture, the baby mama culture has lasted longer. Right, and started before it started here. So I absolutely agree with that. Right.
So wait,
however,
stop right there. Wait.
Let me finish what I was saying.
You ain't even started.
What I'm saying.
I started already though. I started already. This is what I'm saying. You were sexually active very young. A dude.
No, I was not.
Yes, you was. You told me you got your pussy ate at 11.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was very. That's very sexually active.
Ruby, you are so.
But Ruby, that's not my point. My point is,
I wouldn't even touch a penis. I was very scared.
Okay, Ruby, but let me finish.
We can't see your avatar. That's why I know who you are. I was like, who is this nigga? Like
now you're gone. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, you dropped out. But anyway, so I get what you're saying. My point was, the relationship aspect, I think, would have jumped off a little bit ahead of time. But you're saying it wouldn't have, that you would have stood your ground regardless if you was in Canada or the States. Basically, is what I'm getting.
It's just because, and people kind of dismiss the influence and the strength of the influence of, the individual culture and teachings from the actual parents and within the home, right? So on one side, my parents were part of sort of the shotgun culture a little bit, right? Like my mom was the good kid, right? The good little virgin kid. She was actually valedictorian of her class, and while she was graduating from high school as valedictorian of her class, she was pregnant with me.
Somebody got a hold of that thing. Yes, sir. Yeah, shout to your pops.
Right now, here's the thing. Right, my parents eloped. They got married before I got here, so I was not born out of wedlock.
Love it.
And I saw the travesty that was my life as a result. I don't even remember my parents being together. That is how early they separated, and I don't remember my parents ever having a conversation. That is how much they hated each other. And that is actually the mistakes my parents made and kind of the devastation that caused to me personally was a huge driving force for my decision making, right? So no matter how caught up I felt in love or how good something feels or whatever it was, right? That ultimate goal of the mistake of even getting married too soon to somebody, let alone to conceive a child out of wedlock, let alone to conceive a child early in marriage, and then it doesn't work out, and then I'm just creating myself. I'm creating another devastated little me. I was so determined not to make that mistake that I have been married for years and still don't have a child. I've been in the relationship for years, still don't have a child. Why? Because I was not willing to make that mistake no matter what, no matter how desperately I want a kid. You know, desperately, I wanted children for like 20 years, you know, desperately. Like I could tell you, like every bone in my body wants children. But you know what? Not at the cost of what I wanted to give to those children.
But all right, let's stop right there. We went way further than I wanted to stop earlier. Who you have a closer relationship, your mother, your father? Be honest.
Closer? Yeah. Not really, no. Me and my mom are not
so,
close.
All right, so answer the question because I answered it for you. My bad. I just assumed.
Yeah, what do you mean by close?
See, now you're playing semantics. Now you're trying to. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Because honestly, I would say neither if it's my definition, but like that's what I'm trying to. I want to answer the question on it because I'm not close to either of my parents.
How is that possible? Okay, so who raised you?
Both of my parents. Literally 50-50. They shared me 50% of the time. So Monday, Wednesday, and every other Friday weekend, I was with my mom. Tuesday, Thursday, and every other Friday weekend, I was with my dad.
Who do you consult for advice or seek counsel from or insight? You know, outside your friends, like when it comes to is it going to be you're going to go to your mother first or your father first?
I wouldn't go to either of them. I would go to I would hold on. First of all, right, which I don't know if you know this or not, but my father transitioned into a woman a long time ago.
What? I did not know that. Wow.
Well, now you know. So that's thing number one.
What did your mother do to him? What did she do to that man?
Nothing. But now,
because that's what women do. They be like, "Oh, he must have did something. She must have did something to that man."
That's great. My sister was born long after me, so you could blame the second woman. But but anyway, no. But the thing is that as a human being, as a person, like I'm very much like that parent, right? My parent who transitioned. We think the same, we move the same, like we're very similar people. But that being said, that parent is not the type to like share or listen. Not to me. My baby sister gets all the love and parenting. I'm not the one. Right. Both of my parents are not great at parenting. So, you know, and in a lot of ways, my parents were great parents until the day I turned 15. And then I suddenly just didn't have parents at all for like a decade. Wow. And then we repaired our relationship and we're kind of trying to rebuild it. But ultimately, you know, when you go through those formative years from 15 to 25, kind of by yourself and, you know, really angry and upset and hurt in a lot of ways that you were just abandoned out of the blue, you know, you stop turning to your like parents or to family or trusting, you know, and you learn kind of to be really independent as far as like, I know I don't have parents like other people do.
Let's slow down, right? Because you made a statement. You said, "Oh, I don't have parents like other people do." You said it. What age you felt that way? 15?
What?
You said you felt like you didn't have parents like other people did at 15, right?
Yes.
That's what you just said. But my point, according to who? Like, who are you gauging? Like, what parents are supposed to be? Like?
My peer group. So
Yeah.
where I was born and raised, right, from grade school to like, you know, the end of high school, right? I was born and raised with a particular group of people. And so I'm talking about my peer group specifically, and the way that my parents were really raising me within that peer group, we were all kind of on par. And what my parents didn't raise me to do is to be independent and self-sufficient at 15. I was basically a kid one day, and then the next day it was like, good luck with your life and your future endeavors. And it was like, wait, I'm not prepared for this. No one
Ain't that
raised
most
me
kids?
to have to be hard or to take care of myself or to even do chores. No one raised me like that. And then suddenly I was homeless and alone and having to figure out how to be an adult very quickly, because no one raised me to be like that. I was raised to kind of be, I guess, a little sheltered like my peer group were also raised like that, but then they continued to have parents and I didn't. So I'm talking about my peer group specifically. I'm not saying I have a harder life than anyone else. I'm not saying, obviously there's a lot of people who had it way rougher than me, who never had parents at all and stuff. That's not just wasn't my direct experience.
Right. I don't know what a peer group is. I'm just gonna put that out there. I can assume what it is because, like, so I had friends who their parents were together, and I remember when my parents separated, right? And my mother had got remarried or whatever. Like that was the father that I knew. That was the father that texted me today to say, "Hey," or text me yesterday, say, "Happy birthday, son." You know what I'm saying? Happy Father's Day. Like that's the pops that I know. I know my biological father, but you know, it's just different. Just like, all right, like I know him, but I have a relationship with this cat. That's the cat that was there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is. But the peer group thing or whatever, because even like they went through their things or and I saw how it affected my sisters. You know what I'm saying? Like now, fortunately, me being the older brother, they're both married and they have years in the game, and I be consistent. I be on their ass. Like, listen, ain't nothing out here, this, that, and the other. Y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I got a little brother be on their ass. Like we're adamant about that. Regardless of what I think about marriage, etc. It's like, yo, all right, if you found a dude, this is just my stance, and he's willing to be with you and take care of you and put up with your bullshit, then you need to stick there. Don't be out here in the streets, you know what I'm saying? Because ain't nothing out here. All right. I'm gonna be out here. And some cats might say it's hypocritical because they, well, why you not married? Do I want my sisters to be married? Yes. I want you sucker ass niggas to take care of my motherfucking sisters. Yeah, absolutely. Am I gonna do it? If I find the right woman, all right, maybe. But that's not where I'm at right now. This ain't about me. But the point is, like, I don't know nothing about these peer groups, but I do understand how my sisters acted out when things started to go astray, you know what I'm saying, between the mothers and the fathers. So that's kind of more was like what I was trying to get to with your situation, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And
So what I
who
mean by
sets the
peer group is
standards?
like whatever, like the neighborhood you live in, the schools you grew up
Okay.
in, the people that you grew up with
You
that are, in and
over-explain a lot
around
of
your
shit.
age.
She do a little bit, but I like to
Well,
like
the peer group,
yeah,
those two words. But then he said, I don't understand. So I wanted to make it clear. I
yeah,
mean, like the kids who are around my age that
got
were
you.
in
You
my
always
neighborhood or in
make
my
it
school.
mad
But you
clear.
saw what I said. I was like, okay, same thing with me. Like I got homeboys and like they're fan, they come from people that were married 20, 30 years. Their parents were older than my parents. A lot of their parents, the reason that they were more successful would be considered like all of them had cars in high school. I ain't no fucking car. You know what I'm saying? I ain't have a car until I got to college. And that wasn't until I goddamn took a loan out to get the shit. They had cars in high school, but their parents were older. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but they were together for a
Yeah,
long
Brad.
time. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, they had the money and all of that other stuff. So that when you said peer groups, I assume that's what you were talking about. Like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted you to clarify that. And you
It
still
wasn't
didn't.
just
But go
that.
ahead.
Like it's like so like the neighborhood my parents moved me to get me into the best kind of grade school was full of, upper middle class and upper class rich white two-parent homes. I was one of four Black kids in the school for the whole grade school process. And, the only other kid in French in my class was this other Black guy. And he was in a single parent home, right? With just his mom, didn't even know his dad. But in general, it's just a bunch of upper middle class or upper class white rich people. And I was in the French immersion program. So, I'm learning in a language my parents don't even speak. And then, I didn't even see Black kids, and they weren't in my class until middle school, but they were in the English side of the school. And then high school, I went to the rich white people school in the rich white people neighborhood because of the enhanced program, which I was smart enough to be in, and the French immersion program. So I was literally, my parents were doing the best that they could. Like, I didn't really understand necessarily that we were way broker than everyone else and stuff like that. I did obviously understand my parents weren't together, but the school, like, I was, for example,
You had two called
in.
Hold on,
The school literally called in. I'm going to tell you what kind of school I went to. In grade school, the school called in. Hold on. The school called in, okay, a team of counselors, okay, just to deal with the Ruby problem because I would get angry. I'm telling you, they were investigating my parents. This is not Children's Aid. Okay,
I'm asking your parents. They were both Black, or were they mixed?
Yeah. No, they were both Black.
Okay, gotcha.
They were both Black, and one was. And you had two moms, right?
No,
that's like we're not going there. But go ahead.
But I didn't though, right? So, my sister did. I didn't. But what happened, right? Like, I mean, this school is the kind of school that will call in a team of private counselors to assess the situation, try to help a kid be productive, right? Like, not Children's Aid, not like anything like that, or CS or whatever you guys call it there. Like, these are the types of schools, or like the time that I was literally overdosing on a drug at my high school, and they didn't call the ambulances or whatever because they wanted to keep it hush hush and quiet because the school's reputation was too important.
Don't fuck with the donors, yo. They can't know that type of shit's going on. So yeah, I get it.
Right.
What were they using in Canada? What kind of drug was it?
Doesn't matter, bro.
No, it really doesn't.
It do matter. She like telling details, so I want to know what they was using.
It was laced with detergent, and I'm allergic to detergent. So in essence, it was blocking my blood supply. So that's really what was happening. But so yeah, so when I say, like, okay, you think about it this way, right? Like, kids who are going through troubles, like, let's say your parents start divorcing or something midway through childhood, those kids tend to, they might act out a little bit, but they also go and find someone else whose parents are divorcing. I mean, this is part of why the internet's so great for kids these days, is they can reach out of their little fishbowl and find like minds or people going through similar things. I didn't have anyone who was going through anything similar. And on top of that, I had a lot of eyes on me, a lot of judgments on me, a lot of statistics I was fighting against, and I knew I was like the representative of Blackness, which is a lot of pressure. So I kept silent in a lot of ways. I didn't tell people a lot of things that were going on. And then,
I get it. Because like I said, I went to school with cats like that, and I was fortunate when I moved from Jersey to VA, and it was like predominantly Black, right? From being like, okay, the only Black cat on my whole street, everybody knew us, whatever, and then it's like, all right, military housing down the street, and then I had some cousins or whatever that was like in the area, so it's like, okay, but everybody knows the 4 or 5 niggas that's you know what I'm saying, around or whatever. Then you move to VA, and it's like now you just blended in, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, all right. My point is, like, being in that different environment, it might not seem like it, but for me it was the opposite, I guess. Like, I wasn't representing Blackness or whatever, but it was just like not knowing who to talk to or who you feel like you could talk to, or feeling like you represented something but you wasn't sure what you were representing. And I don't know, that's a lot to deal with as a child, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion. But
I mean, it was, and I think, it's probably the countries, kind of being different with their overt versus covert racism, and the over inclusivity factor. So it's like they want you to feel so over included that they go out of their way almost to highlight you and single you out. And let's learn a Christmas carol in Jamaican. Ruby, Jamaican. Like, they make you the representative of Blackness, right? Like, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make you feel included, but I'm like, I was born and raised in Canada too. Like, I don't know.
This was my experience, but imagine being, it's like all Black kids aren't like this. That was my experience, if that makes sense, right? Because we came from the North. So it's like, now I'm like the representative for Black people, not knowing that, because I didn't feel that way where I was at. maybe I was too young to understand it or whatever, but they might have felt some type of way about our family or whatever. But when we moved and then we were surrounded by black people, they knew that we weren't from where they were from, right? We didn't talk like them. We didn't behave like them. They wild. We thought they was crazy, yo. And they was the cats. They was having sex early and doing all types of stuff. I remember like playing, yo, they in like the 3rd grade or something, and some chick jump on my lap on the swings, talking about, you gonna be my boy? These chicks was fast. So not to bring back Sister George's joint, but that was like all new to me. Like but the teachers is my point. They were like, okay, these kids are different, so they would like make a point to make examples of us. It's basically what you're saying. Like, oh yeah, you know, let's do this, let's do that, and yeah, you sing a song or whatever. It'd be some white shit, I might know it. You know what I'm saying? They were like, yeah. Well, I don't know. So I kind of get what you're saying. It's not necessarily the same, but it kind of is. You know, as far as
there's some similar elements, yeah.
Like it's uncomfortable.
So I'll give you an example about Horace.
You were the token black girl.
Yeah. All right, you just said it. I was trying to avoid saying that, but yeah.
But okay, let me give you an example about Horace. So we didn't really like. There was this one in middle school. She was a white girl. I was going to say obviously, but I guess it's not that obvious. But so many white people, is majority. Everything you say is a white person. And I remember, and like she used to give like guys like blowjobs. And she was just the most disgusting person on earth. Like no one was allowed to be her friend or to talk to her because she was just disgusting. So like hoe culture hit us way later than it hit other places.
Hold on, you can't just like you talk so fast. We can't just breeze over that. Like, wait a minute, you say middle school?
Yeah.
And she was topping dudes off?
Apparently. I mean, I didn't see her, but that was the office scuttlebutt. So you couldn't be friends with her because she's a hoe. And she was very nice. I talked to her a couple times in the hallway. But
what y'all call a hoe?
Yeah, she was a very nice girl. She was. I don't know. I was a friendly person. I don't know. So anyway, but in now I get to high school. So in the 10th grade, this girl who's from the foster care system, she was like maybe 25-30% black, but you know, looks mostly white. But she had a really rough upbringing. And she was really a hoe. Like she was an all-out hoe. And I hated this girl when I first met her. But then I don't know, I became fascinated by like a hoe. Because like they didn't really exist, right? So she was like the glamorous whore, and I would follow her around, just watch her. Like she'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go meet so and so guy somewhere," and she'd go climb in the back of his van and sleep with him. This is like a 30-something-year-old guy, and we're like 15, right?
She was getting that bag. That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, and then she would talk about how if the D was good or bad. And I couldn't even imagine because like I'm with my friends and we're still like nervous to say, you know, the real details of the second base kind of stuff, right? Yeah, we're all virgins. And meanwhile, she's sitting there proudly rating D size and how well he banged her. And you're like, what the what? So it was just crazy to me. But I'm like, I want to follow her around and like document her like I was a documentarian, but I didn't want to be her. You know what I mean?
Ruby, you sound like you know. You sound like you know a couple girls like that. Like you give me that impression, like you know, like slutty ass white girls that I'm trying to know.
Oh yeah, I know like strippers, porn stars, escorts. Yeah, no idea. Yeah. When I was like 17, I used to. That's when I started asking like actual strippers. I would just ask them in the bathroom. I'd be like, "Why do you strip?" And they would, and I'd have deep conversations with people. Like, I don't understand why you're in the sex industry. Like, I just didn't get it. And I wanted to learn.
Bitches why they strip and have
wait.
Yeah.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. How much of that had an influence on you getting married as early as you did versus, you know, riding the CC?
Oh no, that didn't really have an influence on me. By then I was already pretty set in my path. I think that's actually one of the things that made me interested in getting into psychology. Because I was really actually interested. I really wanted to know like what factors come up in common with all these girls. You know, once you hear a hard luck story, you want to see, do the other girls have a hard luck story? Or, you know, when you hear one girl who can't get through the night without drugs, you want to know, do any of them actually enjoy this? Like, so I started really being interested in the human behavior component of it all because I just didn't understand. Like, I didn't understand the joy of making yourself, like, your body and sex a commodity in that way. Like, it didn't make sense to me. That wasn't how it was raised. It wasn't what was modeled to me. It wasn't anything that was normalized around me. So I was really fascinated. And I guess because I have that fascination instead of judgment, I've just always made friends with people from all walks of life. So.
But you were young, and I'm not trying to make it seem like you were promiscuous, because you said, you always been like a, would you say long term? What was the word you used?
I said I was a serial monogamous.
Serial monogamous, yeah, that was the phrase right there. So like you would find a boyfriend, and that's what it was like. But you never was tempted to like engage or participate. You know what I'm saying? The Ruby is interesting. No. That's why I love having conversations with her. I'm mad I didn't get to have them earlier, but I used to do a podcast too, so that's why I asked the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. But go ahead.
But no, you were asking questions. I don't think you actually finished it.
Oh no. I was basically trying to get to the point to where like how you could see these things, experience these things, and avoid being basically like caught up in them, to where like, all right, if you got chicks out here and they can have multiple boyfriends and make money, and you can be like, okay, that's cool. You can hang with them, associate with them, which you just admitted to, but you can like have a whole boyfriend and be good. Like that's not a bad thing. Like I'm with that. Like I fuck with that, and I do know that that's possible, because I know women like that, and I'm like, yo, like why you hang with her? Like she's a bad influence. But at the end of the day, well, now obviously as an older man, I'm like, people are gonna do what they want to do, so you can't expect anything. But you know what I mean? Like, how did you avoid from your younger days is what I'm focused, because you're a grown-ass woman now. Like from your younger days, how did you avoid getting caught up into that? The drugs and all the sex that was available. And I know cats was coming at you. They, yo, what's up? Like, ooh, now you taking French? You speak French fluently, or? Yeah, you speak French. They parlez-vous français. They like parlez-vous français. Yeah, huh?
How she avoid being a hoe? That's what you're saying, right?
That's not what I said, man. But
that's what you're trying to
say. Yo, come on, man. I'm trying to be politically correct here. How did you avoid?
Yeah, but if you was going around, it's a simple question. It's really not a bad question. It's actually a question. Like, how did she go? How did she? Other chicks, especially some of them girls, you know how they get down. Like, what did you do? What you thought your mentality was that was different from theirs?
I like that. That's a fire ass question right there.
Yeah. I got you.
You can start with very easily. You can start with, why were we at the strip club, right? Because they were at the strip club because they were stripping to make money by shaking their ass, and now I was at the strip club because I was out with my boys, and they have cheap pictures on Thursdays. So just right there, you just have a difference of why we're both in this place right now, right? And the girls' bathroom is the same bathroom that the strippers use, right? So that's how I got the access to ask them questions. But we're there for very different reasons. So I guess that's the first thing. The second thing is that ultimately, what I learned from, I guess, a very early age is that, when you're very, very beautiful, and men find you very attractive, they tend to be more compelled or inspired to help you, or support you, especially if they like you, if they're like dating you, whatever, without you needing to trade sex as a commodity for it. So I learned that lesson before I really ever spoke to like a stripper, or a porn star.
So
you never use that to your advantage?
That's nuts.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously used it to my advantage. When I was homeless at 15 without any life skills. Yes, I obviously used it to my advantage. But that's the whole point, is learning that people could look at you and be like, oh, this poor, beautiful, innocent girl. Yeah, sure, you can crash on my couch, and sure, I'll buy you food, and here's some money to get to school, and that's no problem. And they're willing to just help you. You don't have to trade sex as a commodity. So I guess ultimately, I didn't make my value what was between my legs. That was not part of the process for me.
But you knew that there was that. Shout out to ARC. I talked about this shit earlier. The possibility of sex. They was like, all right, I'm gonna help you. But in the back of their mind, they like, all right, that little, I got a little young, sexy thing sleeping on the couch. Now, all right, if you're 15, that for me, you wouldn't have been around me. 15, nah, you're not sleeping on my couch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
That was legal. It was legal here, so
oh,
I mean, I guess they wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have had to worry about any type of criminal
you
charges.
would have to give that ass then. Like,
But see, that's what I'm saying though. That's for
gotcha.
you, absolutely. That's great,
Yeah,
right? That just
yeah,
again, there are definitely guys who don't think
right.
that way.
No, I got you.
And men, and honestly women as well, because you
Yeah,
know, there's more to it than just, I guess that's the thing. Like, to me, I find it almost strange. That's why I was asking people, because it
I
just
like it.
never became a necessity for
Yeah,
me the way I
yeah.
guess it does for some people. For some people,
It's
that's the only way they can make a way,
I'm not,
or
oh,
you know,
okay.
whatever. I just didn't have that necessity, so
Got
it
you.
didn't, you know.
And even from my perspective, right? And again, I don't speak for all guys, but it's like, all right. And I made it a point to be honest now. Like, all right, if I find you attractive, then I'm like, yo, like at some point I'm going to try you. That's what I always say, right? When I have conversations with chicks that I'm cool with, or I meet and we be dating and they be trying to friend zone me. I'm like, listen, I'm not your gay friend. Nothing against gay cats, but I be wanting them to know, like, listen, I'm not about to just be hanging out with you and you, because I've had this happen to me, right? As an adult, where chicks will want to come and chill, and I'll do that, and like we go hang out, for example, right? Because I DJ on the side, so it's like, all right, you know, she came to a party, whatever, she had too much to drink. I'm gonna look out for her. If I invited her, make sure she get to the crib. You know, whether I put her in the guest room or she don't make it there, and I blow up the air mattress and she sleep in the living room, whatever. Like, I'm gonna make sure that she's straight. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yo, like at some point she's gonna know, like, I'm attracted to you. If we keep spending time together, that's natural, right? I want to see where it goes. Now, I'm not saying like it just has to be sex. Sometimes it can turn to a relationship, right? Because the more time we spend together, the more I get to see about your personality. I genuinely could like you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and be like, yo, I want to see what it is. Yeah, I want to have sex with you, but I'm trying to see what's up. Like, the sex is one part of it, but that's how I look at it. If I genuinely enjoy spending time with you, right, and I want to have sex with you, for me, that's like a win-win. It's like, oh yeah, because I know, like, all right, the sex could potentially be good, but even if it ain't, like, I know we can have a good time together, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
But
saying? Because
I didn't play games. I made my intentions and
got
exactly
you.
what I was not willing to do very clear.
Yeah.
Anybody who made their intentions clear and we were on different or opposing paths, I wouldn't have put myself into that type of risk or danger. Let alone, you know, screwed with people, whatever. That wasn't really my thing.
Yeah.
And so, and again, like I said, there were some that were on like a dating level overall, like, hey, guys who will date you and hey, we'll get to know each other. But
Yep.
I wasn't trying to play that game where it's like, oh, the possibility of sex. No, I had male friends. I had female friends who were older than me or more secure, in a better, more secure position than me. And so when I say that beauty and innocence or whatever is a tool that you can use, it's not, most people think about it as far as the sexual trait, but they forget the fact that, for example, beautiful people are more trusted. They tug on your heartstrings more. You're actually like the part of you that is like more altruistic gets triggered, right? That's why they use beautiful people to sell you anything from charity to whatever, right? They find the most beautiful looking child with the biggest eyes to sell you world vision, right? It's like, oh, she's got a little bit of dirt on her nose, but otherwise you can see how they just scrubbed her clean. She'd be pretty. No, seriously. So, you know, that's what when I learned beauty is a commodity, it wasn't in a sexual trait, because from what I saw, sex was the trade, not the beauty. But the beauty part is the thing that gets people to want to be around you, and to trust you and to want to help you, right? Or like, even like, honestly, like a lot of my male friends, they liked having me around, because if they were around a beautiful woman, that would actually attract other beautiful women to them.
That was the next place I was about to go.
Yeah,
that was the next place, because I got a story about that. I got a homegirl. She just got married. Obviously I didn't make it to her wedding, because it was this weekend with all this stuff going on. But yeah, like in Denver, she fine, and all her homegirls were fine. And I remember like we would go to the clubs or whatever, and like cats would like ask me permission to like, yo, like, bro, like I don't know what's up or who you talking to. Would I want to buy y'all all shots? It's like 6 of us. It's me and like 5 badass chicks, and dudes was coming up to me like I'm the man. I'm like, I'm not a pimp or nothing. It's oh shit. Oh, Ruby, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, but it was like, yo, cats would like come up to me and be like asking permission or whatever. But that was my first time experiencing that. And she would cop block on me all the time. And it bothered me because she knew I liked her. And it was funny because I had opportunities with not one but 2 of her girls, and I never took them because I was from the understanding of like girls talk. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, if I touch any one of these girls, it's probably going to ruin any shot that now, lo and behold, damn near 15 years later, it's like, well, I ain't gonna say I never had a shot with her, you know, even though she married now, I still be like, yo, I probably, you know, but anyway, that's beside the point. I'm just talking shit. But it was like, yo, like I didn't touch them, but they went back and reported. They was like, yo, he must really like you because I basically like threw it at him, and he was like, he went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? He slept on the floor. It was like, yeah, like I'm trying to do blah 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 blah, this that and the other, and I didn't touch him though. So it's I don't know, man. Looking back, I probably should have took it, but I didn't because I liked her. I liked her, yo. Like I really liked her, and I was like, these are homegirls, but she definitely it was like you were saying as far as like you catch more bees with honey. And that's where I first realized that analogy. Like, oh yeah, like you know, you go out and you got a bunch of pretty girls with you. You attract other pretty girls. They be talking to girls or whatever. Like, it is what it is. That's a reality. So
yep. So you have women who have a hole in their lives because their moms weren't shit, basically. And they're looking for a little sister and a mentor. I'm telling you, there's just and people tend to want a little sister. They're like, oh, she's beautiful, just like me. I'm telling you, these are things. And so what I found was that my personality, my interests, just the way that I was, right? Because I was probably too naive and too honest for the planet as is. But you know, I didn't try to change really and get harder or meaner or more vindictive or clever. I just used who I was to my advantage, I guess, right? So I found, even though they're probably the minority, right? But still, there's that minority of people that were willing to reach a hand out to help me, to support me, to, you know, point me in the right direction even, or whatever, right? So that was, I guess, when I figured out that I could do that, I'm not going to be losing my self-respect or my dignity or the things that I value and treasure, you know, whatever. And I will still be okay. Then that's what I learned, right? I also didn't have, it's not like I had a kid to feed or something. I don't know. Maybe if I had had a kid to feed and then I was homeless at the end of 15,
might have been a different decision. You would have been giving up that.
I mean, you know, I mean, that being said, I watched, but then see, that's the thing. Like my mom's been in horrible positions financially a couple times in my life. And I watched my mom deliver newspapers. You know, this little teeny tiny 5 foot 2.5 woman running around delivering papers for like 5 hours every morning just to try to make ends meet. So she found a job. So, I mean, and that was to pay a mortgage. So, I mean, you know, I just watched a lot of, my parents were teen parents and they made a lot of mistakes and struggled and whatever. I watched them do anything except for trade sex for anything. So I guess in my mind, it was just not a viable option. I knew people did it, but like those were that kind of person. And I wasn't that kind of person, you know?
Yeah. And that's what I was focusing on, right? And I was trying to get to that, like, okay, if you had friends that did it, and if you saw like, well, damn, you know, I got a friend that's doing better than my parents based off of this. But you basically what you're saying, you didn't get sucked into that. You know what I'm saying? Well, you saw it, you were around it, whether it was strippers or escorts or whatever, and it was like, oh yeah, you know, they talking about, you know, whose deed was what, you know what I mean? Like, to me, that's admirable. It's
just about what you value. I just didn't value money, I guess, in tangible things the way other people do. So, in and of itself, it's not likely that it would have been a risk for me in the future, just because I don't value money and tangible things and items like that the way other people do. I valued relationships. I valued my identity, and stuff like that. I really actually valued those things.
How much of that is cultural, though? I guess is
how much of that is what?
Cultural. Like, that's the deeper question. Like, how much is that? Like, regardless, all right, if you saw like your parents struggling, but if they were able to provide the necessities, right, and still like provide some type of structure, or like I said, if you had your father there to talk to for God, I don't know like what y'all relationship was like or whatever, but I'm assuming that, all right, you said, that's why I asked earlier. I was like, yo, who raised you? You know, what was the relationship like, et cetera, et cetera. Because typically, in my experience, the chicks that would result to that, a lot of times what they'll say is, oh, well, my father wasn't there, or I didn't have any type of male leadership or guy. It's always the man's fault. At the end of the day, to me, it's a choice. But the way you broke it down was like, yo, I saw this. I knew that this was available to me, meaning like I could use my sexuality to gain favor, even if I don't necessarily give up sex, which again, to ARC's point, when he talks about the possibility of sex, because the culture, Western culture, most culture it's kind of designed that way. Like, even if I never have sex with you, and if I like you and I think you're dope and you hit me, and then I'm like the sucker that's like giving you $100, $500, $1,000, you know, every other month, because you like, yo, I'm in the jam, yo, I'm blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying I'm that dude. Don't hit me up because I ain't got it. But you get what I'm saying. You didn't resort to like, all right, you wasn't Jada Pinkett Smith. You know what I'm saying? You get your money when I'm done. You know what I'm saying? And set it off. Type.
Well, I didn't even resort to asking men for money. That's not really what I was doing. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But see, that's what I'm saying, because I didn't really want it either, right? I needed somewhere to live because I was homeless. So if I can crash on your couch while I try to save some money, you know, that's what I'm gonna do. And it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't necessarily men, and I for sure wouldn't have put myself into the house of a man who was sexually attracted to me and wanting that from me, and we're not dating. That's what I was trying to say. Like, for me, I wasn't trading sex and sexuality. But, like, for example, when I was 18, the strip club I used to go to a lot, or we used to go to a lot, right? They actually offered me, I'm not even kidding, $10,000 a month over the next 3 months to be a headliner once a week.
Wow.
I didn't even have to give private dances. Didn't even have to give private dances. All I would have to do is do a stage show for, I think they said, I can't remember, it was like 5 or 6 songs, however long that is. All I'd have to do is do a stage show. $10,000 a month, 3 months. Okay. Wow. And so that would have been $30,000 in total.
Right.
Didn't even consider it. I was judged for amateur night though. I considered that. But yeah, it was just not for me. Like, it was just, and it's not like I didn't need the money, but it just wasn't an option for me. Like, I wouldn't even know. Like,
you know, because you knew, like, all right, that's how it starts, right? It's like what they say, the gateway. Now it's 10,000. Then the next it's like, yo, we 20, and then now you're doing private dances, and then it's like, okay, and you can make some extra money if you give a nigga a hand job or a blowy or something. And
well, I didn't know all of that, but I mean, we're talking about 20 years ago, not recently. $10,000. We're talking about 20 years ago. $10,000. That's a lot of money. Strippers were not making that kind of bank back then.
That's still a lot of money today. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. I'm just saying it's more comparative, I guess, you know, comparable to the rates you hear OnlyFans and girls getting nowadays. Right? Like, it was an astronomical amount of money, like to the point where my boys were trying to convince me to do it. And they're like, yo, 10 grand, like, yo, girl, you can buy your car the first one, you know? And I was just like, no, I'm just not, it wasn't the way I saw myself or the world, or it wasn't for me. I was fine with them doing what they want to do. I'm all pro-choice. You do you, right? If this is what makes you happy, or this is what you feel you need to do, you know, like City High, what would you do? Yo, do you. It just wasn't, it wasn't for me, right? Or trading sex for anything. It was just not for me. That's why sex for me is not part of the getting to know you process of dating. Never was. It just wasn't for me. It's for other people. That's cool. Casual sex is for other people. That's cool.
I think that's a new phenomenon for real. It's always been like that for guys, right? But for women, it's always been like a an ace of spade or a big joker. Like, okay, this is the last thing. And fortunately, I've had good mentors that put me on, and it's like, bro, like, sex is easy depending on who you are, but they were always like about the conversation and what's the relationship like outside of the bedroom. And I had cats say that to me on the humble, like dudes that I looked up to, and I was like, bro, like you be smashing some of the baddest chicks, whatever. He's like, bro, but at the end of the day, and he would tell me about some of the drama, whatever. And he was like, yo, like at the end of the day, man, you won't find somebody that's like you can connect with and you can enjoy being with outside the bedroom. So, and I was probably 23, 24 at the time. You know what I'm saying? 23. And then like you fast forward, you know what I mean? That's how I've always pursued my relationships, right?
Right.
So there's been situations to where I've had sex with chicks before it's like, hey, listen, man, I like you. I want you to be my lady. You know what I'm saying? And then it's been other times to where it's like, why we don't ever go nowhere? Why we don't do this? Why we don't do that? But that's why they don't know that. But it's like, yo, because you annoy me just in this moment. I could never see doing anything. This is it.
Right.
I'm gonna fold you up. I'm gonna beat that. But anyway, I have that though, and I think a lot of guys do. When my man was talking about, I don't know where he went, Easy, when he was talking about brothers want peace, I've been looking for that. And like, I had a conversation with a young lady that I'm cool with, and I was talking about, yo, I miss like the days you would just come through and like, I would be in the studio doing what I'm doing, messing around, making beats, or maybe I'm working on some music, a set or whatever. And she'd be like, all right, I'm about to go upstairs. And she would go upstairs and like put on a movie and just be like laying in the bed. And, I come up and like, that's what it was. It was like we were there, we were chilling, but she wasn't annoying me. She allowed me the space and the time to do my thing. She wasn't coming down like, when you come in that bed, how much longer you going to be down here? Why are you smoking another cigar? You still drinking? Like talking shit? Like she just let me do what I do. But it was just that that mentality was already put into me as far as like, yo, find somebody that you can just vibe with. We can go out, have a good time. We can kick it and have a good time. And then if we have sex, we can, have a good time too. But it was all of the things outside of that made it, I guess, that much more important and special. And I think if more people had that mentality, things would be different. You know what I'm saying? Especially as men. And I'm saying this now for the women that's listening, like that's really like what the big deal is, because it's like, all right, sex for the most part, every now and then, yes, we do have our marathons. I'm not gonna front, but like the longer the relationship goes, you're gonna have them quickies. You're gonna have them, you nigga climb on top of you for a few minutes, and then like, all right, you better get yours. Or if you're fortunate enough to where y'all have that connection to where every time you come, he come, and vice versa. I've seen that too. You know what I'm saying? But it's the when y'all just chilling, y'all can watch a movie, y'all can, oh, let's go do this, let's go get something to eat, or he's doing something that he likes to do and it doesn't bother you, right? And you want to show some love or whatever, because like, all right, bring it back to the studio situation. And I'm rambling a little bit, but like, okay, she could be like reading a book on her Kindle or something, but she's like listening to what I'm doing at the same time. If it's like just the fact that she's there, and it's like, all right, we kind of building or whatever, but that was the precipice of what he was talking about. You want to find somebody that you can enjoy spending time with outside of the sexual activity. So I get what you're saying.
Well, sort of, but like kind of what I'm saying is like that, but like imagine you were talking about your male friends.
Now they just see that's hard for me to conceptualize.
See, and that's the difference, right? Not all men can have female friends, and not all women can have male friends, right? Like that's just what it is. Not everyone necessarily is just built to have them, period. But that being said, not everybody So like, okay, for example, right? Because a lot of people say, well, what the hell? You can call them friends all you want, but it's
Yeah.
about sex or attraction or whatever. But I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yep. But here's the thing: my friends are actually my friends. They're still my friends now, but they're actually like friends, and so there's a reciprocity there that has nothing to do with attraction or sex or whatever. In fact, we're not attracted to each other, never have been, never need to cross those borders or whatever. We have mutual interests, mutual likes. There's reciprocity as far as, you do for me, I do for you. If they were in a bind, I would help them in an instant, vice versa, right? Like, we're friends, right? And so when I'm talking about friends and friendships, I'm talking about friends. If it was not a friendship, then I would say that. I would say, well, dating potential or interest or whatever. I don't just call someone a friend.
That's you. And I think that's
I know.
weird. Like, all right, so I have female friends, but to go back to it, I'm like, look, like, if I think you look good, or like, I find you slightly attractive, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just one of them cats. I don't believe in I can't say that though, because I do have like friends that are married. If they got, like, we've known each other since like middle school. Like, matter of fact, they hit me up, happy Father's Day, happy birthday, whatever. So, do I think men and women can be friends? Yes. But the way that you're saying it, to where it's just like, oh yeah, they don't look at me this way, I don't look at them that way, I just don't buy that, because I always think that the men
that it just
are
hasn't
not.
been your experience, which is fine.
Yeah,
I just, in my experience, for example, some dudes, some guys see me as a woman.
They lying.
Some men see me as a woman.
Yes,
they just do. So even if they were friendly, they see me as a woman.
Okay.
But some guys don't really see me as a woman. Like, they understand I'm XX chromosomes, but when they look at me, they're not attracted to me like that. They don't see me as a woman. They call me a dude. Actually, some of the guys in these streets call me a dude. So they what they were looking for, and the thing that triggers woman in their brain was just not parts of my personality or the way I dress or the way I carry myself. So they didn't see me that way, right?
Okay.
So I think that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying, oh, well, I was super attractive to all these guys, but they're just like, nah, it's fine. Okay. No, like, they're just, because if he was attracted to me in that way, right, he's going to give signals or some type of sign, even if he doesn't say it directly. And I wouldn't put myself in that environment. I wouldn't put myself in that space to, build a closer relationship or crash on your couch or whatever, because, like I said, I saw that as dangerous to myself. Because if I know I'm not reciprocating that type of feeling with you, and so the only thing I ever will feel is friendship to you, and then I'm going to put myself into a situation to be reliant on you in any way, no, I wouldn't do that. And like, I wasn't really considering the guy so much as I was considering my safety in the matter.
And I want to be clear too, at the time, like, all right, you're talking about younger you, as an adult you, right? And me being an adult, because I've had, look, we be sharing too much up here. But there was a chick I used to work with, and I consider her a friend. And like, she was like going through something, and she was pregnant and everything, and like needed a place to stay. I wasn't expecting no cheeks, because she stayed with me. She stayed at she needed a safe place to be. I'm like, oh yeah, all right, cool. Like, so there are guys, even though like if there's like sexual attraction, I just wanted to be clear, like, yo, it's not like, oh, every dude is on some like, yeah, you can't stay here. Like, I knew, like, all right, like, oh, all right, you're going through something. But if you're my friend, right, then yeah, I'm gonna look out for you. You know what I'm saying? But that aside, there's always that underlying thing that's like, all right, well, what if, or could this be, or, you know what I'm saying? There's the potential for, you know what I'm saying? Now, I think as we become adults, that kind of goes away, you know what I'm saying? As far as like, if we're really friends, like, all right, if I look at it like this, and like with the dudes you're talking about, I don't know what age you met them or where you were at in your life. I look at it like this. Dudes know, like, if a chick is not really fucking with them, but if you're a guy and you get attention from other women, or you deal with other women, but you like that person's personality, then you're able to make that distinguishment. Like, all right, yeah, Ruby's my homegirl. For example, all right, you're married, right? But if like me and you, we build and we vibe, and I consider you, that's my homegirl, that's my friend, I'm not going to. That doesn't mean that I'm not like sexually attracted to you. That don't mean that like, yo, if you come out the bathroom, you know, in the towel or whatever, or you happen to show brother a little nip, I might not be like, oh shit, like what we doing? You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if you happen to be in a situation and it's like, yo, like I need a place to crash, or I need some help, or I needed whatever, that I can't turn it on and turn it off kind of thing, if that makes sense. It's like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. But see, that's what I'm saying. A guy like you, I wouldn't consider you a friend. And I would have picked up on that vibe. And so, like, you wouldn't be part of my storyline. Unless I wanted to date you, right? And that's the reason why. Because
but you assuming I wanted to date you, like I just like you just took my whole scenario and just made it like, yo, hold on, man.
Because the thing is, like, and when I say like my guy friends don't see me that way, if you remain my guy friend, it's because at no point whatsoever did you see me that way.
So they all gay. They are all gay. Just
no,
Ruby.
No. A lot of them see me as family, like literal, like biological relations. Though. No. Yeah, I mean, a guy who his sister walks out the bathroom in the wrong kind of slut gear, and he goes, "Oh God, cover up! What the hell is wrong with you? That's gross." Right? That's not gay. That's just.
My sisters know better. They're not doing that shit. They know if I'm in the house, they're not going to even like. Why would you even do that?
Because you wouldn't find it acceptable. Because that's your sister. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that my male friends, I didn't just call people friends. Just well, we're friendly. We can get along. Like that's what I mean. People use words like friend way too loosely for
words
me.
Have meaning.
Right.
Words
and so if you would sleep with that person, right? If you would. Given the opportunity, you're willing to accept not sleeping with them, but you would give them the opportunity. To me, that's not a friend.
Wait.
Not.
Hold on. Say it again. If what?
I said, if you would sleep with that person,
right,
given the opportunity.
Okay.
Sure, you're willing to accept not sleeping with them because of whatever factor, but you would, if given the opportunity, then that's not your friend.
That's not true, Ruby. That's where we disagree. I'm glad you said that, because now we make sense. Because I could, like I said, your whole situation, again, hypothetical, right? For whatever reason. And then me and you ended up messing around and like, yo, all right, this was a mistake. It was magical and all of that other stuff. Like, you go back to what you're doing, whatever. I could still be your friend. You would still hit me like if you needed me or for something. And I understand, like, okay, but that's not what it is. Like, I think we got to, what I'm trying to get across, it's not like an expectation. It's just like a acknowledgement, right? Because I'm on some like basic, listen, all right, I could be your friend. I could be Melanie's friend. You know what I'm saying? I can say like, yo, I think you're attractive, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean that I expect X, Y, Z, but I'm honest enough to be like, yo, we could be cool. I can respect your relationship, but and maybe that's my problem. The same way you say, oh, maybe I was too honest, too naive. I've been accused of being too honest, but I just let women know, like, listen, I just want you to know, like, yo, I like you, I'm feeling you, I'm attracted to you, whatever. So they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? So should an opportunity ever present itself, am I going to take it as a motherfucking man? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that I'm like going to attack you after the shower or do anything to make you feel uncomfortable.
No,
you know
but to me, the fact that you would sleep with me in and of itself would make you not a friend. Like, I wouldn't make you my enemy, right? But that's what I'm saying. Not everyone is built to be actual platonic friends with the opposite sex. Not everyone
doesn't exist.
Is built that way. No, it really does.
It doesn't. It's impossible.
No, it doesn't for you.
These guys are lying. That's what I'm saying.
No, they're not, though. They're really not. And see, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
The problem is that the guys who literally are not built that way literally can't think.
No.
You can keep interrupting me, but unless I get to finish my point, then you're debunking non-points. I didn't make it.
Because I know what you're about to say.
What am I going to say?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the guys who literally
think
that way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right? They literally cannot imagine that the guys who think the opposite way are either lying or in the reverse of you, as in the guys who can be platonic friends with women, and in fact, like,
see, this is why I didn't
they
want
have
to let
many
you say
platonic
this, because I
friends.
knew he was gonna like low key attack me. But go ahead.
No, I'm telling you what males who can be platonic friends with women, in fact, have many platonic friends they would never touch or sleep with, even if the woman was trying to throw it at them. They think that either y'all are lying, just like you think they're lying, right? Or they'll say, oh, well, he's young, he's immature, oh, he didn't have the right type of experience, oh, he's trying to be friends with the wrong kind of girl, so they're not actually friends, right? Because again, there's also many women who can't be friends with men for the exact same reasons. Women who basically treat you like a boyfriend or a guy they're talking to, but without the sex, that is not friendship, right? So just because she's not saying sexual things or being sexually intimate to you, but otherwise all of her expectations, the way
Really,
she speaks to you, the way she interacts with you, is
I didn't.
all basically
I
like
see.
it's a relationship.
You
That's
want
not a
this work
friendship.
tonight. You want this. I did not plan to do this. If we
Go
wanted to, we
ahead.
could do. You want this work. Listen, first of all, it's not the same thing. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Women control access to sex. So a woman's ability to manipulate a man using a friendship, she's always going to win that game 9 times out of 10, right? That 10 being, this is like a stud ass dude. They got a bunch of chicks, and he's like, I really like you as a friend, but he knows that this chick is willing to do anything and everything for him because she desires a relationship or, you know, sexual encounters or whatever with him. Most men don't have that. I'm a regular dude, well, a little bit above average. I'm not talking about that though. I'm just simply saying that, like, look, man, most guys, right? I'm not in the 10 out of the 9. Like, I'm like 7 or 8, you know what I'm saying, and down type shit. Like, yo, we're gonna come from a space like, all right, yeah, that's my home girl. I fuck with her, I got her back, I'm gonna look out for her. And yes, she can sleep on my couch without me having to worry about me coming out here trying to rub on her or nothing like that. I want to be clear with that. That's not what I'm presenting. That doesn't mean that we can't be friends. You know what I'm saying? It's just the honesty that I'm presenting. Like, yo, listen, if I just want you to know, hey, look, I like you, right? The difference why I say these guys are lying is because if they are behaving in a certain type of way, they understand that they don't have a chance. They never had a shot. So they'll settle for, this is what we call the friend zone. So they're going to play that role with the hopes of, and this really exists, and you cannot deny it, like, oh, okay, you know, one day you working with your boyfriend, you have an argument, you crying on his shoulder, and then, you know, they be showing the movies and shit, now all of a sudden you kissing on your homeboy because he's been there for you all this time, and now you made a mistake. But that nigga got what he wanted. He's like, nah, maybe this was more than a mistake. Maybe this was fake. He gonna be that same lying ass nigga. He wanted that shit the whole time. I just be upfront with, like, listen, I'm not your gay best friend. Don't come crying to me about some other nigga. I like you. I think you're attractive. And what it is what it is. If you're like, okay, well, that's not where I'm at. Okay, cool. Then yeah, we can still be friends.
So
We can
then
be
you're not
cool.
friends.
We
If she
are
can't talk to you
friends.
about her man, you're not her friend.
See, Ruby, what you talking about?
You're not friends. That's
She
not what
said
a
if she can't,
friendship
yo, y'all
is.
hear this in the chat? If she can't talk to you about your man,
Right.
y'all
If
not
you're saying,
friends.
that's the whole thing. Here's the thing. If
Yo, I
you
love it.
really, I don't know if men honestly believe the bullshit that women say to them, or if it's just like they like want to be willfully ignorant. Because any woman at all who says that she cannot tell when a so-called male friend would sleep with her, right, is lying. She's absolutely lying. Women can tell that. We are literally born with the instinct to know that from
Yes,
very, very young, which is
I
why
agree.
if he's ugly and gross and then she calls him creepy, right?
Yeah.
That's normally what that has to do with, right?
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, right, since you're agreeing that she can tell, well, here's the thing. Just in and of itself, that's going to change or mitigate your behavior in some way. And what you're saying on top of that is now the guy is going to say, I don't want to hear about your man problems. I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear about that because I feel you that way. But yo, I'll be friendly. I won't touch you if you need a couch to crash for the night. To me, right now, again, you've already defined your parameters of friendship. But to me, that's not friendship,
To
right? Because
you.
I call my friends whether they're male or female, if I have a problem with my man, with my apartment exploding, with whatever. And likewise, they call me, whether it's any of that or they need to borrow $20, their tire just flew, whatever it is, right? Because we're friends. And so there's a direct and complete reciprocity. Otherwise, it's not a friendship.
I think now I'm getting it. It's our viewship on friendship, or our view on friendship is different. And I want to hog it, you know what I'm saying, before we let Baloo get in the joint. All I'm saying is, like I said, all I'm saying is I can see I would be more of your friend than you would be mine. And what I you know what? Why am I echoing? What's going on, Baloo? What you doing, bro? I mute him. Yeah, it's just fucking up. But anyway, I got you. But all I'm saying is, like, okay, I can tell you, all right, listen, I can respect where you're at, you know, in your relationship or whatever you got going on. And I live this. This is why I'm saying it. All I'm saying is I can tell you, like, yo, I find you attractive. If I had an opportunity, you know, of course I would take it. You know what I'm saying? But, and again, this isn't just straight off the physical stuff. We're talking about people I've known for years. We got to know them. I said this earlier. Like, if I get to know you and know your personality, and I think you're adult, whatever, I'm just not going to lie and deny the physical attraction. I can acknowledge it, right, and speak to it, but still be your friend. But I'm just putting it out there, like, listen, I'm not your gay friend. You're not gonna be the dude you're gonna call, oh, you know, Tyrone stepped out on me. I don't want to hit that. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
So do you think Alpha Omega's like lying or gay right now?
I don't know.
Because he's saying, he said, personally, I was friends with women all in school and in my 20s. One was taller than me and I didn't find her attractive. I agree. I saw them like guys. They gave speeches at our wedding, LOL. I mean, like I'm saying, I understand. I 100% believe you. And I agree that, you know, there are men like you, but there are also men like Alpha Omega.
But so here's the thing. We're missing it, though. Who said that you don't have to be, or you have to be attracted to a chick for her to be a friend? Because that's the argument you're trying to make. Okay, there's guys that are your friends that are not attracted to you. I'm talking about the guys that are attracted to you and you can still be friends with them, or they can still be your friends. But you're saying, this was my only pushback. You were saying the simple fact that I'm willing to tell you, hey, look, I'm attracted to you, or I think you look good, or I like your personality, or whatever. You would be like, nope, that can't be my friend because he's gonna try me or whatever. And I'm telling you,
it's not about you trying me. It's not about you trying me. We wouldn't be getting to that point of the discussion because, again, women can tell when men see them that way. And so if you saw me that way, if that's what I saw, if that's what I read, if that's what I felt off of you, I wouldn't put myself into any kind of so-called friend position with you.
You would be my friend, yo. I'm dope. Like, I mean, that's just what it is. Like,
yo, we could be like cordial. Like, yo, for example, let's say we both frequented the same bar. Yo, we're friends at the bar. Yo, what's up? We're cool. Or you know, we go to the same college. Yo, yeah, we'll sit next to each other. What's up? We're cool. Yeah. But like, yo, I'm in an emergency. Can I crash on your couch for a few days? No, absolutely not.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that, but I'm just looking at. Yo, the point, we're getting closer because I get what you're saying. You're like, oh no, I'm not even gonna put myself in that situation because, and I get it, but it's just, again, the way that we look at friends. All I'm saying is, I think that I just happen to be a little more forthcoming with like how I see things, and when it comes to men and women relationships than other guys, right? And I get it. Yeah, there's some dudes they be like, oh, I don't even look at that chick like that, and we've been friends for this long, and this blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, all right, I would be on some like, okay, if she tried you, how would you respond? I would be one to pull all their cards. Anybody that says anything like that, I would be like taking cards. I want to see. Okay, now all of a sudden she just randomly like offers you some cheeks or says some crazy sexual stuff to you. How are you going to respond? Right? As a man, naturally. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to be uncomfortable with it because you really see her like, what? That's my sister. And you're going to be offended that she would even try you like that? Or you're going to be like, damn. Like,
offended or disgusted. Yep.
Yeah, or disgusted. Because I get it. I want you to, I'm tracking. I'm tracking what you're saying.
I run these tests before. That's what I'm saying. When I say my male friends are actually platonic, really do not see me that way. I'm saying I've even had from before, like from when I was in my early 20s. People say, "Oh yeah, I will test them then." And I played that game. One of my friends I lost for playing that game because he was so offended that I would play like stupid games and whatever to try to
Because he
impress
knew
somebody
it
that I could
wasn't
have male
real, and
friends.
he wanted something more.
No,
That's
actually,
why.
he didn't. He was actually really concerned about me, and he called my mom because he thought I must be on drugs or something. Like he was actually very worried. And so the whole thing, he
Can't
was
argue
like,
with that. All right.
he was trying to
You
play
gonna
like
pull that? Really?
cool with it, whatever. He was like, I can't believe, yeah, exactly. I can't. And I was like, no, I was trying to prove that you're my real friend. And I lost the friend over, which is why I won't do it again. Right
Well,
after
he
that
wasn't
last
your
time I
friend
did it.
then. He wasn't
No,
your
but
friend.
Here's the thing, though, right? Because no, we're very similar people. Because I say this all the time. I don't deal with shit testing or testing. All those stupid games people play to test each other. I don't deal with that. And if you're gonna do that, I'm gone. If you can't just trust me at my word, trust me at all the behavior you've seen thus far, you want to play games with my life, like even if it's just for like a time, just to prove something or see something. Like I think it's gross. I really do. So I don't really approve of that, and neither did he. And that's something we have in common. So I actually respected what he did because I'm like, you know what? I probably should have picked a different friend to do
You
this
didn't have
with.
a choice. Exactly. See, which is I
should have picked a different friend.
should have picked
I should have picked a different friend. Yeah,
he wasn't a real friend. You didn't say
he
it.
was a real friend. I'm a
No,
real
he
friend.
wasn't.
I'm a real friend, but don't play games with me. Don't lie to me. Right? I believe in openness and honesty, and with openness and honesty, all else is fair game. I'm cool, but you're gonna start playing games, lying, testing.
Ruby, so
that's some immature bullshit.
right.
Take you and your immature bullshit. When you resolve your shit, and you're ready to be grown and just live life on the upfront. Come see me.
Ruby, all right, got you. But listen, people are people, right? We fuck up, we lie, we make mistakes. From the way I stand, like, I expect people to disappoint me, right? But if I can see you to be a friend, I got to be able to forgive you. You know what I'm saying? The same way I expect you to forgive me if I do something, you know what I'm saying, that you might not agree with, whatever. That's how I look at it. So, like, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we're different people, though, right?
Okay,
and that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm
that's
like,
fair.
for me, it's honesty and openness above all else, right?
So you got
like,
one shot with you.
Honestly, it depends. It depends on how egregious stuff is. But like, I tell people this all the time. I would rather deal with the guy who cheated on me every day, but was honest and open about it, than a guy who lied to me once about some dumb shit. Like, I don't like to be lied to. That's just what it comes down to. To me, honesty and openness is more important than any other tenet of any type of relationship. That's how I roll. Right? Not everyone prioritizes life that way. That just happens to be one of my biggest priorities, right? So
listen, we've had this conversation. My hope is that you stick around long enough, you know what I'm saying, to where we can become friends, and I can put this theory to the test, you know what I'm saying. I promise that I will disappoint you. Like, if you were my friend, then you'll know you're my friend, like, for real. And it's like, all right, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I would expect the same thing in return. But most of the times what I see, like, people that really value friendship, usually they always are disappointed. They get shitted on because they're always the ones that, like, are willing to do more, put out more, they sacrifice more, they take more, but they're built for it, if that makes sense. They're built for it. So it's like, okay, I expect you to disappoint me, Ruby. You my friend, I expect you to do some fucked up foul shit. And then it's just like, all right, you know what? Yeah, this shit was grimy, was foul, whatever. She's gonna say whatever, and it's up to me whether or not I forgive or accept her. But that's just what I'll do. And niggas, oh, you stupid, you go now. The friendship may be different, but I'm going to do my part, if that makes sense. All right, nah, it's cool.
What up?
What's up?
Hey, Blue.
Come on, man. Come in with some. Look, the shit it's getting real right now, man. Don't come in here with some bullshit now.
I know it's good. Like because I was just out at a spot, you know what I mean. But so I'm y'all talking about friendship.
Yeah. Real shit though.
Like real shit.
Yeah.
Let's sum it up like this. When you're a friend of other people, what I learned in life, don't expect what you give to someone, don't expect it back from them.
Perfect. What did I just say? God damn
Expect
it.
your
Let's go.
I don't know what you were saying. I'm not even
I was
riding
saying that.
coattail.
Let's go.
Wait. I'm not even riding coattail. I really don't know what you were saying. You know what I'm saying? This is me speaking genuinely. What I learned in life, what you give to someone, don't expect it back from them. Expect your blessings to come from a different angle. Because if you expecting something to come from a person that you gave, you already know they can't give you that because you gave it to them.
What? Let's go. This dude came in hot.
So why expect it back from them? You gave it to them. Don't expect nothing that you gave someone because they couldn't give it to you in the first place. You had to give it to them.
They ain't have it to give.
They ain't have it to give.
Ooh.
So look at your blessings to come from a different angle. That's how I motivate myself and to accept and understand when a blessing comes, and it comes from somewhere else, but accept and understand that you did your good deeds here and there, and you got your blessings over here. So
that's what I was
respect
trying
the
not
blessings.
to say. Yo, I appreciate that because I was trying
You
not
know
to
what
get
I'm
too
saying?
like spiritual and on something, but I was like, yo, I just knew what I say, Ruby. I did my part. That's what I was getting at. Like, all right, I gave. I value the friendship. I forgave. Whatever happens after that, that's what it is. But
Now,
it just
did you get your blessings from elsewhere?
Always.
See?
But I didn't want to like, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to make it to you. Just came in and just put it in such a elegant way, and you articulated it better than I was trying to. I was tap-toeing around it. You just came right with it. Like, I appreciate that, bro. That's exactly what I was doing.
I heard a bit of what y'all was saying, so I'm like, I'm not really just going off of
somebody
what
in the
you
bins.
said. But that's just the reality of life. I was, it's crazy. Somebody, one of my good friends shot me a text, and it was,
damn, he just went out.
They kicked him out. I don't know. Maybe
look, Ruby dropped him, yo. He was spitting that heat. Ruby was like, "Get him out of here! Get him out of here!"
That's Melody's boy. I couldn't do that. But okay. So making her crazy. Oh, they should check you out being awake. We're so proud of you, Melody.
Is Melody up now?
Funny.
What time is it? Hold on.
It's 1:52.
Oh yeah, she be setting alarms, Joe. She probably woke up at like 1:45 and was like, okay, so almost 2. Now she up. You ain't shit.
She's like, I wonder when Ruby's gonna go to sleep. I think 2 a.m. is good. Let me set my alarm for that.
Yeah. So we got Nav up here.
Yo, we've been having a whole one-on-one discussion, girl.
I've been enjoying it. Yo, listen, me and goddamn Ruby about to be best friends. Yo, I'm about to replace you.
You replacing me? Oh, that's messed up.
Nah, I can never replace you.
You're gonna replace me.
I can never
That's messed up.
I can never replace you.
Now, hold on. I want to ask a question. Now, making her crazy says women who love to preach honesty is hilarious. Ask them something personal, and I bet they won't be as honest as they claim they are. So, do you think that is true of me? Well, you've asked me a lot of questions. I
think you're honest, but you give a lot of like disclaimers. You know what I'm saying? And prerequisites. You don't just come out with it. You have to be like, okay, blah 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 blah. But it was because of, and I'm like, what, for real? Like, and a lot of people see that, like, so it's like, okay, like,
but that's the way I think. So,
and I get that. That's why, like, I give you like leeway because I'm like, okay, she's a thinker. Like, I don't know what your sign is. I don't get all into all that, but I know I'm a thinker too. And like, people ask me a question, and I always try to like provide context. You know,
yeah,
like, nigga, get to the point. I'm like, yo,
I know what? And I used to, back when I used to be on BGS's panels back in the day, what he would do is be like, give the answer yes or no first, and then explain. Right. And my problem is that I like to explain and then give the answer, like, because it's like it's almost like I'm writing a novel in my head as I'm answering. Right.
I get it. I know, because the way I can tell, and you talk fast, but you think fast, and then it's like, yo, so that's why I learn to slow down, and like I hesitate when I talk, and they're like, damn, this nigga stalling, but it's like, no, I'm processing, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because I know my shit is like, So it's like, all right, let me slow it down. Let me try.
Well, if you were around since 2017, you know I speak a lot more slowly than I did when I first got here. That's all I'm saying. I used to be way faster, like way faster.
Yeah.
I'm a Valley girl. That's just what it is. We speak very quickly.
But so do you understand? Like, to some people, it comes off as rambling because everybody can't process what you're saying as quickly as you're spitting it out.
So, I know. I know
I'm
that.
being honest.
And
that's not a diss. That's not a shot. But it's like, yo, wait a minute. You could be making great points, and you do. But it's like, well, wait a minute. And then other people will be like, all right, she's full of shit. Because that's what other people do. They say a bunch of stuff. I'm not trying to throw no shade, but we're with enough white cats, and they be like talking, and everybody think they smart because they say a bunch of words, and they be like, motherfucker, you didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying?
I know, and I try so hard. Like, people don't understand. Sometimes people will start giving the terminology in the chat, like people who know what I'm talking about or what I'm referring to. I'm trying so hard to like break it down and not just be using all the school words and all the fancy terminology, just trying to explain things. Like, I am trying. I really am. I'm just
that's cool.
Not great at it, you know?
That's all right. But this is like practice, yo. This is like a DJ session to me, except it's intellectual, you know what I'm saying? It's verbal. It's, you know, we just having conversations, and it's, you know what I'm saying? Because think about like all of this stuff, like running panels. Like I said, I've done podcasts. I'm not running it now, but it's a lot to like manage a panel, read the chat, right? And then I was running the soundboard at the same time too, and I'm controlling mic volumes, and then I'm like orchestrating stuff because I had live studio audiences and shit. Like, yo, hold on, pass the mic over here, pass the mic over there. That nigga's mic's too loud. They too loud. I turn that shit down. I got let me do the applause. Like, it's work. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I get it. If y'all are like managing and trying to have a conversation, right? Gather your thoughts, read the chat. You want to highlight people because you want to show them they love too. Like, yeah, it's.
You know what it is?
What's that, bro? Let's go. He about to get in your ass again.
Wait, what you was elaborating on about Ruby?
Huh? Oh yeah. Did you get that, or you need me to?
No, just go ahead.
Quickly. We were just saying, like, because we've been around the space for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And Ruby, I was just saying, like, she makes great points, but sometimes she talks too fast. So sometimes it can be conflated. Like, okay, she's full of shit, or maybe she talks too fast to where people can't really interpret the message that she's trying to, you know what I'm saying, get across. So that's where we are at with it. Yeah.
I would say, okay, maybe too fast, but I also think she just simply brings a challenge.
What you mean?
I mean, she brings a challenge on what I agree with the maybe too fast, but you know, anybody can be too fast. That's just a normal thing. So that don't make her unnormal for being fast.
I agree.
But I think she brings a challenge to people. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. But does it
she brings
hurt
a challenge?
Her if it's like, okay, what she's saying, she always says stuff that has value. My only point was sometimes it's too fast for other people to comprehend.
Hey man, in this life you gotta be fast. You can't be slow.
Nah, it depends on who you trying to reach. You trying to reach some
man,
people or everybody?
Listen. Let's be realistic in this culture of ours.
Okay.
We are all behind.
Yeah, I'm behind.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm behind.
So somebody, I know I'm ahead, but I'm behind. So if someone's being fast, it's just a challenge to just adapting to, because you got people out here that can adapt to things fast. And okay, let's go back to y'all. I don't know if y'all had a show the other day where y'all was talking about you know, holidays and celebrating certain holidays and everything. That's a form of speaking fast, and like you celebrating holidays all the time. That's a form of being behind and not getting what's really going on. That make any sense?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh, I thought it was just me. Thank God. Okay.
No,
I'm just too fast for you, motherfucker.
No, you ain't.
That's my point.
Hey, drop him down for a minute. See, you getting fucked up.
I'm just too fast for y'all.
No, you ain't. No, because you
Can
took
you
the
explain
time
it again?
No.
Okay.
We got it the first time, nigga. Nope.
I'm saying Ruby makes a point, but she's just too fast on what she's saying.
That was one
Okay.
part of it. But go ahead.
That's correct, right?
That was one part of what I was saying.
Okay. Now I said they had a show the other day
Mm-hmm.
that was explaining about like different cultures and agreeing. What was y'all saying, Mel? With the come on, Ruby. What was you
This was
saying
over
about?
here. This
You're
was over
talking
here on my
about like
channel.
at with Christmas and stuff when they was saying they don't
Yes,
celebrate
yes, yes.
Christmas and
Christmas. Yes,
okay,
that's a form of being slow.
Easter.
Like going into that phase of life is a form of being slow. You
How?
know what I'm saying? Because
How?
because you have other cultures that have different structures of life, which is faster. Other day, I saw a Jewish kid. He was walking by himself, right? And somebody
Mm-hmm.
said, "Oh man, he's young." But I said, "See, them people probably so advanced. They probably got a chip on their kid. You see what I'm saying? So they don't care. They let their kid go out and roam because they probably got a chip on them. Whereas certain cultures they don't have a chip and they are slow. We in a different process.
Nah, what you pushing over here, bro?
I
Chips on
don't. I
kids?
don't get. I still.
I don't expect y'all to get it because I don't talk with y'all on a daily basis. So
Nah,
it,
that's cool.
I don't expect y'all to get it. But
I
my
just asked
moral
a straight question though. Like, what you talking about? Chips on kids though? How's that make them faster?
What the hell do
look it up. Look it
holidays?
up. RDIF chips.
We know what they are. They put them on dogs and cats and shit. But like, why now
They're
we talking about?
also available for kids. So my moral of the story is this. This is my moral story.
Okay.
Y'all was saying that Ruby talk fast. She's in a whole other country. So the things that how her process of thinking and talking is different compared to Americans. That make any sense?
It's not though, because like we both agree, we both think fast. I just learned to slow shit down so I can try to articulate and clearly, try to get my point across. It's not always perfect. And then she mentioned herself when she was on BGS's panel, who's also a fast thinker, but he, learns to speak slowly and articulate, and he's very precise in what he says. So there's a rhythm to it. Like, okay, you could think fast and all that, you can be faster than everybody else, but if you can't communicate with the masses, that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So,
I guess it depends on who the masses are, though. And to that point,
here
right?
we go.
So no, to that point, right? So, like, for example, who I was used to speaking to didn't have a problem with my pace or the order in which I said things or whatever. I was used to mostly talking to Canadians, mostly within,
You gave her that.
McMaster
You gave her that.
University. Mostly within McMaster University. No, because actually, and this is what I said, I had a hard time communicating to, like, the common layperson about these psychological terms because I was so used to talking to other people in my field about these terms. And then, or like speaking to other people who are very much like me, right? Like more Valley girls and guys who just talk like that. We're on a different pace. It's not necessarily, I will say, a Canadian thing because there are Canadians who
and there are
are
people
the
in the
same,
U.S.
right?
that are also
who are the same as me, right?
Yeah.
So I do think though it's a segment of the population, and if you want to speak to the most people, you probably want to slow down what you're saying. But then some people are so slow for me that like I could never listen to them live. I have to wait until whatever they're doing is done and then listen to it on 1.5 times speed or double speed because it's just too slow for me.
I agree with that too. But I just want to, like I said, man, my whole thing is like, okay, because I'm a thinker and I'm a creative, right? And I was in the music, I'm still in the music. So it's like, okay, I see things differently from other people and I process things differently from other people. But again, as I've continued to get older, I understand that everybody doesn't see things the way that you see them or process things the way that you see them. And what makes a great musician or storyteller or what they call them the orator, or what I'm saying, they're able to present things in a way to where somebody basically can feel what they're trying to get. Or if you read a good novel and it's written in a certain way and it's like, wow, like I saw that. I heard what they were saying. Like now they got the books on audio or whatever. Like I always told Sister George, she would be great at doing voiceovers or audio books or whatever, You know what I'm saying? The way that she speaks and how she can, you know, read super chats or whatever. And it's like, oh shit, like you can get the humor out of all of them and all of that stuff. Everybody doesn't have that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's a skill set in itself. So all we were highlighting was like, yes, all right, she can have all these thoughts and she can think fast and have this vocabulary or whatever. But if you could translate it in a way to where it's like, okay, all right, it fits a different conversation, it would be more beneficial. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, okay, more people would be like, all right, I get it. I've been fucking with, like I said, fucking with Ruby for years. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, who are you trying to talk to? Who's your audience? Who's your crowd? You know, what's the channel that we on right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's the audience? What are we getting at? Are they psychiatrists or, you know, people that have 4-year degrees, or ain't Ruby a doctor or something? Like,
You a doctor, Ruby? No, I don't think Ruby's a doctor. I think she's a psychiatrist or something like that. Or I don't know. Ruby.
I know she's ignoring us now. I was trying to get her attention, but
yeah, but what the hell? Like, I was asleep for a couple of hours.
You always going to sleep, and I always catch you like after you've been asleep for like 2-3 hours, and I just be like, "Oh shit, Melanie's live. Let me see what's up." I just got in the house at like 12:30, 1 o'clock, and I jumped on just to.
Well, that's why I like having Ruby, because we discussed this. I get up early in the morning, so she's like, yeah, you know,
she's a night owl like me.
I give her a mod to mod StreamYards, because when I go to sleep, she can let people up. She can keep the show going. That way I can take my little nap, so I can get up at I get up at 4 in the morning. That's why I like to take at least 2-3 hour nap. But yeah, it's been 7 hours already, so I'm about to shut down in a second. But hey, Blue, I see you unmuted. What's on your mind?
Me?
Yeah.
She always want to shut down when it's getting lit, yo. It's like live, like we have a great conversation.
Well, we had a great conversation 4 or 5 hours ago too.
I ain't hear it.
You
it don't count.
Here.
Nah, I wasn't.
But she kept the show going, which I appreciate. But I wish she was able to end the stream for me, because I really be wanting to. I be really wanting to go 4 hours, but I'm way past my time.
Just cut it in half.
So Blue, what's up?
I'm here.
You hear what we were saying?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I'm going back to the Ruby things. They talk too fast.
Yeah, she do talk real fast, but she
But
be
if you
holding it
don't
down
get it,
for
you
me.
missed it. You feel me?
So did you agree with the second part? So the first part was we agreed to that. Some cats might think, all right, she's talking over cats' heads. The other part might be like, and people from the South used to accuse people from the North of that. Oh yeah, you know, them Yankees, they be talking fast, they be slick talking, they full of shit. That was the second part of it. Like when you talk a lot, and then we talked about cats that we went to school with, or we know they say a bunch of shit and they be words solid, and it's like, yo, you're not really saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? So avoid being accused of that. What are your thoughts on that?
You said Yankees?
Huh? I said more than that.
Can you hear us?
What's you saying?
Sounds going in now. I said a lot more than that, but
hey, just repeat it if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying, like it's two parts. The first part is, okay, she can be speaking over people's heads, but then the other part is you can be accused of talking fast and then being like a slick talker, like you're not really saying nothing. And then I pointed out the fact, like people that went to school with some cats, we know people like that. They say a bunch of words, but they don't be saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? So what are your thoughts on that?
When you say they say a bunch of words, a bunch of words can comprehend. So if she's saying words they just can't comprehend what she's saying, would make it slow for them to understand what she's saying. That make any sense?
No, you're going in and out.
Yeah, you're going in and out. But all right, maybe what I'm focusing more on is the cadence.
And everybody comprehends things different.
That's true.
She can talk, and I may comprehend it differently. Mel may comprehend it differently. You may comprehend it differently. So we all get it different understanding. We have to really think in the whole perspective. We have to keep that in the fact because that's just what it is. She's in a different country, so her deliverance is different compared to my deliverance.
I get what you're saying, Blue.
But her deliverance still involves different subjects and topics that the country deals with.
Yo, you hard to hear, bro.
Yeah. And you guys, I'm sorry to end the party, but I really gotta shut down. It's after 7 hours.
All right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Huh?
Yeah.
I will be going live tomorrow though. Tomorrow's Monday, so maybe I'll try to do an early stream.
You need to, because you pushed it back. It was 3, and then I was like chilling. I didn't even go out until later. Then I saw it was 7, and I was like, look, I'm about to be in these streets. And then I came back and it was like, oh shit, y'all live. But,
Yeah.
it's all good.
Yeah, you need to go early.
Huh?
Yeah, you need to go early.
I'll go early tomorrow. It's Monday. I know Ramel be live real early, so I don't want to clash with him.
He ain't always been live though. He been doing like premieres and like videos and all that. Take that spot.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You got more than money.
I'll try to do that. I'll try to get like 8, 9.
You can't be
on my break. I'll go on my break. Huh?
You got work tomorrow?
You can't be discouraged when other people.
I work every morning. That's why I fall asleep. I get up like 4 in the morning. I gotta be at work by 5:30.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I be
you was
taking
working from home.
No.
Oh shit. All right.
But I'm still gonna go live like around 8, 9. What's a good time to go live? Like
9,
8,
10.
9, 10.
Yeah.
Bernard Riley be live.
Ain't nobody listening to that boring. Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't supposed to say that.
They getting that early money.
That nigga boring, man.
In the morning? You can go live at 9 o'clock in the morning?
I'm gonna try to on my break.
Oh, that sounds horrible. But okay, I won't be there because we all know we'll be sleeping at that time.
Y'all gotta split it. Y'all gotta split it, yo.
Split what?
Ruby, you got second shift, yo. You know what I'm saying?
You saying like sometimes Ruby should come live by herself. I think so.
I think that would be dope. Yeah, like, cause I'm a night owl, but I gotta work early too. But when I'm off, that's why I be up here. Like when I'm off, like, you know what I'm saying. But
like that's the plan. But the problem is, first of all, is I can't shut down the stream by myself. So I can do everything else, but I can't shut down the stream by myself.
Gotcha.
Which then sucks because that means that Melody will has to at least be awake, keep an eye on the like that's which is annoying for her. But that was the plan anyway. It's just that my house blew up and.
Yeah, I got you.
I haven't been around that much, so.
But also Tuesday we'll be live together.
What time?
So we're gonna do 9 o'clock Tuesday. So make sure you're there.
Yeah.
See, look, I be in bed like 8.
I thought you said you're a nighttime person.
I am, but I gotta get up early to go to work
They
too.
damn sure they just say that, right?
Hey, yo, hold on, man. Blue, hold on, chill, bro. Yo, chill.
Oh, you put him on blast. You put him on blast.
Yo, cause I do. I love being up late. I'm like, yo, who going live next? Yo, I be trying to get Ruby to go live on her channel. She be playing.
I can't be. Listen, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. I have responsibilities. Okay.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Well,
you only
hit
need
me
30
up.
minutes.
I have a whole man in this house. I have responsibilities. Yes,
Yo,
yes,
and after 30 minutes, he gonna be asleep, and we can be back up getting it popping.
Bro, hit me
Blue,
up.
why don't you go live? Go live, Blue.
Earlier, we were talking about a man's peace. Y'all remember, right? For some men, peace is literally being left alone. For my man, it is having my nice, warm, curvaceous body laying up next to him.
I
See
know
what I'm
that's
saying?
right. Yeah.
So,
hey, don't get it twisted. I like that too. It just be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm like, all right, like Now I'm ready to go to sleep. Daddy's done working for the day. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And yeah, be in that bed. And then, yeah, we get up 10, 11 o'clock, do brunch, and start it all over again. Leave me alone. I'm busy.
Oh, well, listen, guys. I'm sorry. Shut it
Blue,
down,
you
but
going
I
live,
gotta
yo?
go.
All
All
right,
Oh,
right.
bye.
Blue, are
I'm
you going
going.
live?
Mel's going.
You
Who's
going?
going live?
Good night, guys.
You're
You're
not
not
going
Good
going
live?
night,
live?
everyone. Sweet
Blue?
dreams.
Blue, you're not going live?
Huh?
You going live?
Right now?
That's what he said. Yeah.
I'm asking.
Oh, right now. I'm going to sleep.
All right. That's what's up.
I go live. I don't give a fuck.
Hey,
Or
shit. Run
drop
it
your
up.
link in the chat. So,
I'm just being attacked.
huh?
I'm
Okay,
just
so the
being
answer is
attacked.
no. And even if he is, let put it on something. Let Melody go to bed. Good night, everyone.
Good, yeah, good
You know,
night,
you go
everyone.
on sleep.
Huh?
She's going to sleep.
I'm gonna try to get another hour of sleep before I wake up.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'm gonna go back to scrubbing the shit in the tub. So good night, everyone. Sweet
Good
I
dreams.
just ain't
night.
going live by myself.
No, go ahead,
Nah,
go
we
live.
got
Let's see
you.
how many people show up. Listen, I'll come through for like
Yeah, drop
a
the
few
link, bro.
minutes.
Drop the link real quick.
Yeah, drop the link.
I
Go,
know the link.
no,
Oh,
drop the
man.
link.
Oh
I didn't
well
even make
then.
the link.
This dude,
Oh
man.
well.
Or go to StreamYard to make the link.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And happy Juneteenth, everyone. Good night.
I
Happy
want
Good
Father's
us to
Day.
go
night.
to
Happy
Blue
Juneteenth.
TV.
All right.
What do they gotta
Later,
type
y'all. I
in?
gotta go for real. So later, y'all.
All
Bye,
right.
I'm going. I'm
Melody.
going to
Good
drop the link.
night.
Let's see what happens.
Good night, babes.
And he just leaves. All right,
Like
now,
everybody.
well, everybody
Yeah.
type in Blue TV 2022.
They gonna make me drop the link out here. This is why I need to start my shit. Y'all playing. But all right.
Everybody go to his channel,
Wait,
Blue
how you spell
TV
it?
2022.
Blue.
He's gonna have an open panel. Everybody go check him out. Type in Baloo TV, BALOO TV 2022. Okay, good night now.
Peace.
Good night, everyone. Try to come through in the morning. I'll probably go live around 9 or 10, so look out for that, guys. We'll do a short live on my lunch break. We'll do like an hour. See you guys later. Bye.